Well, good afternoon, race fans, and a very warm welcome to Donington Park, the home of motorsport in the Midlands, for what is going to be a very special weekend of motor racing indeed, as we celebrate everything Caterham here at Donington Park here on BARC TV. It is the finals of the Caterham Motorsport Championships for 2023, championships to be won across the course of this weekend. It is also even more special because it is the 50th birthday of Caterham cars in 2023. Yes, it was 50 years ago that in Caterham, Surrey, Graham Nairn set up the Caterham Cars Company to build the iconic Lotus 7 design, continued with Colin Chapman's famous brainchild of the 50s and 60s. And it has been produced ever since by the Caterham Cars Company in ever more powerful derivatives, and that is what we celebrate here across the course of this weekend here at Donington Park. I cannot wait for racing to get underway this weekend. My name is Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action, accompanied by Caterham expert Chris Hutchinson, who will be joining us fairly shortly. We get underway a little earlier than planned, the timetable being moved forward by 10 minutes, so it's around 2:05 that we will see the first race get underway. The Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK for the 420R based full-scale race machines. We get underway with the fastest Caterhams of all here at Donington this weekend. That's followed by the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. The championship runner-up to be decided there. The champion, Ben Timmins, has already moved up a division, having secured the title last time out at Snetterton. Then we've got the Mossel Caterham 7 310R Championship, the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship. Now, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club celebrating its 25th birthday this year. They have three classes. The Sigma 150 and Sig Max cars will be racing together in their race this afternoon. Then we've got the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, the third of the 5 rungs on the ladder, and that's followed by the Morph My Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 category, the slightly less powerful machines. So we are almost ready to get underway then with our first race of the afternoon. This will be a 20-minute race for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK for the Caterham 420R base machines, the fastest Caterham racers in the UK. They've had a fantastic season, including a couple of visits to foreign climes. They've been to Zandvoort in the Netherlands with the rest of the Caterham Championships. They've been to Portimao supporting the British GT Championship as well, and they're even supporting for their final round. There is a round to go for the Caterham 7 UK Championship, sponsored by Avon Tyres, and they will be supporting the British Touring Car Championship on their package at the Silverstone round coming up in a few weeks' time. So the championship may well be decided here today or across the course of this weekend. Lewis Thompson looking for his second Caterham title. He leads the points coming into this round. We've dropped scores applied because the drivers dropped their 3 lowest scores of the season. Lewis Thompson has 305 points. He sits 15 points clear of Stephen Lyle in the championship, so we'll wait to see if he can secure the title across the course of the weekend. Stephen Lyle does need to be on top form, and there are points on offer for the Super Pole earlier on today as well, where the top 6 do a one-lap shootout for the Super Pole award. That took place earlier today, and it is Lewis Thompson who has set pole position. Give you the full grid fairly shortly then. Sunny conditions. It's a warm day here at Donington Park, but we know the weather can change within about half a lap here, as those of you who are watching the Convoy in the Park truck racing weekend that took place at Donington fairly recently will know. MG Owners Club will certainly know that after the weather that blighted their first race of the weekend. Like looking out of the commentary box window on the pit straight, I can see the cars forming up on the grid. And it is Lewis Thompson, the championship leader, number 79, who has set pole position. He did a 1 minute 12.195 in the Super Pole session earlier on. Now, the fastest laps in the main qualifying session were even quicker. Aaron Head it was who was quickest, the reigning champion, with a 1 minute 11.010. But he was only 6th in Super Pole. Shows how the one-shot showdown, if you like, in Super Pole can change things. We've given you a preview of the 6 races taking place here today. We'll have even more Caterham action for you tomorrow. We've got the Caterham Academy joining in as well, the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy for novice racers. They'll have their final two championship rounds of the season, the green group and the white group. They race tomorrow. They have their qualifying sessions later this afternoon as well, and they have their non-championship autumn trophy tomorrow as well, which is both groups combined together. We've also got the Classic Sports Car Club Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens series as well. They run a series open to any seven type, if you like, not just Caterham's. Got a couple of other makes represented as well. They're mainly Caterham's. You can use any seven type, any Lotus 7 derived shape car that you like in that series. Some very modified, some very quick machines there, and they run slightly longer races as well. We'll see them out tomorrow. It's 2 30-minute races for the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. They normally run longer pit stop races with driver changes, but that's not the format this weekend. But that's all coming up tomorrow anyway. The grid is forming up ready for our first race of the weekend, which will be underway in around 5 minutes from now. Team's just getting some last-minute preparation done on the grid. This is Lewis Thompson, his British Racing Green, number 79, who is on pole. 15 points clear in the points of the man who lines up alongside him on the front row, Stephen Lyle, number 43. Second row will be Paul Donkin. He's third in the points and I think has already wrapped up the amateur subclass championship. Done a few wins this year in the CaterhamRacer.com sim racing series online as well. It's Christian Saruta who took the title there for the second year running. Alongside Paul Donkin is number 61, Angus McLean. He's racing in a couple of classes here this weekend. He's brought 2 cars with him. Row 3, number 8, Chris Fraser will start alongside Aaron Head. Lost out in Superpole. He was quickest in the original qualifying session, but only 6th quickest. He must have made a slight mistake on his lap in the Superpole session. And on the 4th row of the grid, number 14, Ben Simmons, relative newcomer to the 420R based race car. Starts alongside number 77, Gordon Sawyer. Completing the top 10, 64, Dale Head, brother of Aaron, and number 5, Finlay Cooper. Moving on back, on row 6, we've got number 93, Mike Evans, alongside 66 of Jake Swan. Row 7 is number 9, Matt Dyer, and 21, Harry Landy. On the 8th row, number 7, which is James Taylor, and 99, Tom Eden. Row 9 is 22 of Gary Curtis, alongside number 11, Carl Jones, not to be confused with the former British touring car racer of the same name. Row 10, number 4, Ollie Smith, another man with a couple of cars here this weekend. He's competing with the Caterham graduates as well. And number 16, Gary Lapidus, not Guy Lapidus. He was a late entry this weekend. He'll start from the back in car number 16. This 20-car grid. This is going to be fast and furious racing, to say the least. The grid is just being cleared, I can tell you. We'll hopefully shortly be joined by Caterham expert Chris Hutchinson. He'll be on the spreadsheets all weekend working out who needs to do what in the championship. 3 races across the course of this weekend for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK here at Donington Park. And we've even got a Caterham safety car out there. Just look at that, with the lights flashing away. Everything Caterham, or everything 7 type here this weekend being celebrated. 50 years of Caterham being celebrated this weekend. 25 years of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club as well. They haven't brought us any birthday cake though. It's like Test Match Special. It's a tradition. You send a birthday cake to the commentary box. Thanks to those who have commented so far on our YouTube stream. Great to see so many of you tuning in. Starting just a little earlier than planned, with things running ahead of schedule from qualifying this morning. So Lewis Thompson it is on pole. He's done the majority of the winning so far this year. In fact, only 3 drivers have taken race wins this year. Stephen Lyle's had a couple of wins. He had a win at Snetterton last time out, one at Portimao and one at Zandvoort as well. Well, Aaron Head has had 2 wins, one in Portugal and one at Snetterton, but he hasn't contested the full championship this year, so he's not in contention in the points. He's only in P11 coming into this weekend. It's the British Racing Green machine of Lewis Thompson on pole. Stephen Lyle in red, white and black alongside him, number 43. And Paul Donkin in red and white, number 24. He's raced everything over the years, from Porsches to Citroen C1s. So he's just as adept in everything. Made his racing debut in an Aerial Atom a few years ago. Something perhaps even lighter than one of these Caterhams. The Caterham safety car moves away. Then they will go around on their final green flag lap using the national circuit here at Donington this weekend, just as we saw at Convoy in the Park. But these machines just a little bit lighter than the race trucks we saw on that occasion, I think. I've seen the heavyweights, now these are the lightweights. This is going to be absolutely frantic around the Donington Park national circuit. This weekend we've got no fewer than 20 races to bring you. We go racing right from 9:10 tomorrow morning. The car's about to move off on their green flag lap for the first of them. 20 cars on track, 20 minutes in the race. Chris Hutchinson just joining us here in the box. Let him get his breath back, having come up from the grid. He'll be on the spreadsheets this weekend telling us what the drivers need to do in terms of championship points, and will be offering his expert knowledge across the course of the weekend. Chris Hutchinson, good afternoon.
It's a fantastic event, isn't it? 50th birthday celebrations for Caterham and all sorts of Seven related action all throughout the course of this weekend, and yeah, getting the racing action underway with the Seven Championship UK cars. But we've got wall-to-wall Caterham 707S cars this race weekend, and yeah, I for one am really looking forward to this.
So tell us a little bit more about the cars we've got out there, Chris, based on the Caterham 420R.
That's it. So it's the top flight of Caterham Motorsports. So this is the British Caterham Champion. That's the title they're all aiming for. So they run on slicks, which you won't see on any of the other official Caterham championships this weekend. Fantastic weather all weekend, so we will see those slicks. They get a new set each race weekend, so they will slightly get more tired as the weekend goes on. But they've got about 180 horsepower, limited slip rear diff. They've got race focus suspension. They're absolutely thoroughbred race machinery. They kind of lap at the same kind of time as GT4 machinery does. So a really powerful thing. You can see them all weaving to get that heat into the tyres. They've also got a 6-speed Sadev box, so they just pull for a gear and push for pull for up, push for down, and yeah, they'll be looking forward to the first of their 3 20-minute races that they have throughout the course of this weekend. And they're the only championship we've got here this weekend. You've got another event still to come. Everyone else this is their final race weekend, but for the 7 Championship UK, they're going to go and join the touring cars at Silverstone on, I think it's the 22nd, 23rd of September.
Great stuff, showing the stature of this championship in British motorsports. Cars heading down the famous Craner curves on their green flag lap into the right-hander at the old hairpin. We may well see some lunges for overtakes through there. They've already gone through Redgate and Hollywood at the top of the hill, and the cars climb up under it used to be under Starkey's Bridge. And there's Gary Lapidus at the back, the number 16 car. Currently sitting down in P50 in the points. This is the left-hander at Schwantz Curve, named after motorcycle legend Kevin Schwantz. And then the course climbs up into the right-hander at McLean's, under the flight path of East Midlands Airport, and then into the tricky double apex right-hander at Coppice. You can't see the first apex because of the rise of the hill. If you turn right into Coppice Corner, there's Carl Jones, number 11, just ahead of the number 4 of Ollie Smith, who's racing 2 different cars here this weekend. One of a few drivers doubling up between classes.
Such a tight tight space between the grids. It's hard to get into 2 championships, but Ollie's found a way. Lewis Thompson could win it this weekend, whilst we've still got the weekend to go. If he wins all 3 races, he can win the championship as they just head through that final chicane, the Roberts chicane, the right and then left on this national circuit, 2 miles around this national circuit, as the cars are just about to start getting back towards the grid.
This car's beginning to pull up on the grid now. There is the back of the field coming through the Roberts chicane, the right and the left. We will see lots of slipstreaming down the exhibition straight leading into it. The car's now pulling up on the grid, ready for a standing start. It's a 20-minute race coming up. Lewis Thompson really needs a win here, the championship leader. Stephen Lyle, the red, white and black car alongside him. Paul Donkin in red and white on row 2, number 24, 61, Angus McLean. Good to see him well up there, the red and blue car on the right of your screen. Row 3, Chris Fraser in the turquoise and white number 8 car. Then Aaron Head, the black car with the pink roll cage. He'll be one to watch from the 3rd row of the grid. Revs are up then. It's time to go racing here at Donington Park. The Caterham 50th Anniversary Festival is underway. Good start by Paul Donkin, ducking in there on the inside. Goes behind Lewis Thompson down towards the first corner at Redgate. Is everybody going to make it round okay? It looks like it's number 9 there, trying to charge through on the inside. We've got somebody off into the gravel. Who's that's gone in?
Mike Evans, I think, out there wide. He had a little trouble getting to the grid. He had ripped his sump off in qualifying, so if that was Mike Evans, that's not the great start to his race. But it's Thompson out front then, ahead of Donkin. Yeah, great start up from third place. Donkin leading AM driver as well, so in the red car really doing well to be up there in second place, and he's got to beat his rival Angus McLean as Thompson leads them up, and they're starting to go too wide already. 20 minutes of this race, but they will go overtake at every single opportunity they can. Lyle has retaken back over from Donkin, in fact so has Head. And it's Chris Fraser. What a great qualifying performance from Chris. He was first time out last time at Snetterton, so he was up there. Both him and McLean getting into the Super Pole qualifying sessions as they feed round Coppice and down the Exhibition Straight.
One car running wide there, Gordon Sawyer, the yellow car. Now seeing them start to fan out across the Exhibition Straight down into the chicane. Aaron Head did not too pleased with his Super Pole, only down in 6th. He's up to 3rd. There's Donkin 4th. Fraser is in 5th position, number 8. His first ever Super Pole here at Donington for the top 6 in qualifying. Lewis Thompson leads. It's 3 wide for second place. There's a bit of debris flapping around there, so there may have been some contact off the line.
Dalehead locking up there into Redgate. It's getting these tyres in and up to temperature. It takes a little while, and Mike Evans going wide again trying to get that car back out on the grid, but he's obviously suffering a little bit of understeer through Redgate. Thompson though is trying to show a clean pair of heels, but Head has got past Lyle now, and also ahead of Donkin as we said earlier in that lap, as they fly around the old hairpin 100 miles an hour-ish, or 90 miles an hour as they go around the old hairpin. Really fantastic corner to drive around as we watch the Taylor's field. There's Gary Lapidus just following along the group ahead of him, but they're all still relatively nose to tail at this point.
Certainly are nose to tail for the lead. We've got 6 of them together, and Aaron Head is not hanging about here. He's not in contention for the championship as he wants a 3rd win of the season. He's having a look there as they go into Coppice. It's Thompson who shows from 2nd place, Aaron Head. Stephen Lyle tucked in behind. He's a specialist at getting the extra point for fastest lap. He moves out there. Look at them side by side as they go into the chicane. But Lewis Thompson holds the inside. Donkin side by side with Fraser next in the order. Then a solid scrub of cars going through behind. Carl Jones is making up the places, getting past the number 7 there of James Taylor. Ollie Smith in behind them. Leaders go over the line. Trying to go around the outside is Aaron Head, but he's left a gap on the inside. Stephen Lyle up alongside him. He'll try and get the inside line on the DPR Motorsport prepared number 1 car as they go into Hollywood. Trying to get around the outside there is Dalehead. He's going well. He's up into P5. The brother of Aaron. He's got around the outside of Chris Fraser there coming through Hollywood, but it's still Thompson who leads under intense pressure from the reigning champion.
We're going to see that plenty over the course of this weekend. A gap that appears and then evaporates almost as soon as you can call it out. Thompson now having to defend from Aaron Head in that number 1, the reigning champion. Not doing the full season as you've already mentioned, but still collecting points, and he's going to be taking away that lead from Thompson as they head through McLean's that time. And now Lyle's looking to see whether he can also move Thompson back. Obviously for everyone else, with Thompson having got 10 wins or so this year already, they really are looking to take that win away and maybe keep their championships alive. But at the moment Thompson's still in that battle, but it's Head who does head them down the Exhibition Straight. Side by side once more for Thompson. Lyle seeing whether he can get involved, and behind them that is Head, I think, going side by side with Donkin. So again, Donkin our lead and driver in that queue so far, but Head's looking to see whether he can get that position back.
Oh, and into the barriers. That's Finlay Cooper, number 5, has gone wallop straight in, coming off the chicane there. That will certainly be a safety car. As back at the inside, Lewis Thompson will retake the lead into Redgate, and trying to follow him is Stephen Lyle. They bang wheels going through there, but surely that's going to be a safety car. Finlay Cooper has gone heavily into the Recticel barriers on the exit of the chicane. We hope he's okay, the man in the number 5, the Hertfordshire driver, as Aaron Head doesn't care about that at the moment. He's going for the lead back again into the old hairpin. Didn't quite get the inside line away. There's Angus McLean. Good qualifying efforts on the 2nd row, but he's dropping back down the order. There's some smoke from somebody there. I think that's from Dalehead there locking up.
I wonder whether that shows there was a bit of contact maybe between Dalehead. It normally can go side by side on the way in to the that chicane, but if you're trying to go side by side on the way out, it gets really complicated really quickly. That's Gordon Sawyer just overtaking Head there. So yeah, it does look like there might be adding up wrong. 1-on-1 might not make 2, but at the moment that's what it looks like, as Head still is ahead of the field. There's a yellow. You can see the wave yellows, but still no safety car. In fact, I think I can see the safety car maybe being from the lights there, but certainly waved yellows anyway as they head through the rubber chicane. Then Head makes his way past that car. Then we'll see Stricken on the outside there. It does look like that driver's out, so we'll keep an eye out for that, but the racing continues at this point.
Yes, indeed. Still side by side for the lead. Yes, you can see that damage on Dalehead's car. There was some contact there. 3 wide for the lead as they go into Redgate. Gordon Sawyer's up with the leaders now in P5. Chris Fraser in 7th. Recovering from a slightly slow start, Ben Simmons, the relative newcomer to this division, is up into P8 as Thompson and Head go side by side down the Craner curves. That's a brave move indeed. Thompson comes out of it with the lead. We're only just 5 minutes into this race as well. We've already got this frantic action. Here's a replay of what happened at the chicane. Watch in the background for Finlay Cooper. He just goes too wide and whallops straight in. Recticel barriers go everywhere. I have to say, those onlookers in the background remarkably calm. They didn't move an inch.
They did not, but you can see there's plenty of padding. There's obviously it's not the first time cars go in there, and there was a lot of foam and padding in there. So hopefully he'll be all okay, and certainly racing set to continue. They'll wave the yellow flags for a few laps at least before they continue. In fact, we've got double wave yellows now in that area, so hopefully they're looking to see where they can recover that. But they will have to all be single file and as they go through Robert chicane. Head heads them through the chicane, then this time through ahead of Thompson and Lyle, so it's still other championship rivals. Gaunsoy looking to try and solidify third in the championship, and he's getting a little bit Donkin sort of chasing him down there. He was a little bit sleeping through the chicane, and Donkin's going to get on the inside of him as they go into Redgate this time.
Side by side for the lead. Then we saw them doing the snake down the Wheatcroft straight there, trying to break the toe, stop them being slipstreamed into the next corner. We've got 8 cars, I think, in the lead battle now. Chris Fraser in the turquoise machine on the back of it, and Lewis Thompson's going to be taken again by Aaron Head. It was Head who led at the timing line by a tenth of a second. Stephen Lyle up the inside this time. I don't think he's going to get through there. There's been some contact. You can see a front mudguard hanging off Lewis Thompson's car, and the red flag is coming out. The red flag is coming out. The race is being stopped. Now, is that presumably for that incident at the chicane?
I think they'll want to repair the barrier, get the car out of the way, and they don't want to interrupt this race with a safety car at this point, is my guess. So, yeah, they'll be red flag this. It will regrid from a lap back ago, so it won't be a complete restart because we've got sufficiently through. But at the moment, they know the car's in a dangerous position. They want to get the racing underway, and they need to get that barrier fixed. So I think those decisions will all come together to say, we're red flagging it for now, we'll regrid you, and we'll get this race up and going again.
Yes, it would take too long, I think, for a safety car. We don't want to spend the whole of the rest of the race behind our Caterham safety car. We want racing here at Donington. So after assessing the situation there, a couple of laps for them to make the decision, and our volunteer marshals bringing the cars to a halt on the grid.
My first opportunity of the day then, Dave, to say thank you ever so much to all our marshals here this weekend, covering all our action. I know we've got an action-packed weekend for them, and it starts with a car in the barrier, so they have to go and fix that. But we can't go racing without all our volunteer marshals, and we appreciate everything they do. So on behalf of all the drivers here at Donington this weekend, thank you ever so much for everything you do for us.
My sentiments exactly. Thank you, Chris. And Finlay Cooper, the man from Hertfordshire, looks like that might be the end of his weekend. Sadly, the Challenge Consulting car, that's going to need a hefty rebuild.
I've seen more damage fixed in less time, so he's got all the night to get that back up and running. We'll see whether it's mainly from a technical point of view, where if something snapped off the car, it's whether it's pulled the anchor point and whether that can be recovered and put back, or whether there's a bend in the chassis. They're the kind of things they look for, but otherwise they just attach it again, get it all pointed in the right direction, and away we go. So let's see whether he is back out there, but not the start of the weekend that he would have wanted for sure. And it's always bad to see a car in the barriers, so hopefully they can get that back together and he can get back up and running.
And now we can see how the recovery operation plays out here. Got the telehandler in there to lift those foam barriers. You can see it's not a tyre wall as we so often see in motorsport. It's foam recticel barriers at the exit of the Roberts chicane. That's being put back into place by our Orange family as we know them, the volunteer marshals. If you want to become a marshal, then opportunities are available. You can go on a taste today. I did see a couple of trainee marshals here in the pit lane earlier this morning. You're taking on a tour of all the facilities here at the circuit, and then you go out on a marshal's post in the afternoon to see what it's all about, being up close and personal to the action. If you have a look on the BARC website, barc.net, the British Automobile Racing Club, you can find out how to volunteer as a marshal. There's also the British Motorsport Marshals Club. You can see on the back of our marshals' orange overalls there, BMMC. Marshals.co.uk is their website.
as you can see, there's no way of getting closer to the action than being a marshal out there, and there's lots of different roles out there for all sorts of different marshalling positions, as well as all the officialdom that goes into making a race weekend happen as well. So stewarding and clerking of the course and things like that. So lots of opportunities to get involved in motorsport, and like I say, marshals really do get involved, and they love it to, they're part of that weekend, such an integral part of a race weekend. As much as we think the drivers are important when we're driving in the hot seat, actually it's the marshals that make everything tick.
So the telehandler is attached to the roll cage and the front of Finlay Cooper's number 5 car. That is lifted out of the barriers. We can assess the front end damage. That was quite an impact for the number 5 car, and Finlay Cooper will just be taken off to the medical centre, I think, just for a quick check-up. So he's out of the car. He appears to be okay, so as a precaution he will be checked over.
That's right, they normally do a few just concussion checks and make sure that you've got all your wits about you and there's nothing hurting. Obviously the adrenaline of a moment like that is coursing through your body, and it can cover up all sorts of maladies, so they like to take their time, just make sure the driver's okay, but all looking good so far. Like I said already, Lewis Thompson is the man to stop for all the other drivers, so he just has to get 3 wins this weekend. Doesn't matter what happened in qualifying, they obviously got some points for that. Doesn't matter about fastest laps. If he takes 3 wins, then he has won the championship this round. He comes in with 10 wins, and what a result. He did a partial season last year as he was waiting for his car to arrive, showed his pace, but really I don't think anyone was expecting to see quite the dominance that Lewis has had. And Aaron Head's, whenever he's been with us, he's also been up there and fighting for the battling. You can see Aaron Head finish that current position in that he looks like he's going to start on pole position for this restart. It will be a completely fresh restart, as far as none of the gaps, the time gaps that were there before, will exist. They'll just start from the grid, they'll wave them off on a green flag, they'll then have the green light, and off they'll head down, or rather the red light's going out, I should say, shouldn't I, as they'll head off then down into Redgate as a completely fresh start, but with in fact they've reset entirely the 20 minutes on the clock. I don't know whether that's can be relied on right now, but it does look like they've maybe set this race back to a completely restart, which, given that they'd already raced 7 minutes, that could be a fuel issue for some of these drivers if they're cutting it fine.
Well, we'll wait and see how the grid lines up then, and in fact they do line up with Aaron Head in pole position, so they are taking the grid at least from the positions that they were in when the red flag came out. So Lewis Thompson is in P2 on the grid, Stephen Lyle moves back to P3, and the clock has now reset on our timing screen here in the box to 14 minutes. It will reset on your screens, viewers, in just a few moments' time. So it's a 14-minute race. Incidentally, the fastest lap in that first part of the race had been set by Gordon Sawyer. He was flying through in the yellow number 77.
He really was. So he's trying to solidify the 3rd place in the Pro-Am Championship. So Paul Donkin's actually slightly ahead of him on points, and I know that's a bit of a point of contention. So Sawyer's just behind Donkin now on the grid, or rather in position terms, and so he'll be looking to see whether he can get in front, but he certainly wants to take that 3rd place. Here's the restart of the original start then. Thompson making a great move down the inside. We saw Donkin getting off the line really well as we saw everyone else flow on through Redgate. Mike Jones round the outside, and there's Mike Evans heading off into the gravel. Obviously he didn't want to be there after just struggling to get to the grid. Did some great to do that to get there. As Head coming round to the outside, like you said, it's it's a bit of a brave move to come side by side through Chronic Curves, but they do it, and in Caterham's you'll see that plenty this weekend. But it was Thompson who took that position early on, as Head was flowing on through. But it was always those 3 at the front so far in the 7 minutes or so that we've run. Still going to have that 14 minutes, so they're going to have just about that halfway point as we saw Sawyer flying. I think there's that accident. It was like I say, a lot of movement. To see a lot of movement in the barriers is good news. It dissipates all that energy, takes it all away, and means that you're not just hitting a solid object. So really good to see that car is being recovered back to the pits, and they can see whether they can get it all pointed right again.
Quick hello to everybody who's got in touch via YouTube already. Thanks for your comments so far, including one viewer from San Antonio, Texas. Great to see an international audience. Also, hi to Lewis Clark Bull as well, aspiring up-and-coming motorsport photographer. Already putting his dad, Matthew Bull, one of the top photographers on the short ovals for many, many years, to shame with his excellent photography as well. Like father, like son, as they say. But the operation is nearly complete. Look, the barrier almost rebuilt there. fair play to the Orange family and the recovery teams as the rectal barriers are put back, and we will shortly be underway with our restart with Aaron Head in pole position. He'll be relieved because I was looking at the times from Super Pole, and Aaron Head, he actually had his lap time disallowed for exceeding track limits. That's why he was in P6.
I think he abandoned the lap as well. I think he realised he'd gone off wide and he gave up on that lap, and he knew it was going to be P6, but he moved through quick, didn't he? It doesn't take him long to get off that line and head it off, but look at that barrier as if it never happened. Great job. And it's 22 degrees out there, so we're already working in hot, and it looks like it's going to get even hotter as the weekend goes on, but glorious sunshine meets us here at Donington. Just white fluffy clouds all over as we wait for the planes to land in from East Midlands as they go over. So a famous sight of motorsport, that the aeroplanes landing over the top of the circuit. But yeah, it looks like everyone they're clearing the grid. I can just see the final few officials leaving the grid, and we'll see the recovery cars head back to the pit lane, and we'll be ready then for a green flag lap before heading into the second part of this race. So it will be the final 14 minutes of racing.
You're saying it's hot here at Donington this weekend. I was at Imola for an event in July earlier this year, and on the Sunday it was 39 degrees. Now that was, goodness knows what it was like for the marshals out there in their fireproofs and so on. Yeah,
I mean, I melt as soon as it gets above 18 degrees, so I'm glad that we're in our air-conditioned commentary box here right now. But all the cars looking great out there, sparkling away in the sunshine. And you can see the heat haze there. 20 cars qualified for us today in the 7 Championship UK. We'll see some bigger grids as well further down. As I say, more Caterhams that you can shake a stick at as they just get prepared to waver. I can hear the flags being signalled, and there they go then, back onto a green flag lap. Another opportunity to check conditions, get some heat back into those tyres, clean off any dust that you've got on there, and get ready to do it all again.
So it is Aaron Head who leads them around, the black car with the pink roll cage. Starting alongside him will be Lewis Thompson in his British Racing green machine with the lighter green sponsor logos on there. There's the number 21, that's Harry Landy, the Londoner, one of many DPR motorsport cars here this weekend, run by David Rowe.
Harry, first time in, he's been in 310 in his green machinery for the remainder of the season, so he's just jumped into this 420, and yeah, he obviously induction of fire, he's got to learn the car. Also hurt his hand, as we do see an aeroplane landing into East Midlands, but he hurt his hand earlier this weekend, so that's really not a good start to for his campaign, but nevertheless trying the car out ready for next year to have a full campaign season.
Stop distracting me with talk of planes. You know I'm an aviation nerd as well.
Yeah, I just saw the shadow creeping across as they went round. Yeah, I think that's Tom Eden in his new blue machinery. So we've been used to seeing him up until the last time out. The last time out at Snetterton, he had the blue machinery, but we've been used to seeing him in yellow. So if we miscall him, that's why. It's always I say bad form for a driver to change their colour scheme halfway through the year. But you can see them there weaving. I know from driving in a couple of years back in this championship, one of the most tiring aspects of this whole racing business is trying to get your tyres up to speed, ready in the zone, ready for turn 1. Because if they're not ready to go, you're going to get swallowed by this pack of cars.
Angus McLean with another chance there. The light blue and red car made a bit of a slow start first time out.
After such a good qualifying as well, he would be disappointing with the way that race started. He's trying to keep up with Donkin, and Donkin is firmly still ensconced in this first head battle, the battle at the head of the field. But as they all come then to a stop on the grid markings again, the marshal there just getting everyone into their correct positions. They've got to figure out where they've got to go. It's not an easy job as a driver to figure out exactly what marks. You can see how many marks there are on that grid. Which one is yours? Is that Gary Lapidus coming into the pits as well?
Somebody did, yes. We'll have a look as he goes.
I'm pretty sure it was Gary Lapidus, so let's hope that his car is serviceable and he can get back out again. Looks like they are all pulling in there. Tom Eden just getting onto there. We can see the course car pulling up behind, so they'll be looking for the flag signals, and we're getting this race back underway.
Okay, the revs beginning to rise then from these 2-litre engines. Second attempt with the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK here at Donington Park on his 50th birthday weekend. We are underway. Great start by Paul Donkin down the outside. We could be 3 wide into Redgate here. Lewis Thompson's going to be squeezed in the middle. Aaron Head on the inside. Jake Swan cutting across there towards the back, and it's Donkin who's going to take the lead, I think, around the outside there. They're all going to make it around this time. Donkin hung out to dry over the curves, keeps his foot in, and it is Aaron Head who will just about hold the lead. Very close indeed down the Craner curves. Donkin gets squeezed out by Thompson. He's up into P2. Stephen Lyle will go for third on the inside into the old hairpin. He does go through into third place. So Paul Donkin, a great start, but he was stuck on that outside line. Gary Evans has dropped to the back in the Mike Evans rather has dropped to the back in the number 93 machine as they head up through Schwantz Curve towards McLean's for the first time. Lewis Thompson trying to go around the outside at McLean's. That's a move I've never seen pulled off before. Angus McLean going off wide into the gravel, so things sadly going from bad to worse for him on this restart as the lead battle heads up through Coppice corner here. They come down the exhibition straight. It's going to be 3 wide into the chicane by the look of it.
Yeah, look at this. Thompson down the inside, head in the middle of the sandwich. Lyle on the outside, behind it side by side, Sawyer and Donkin as they head through. Remember, it's side by side on the way in is not so bad. It's just when you go side by side on the way out where you have to hold your breath. Everyone making it through this time. Head trying to shake the toe, and Lyle going down the inside of Thompson. He's going to have to be careful not to weave. Once you've got a car alongside you, you've got to stop that weaving that we see, that kind of snake-like action. Lyle is going to dive down the inside. Thompson getting a bit of a shaky start this time through as we watch Chris Fraser dropping down the field just a little bit, isn't he? But Angus McLean's going to be so gutted that he is dropped down to the back of the field. He's going to try and chase back on, just chasing Gary Curtis there as they head through. But after that, such a good qualifying position, you know that he's going to be disappointed.
Paul Donkin been shuffled back to 5th. Gordon Sawyer got through as having a look down the inside of Jake Swan there, the number 9 of Matt Dyer. That's a battle further back in the order for 10th place.
Matt Dyer is a good campaigner. He's been in this championship multiple times before. Good to see him back here side by side then for the lead. There's Jones on the outside, Chris Fraser there as well as is that Ollie? In fact, who is that in the white car? I have to work that one out. But nevertheless, as they head round Coppice 3 wide, that isn't not usual at all.
It was number 14, Ben Simmons, in the white car in the middle there. Stephen Lyle round the outside on the exit of McLean's. He managed to pull off that move as well and has taken the lead of this race, looking for win number 4 this year. Lewis Thompson been shuffled back into the clutches of Gordon Sawyer and Paul Donkin. 5 cars fighting for the lead now. They go over the line. They're separated by 3/4 of a second, these 5. They're almost rubbing wheels there, almost rubbing Avon tyres as they go into Redgate. Lyle from head. 3rd place for that wing flapping is Thompson, then Sawyer, then it's Donkin. The next group is headed by Ben Simmons ahead of Fraser and Carl Jones up there as well in the number 11. Look at this, 5 of them almost on top of one another as they come down the Craner curves. Lewis Thompson up the inside. Head's retaken the lead. Lyle's been shuffled back to 3rd place. You get slightly wide onto that outside line. You're being railroaded to the back of the line.
Yeah, once you lose a bit of momentum, the rest of this angry field will swallow you up. We're going to see plenty of that action all the way through this race weekend. Donington Park is such a momentum track. You really do need to maximum speed. I think Thompson missed a bit of a gear there or something. Lyle's diving along the inside. We're going as a clump of cars up into Coppice this time through as they sort themselves out. Donkin and Sawyer having an absolute back and forth barnstormer at the moment, aren't they? Trading backwards and forwards. They're not in the same championship, but there's certainly a bit of needle there. They both want to beat each other. 2 DPR mates as we're going 3 wide once more. Lyle to the outside. Thompson down the middle, going to work it out this time. Head takes that inside line, and right now Lyle, whilst he was pushing into the entrance there, he's not going to be able to get on the way out, and he does slip to that 3rd place.
That was a strange through McLean's there for Thompson. The car seemed to snap sideways in the middle of the corner on the inside rather than at the outside at the exit, as you might expect. His head goes back around the outside of Thompson to take the lead into Redgate, heading towards Hollywood and then down the Craner curve. Still Lyle there in 3rd. Sawyer up into 4th place ahead of Donkin now. 6th place is the relative newcomer to the category, Chris Fraser, in that bright blue Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored machine. Big lock up for Carl Jones. He's going off straight on into the gravel trap. Now can he keep it going? Car surfs over the gravel. He'd done all that work to get all the way up the order, and Carl Jones, who's going to keep going, he hasn't bogged down in the gravel, is going to be down to near the back of the field. As here come the leaders through McLean's.
Did ever so well to get that stop by the time he got to the barrier, and then a nice little power drift on the gravel as he went round. And side by side then into Coppice. Lyle on the inside sideways as they go through the middle of Coppice. So Thompson would have been very aware of that sideways car on his inside as he left him a little bit of room, and I think that was the sensible choice at that point as Aaron Head tries to shake that toe. Looks like he's going to be able to get the line in here. He's not going to have to defend down the inside this time, so he will have maximum speed out, and that should help him as they head into Redgate. They are using every single last bit of the track as they head through Robert Chicane, but Head still trying to hold that lead. I think that's Dale Head going across the gravel in the background then, so as one Head had got a full speed run through, Dale Head managed to take a bit of gravel.
Into Redgate we go once again. There's just under 9 minutes of the race left to go. There's the battered car of Dale Head, number 64, the second of the brothers from Colchester in Essex. Aaron Head's made a little bit of a break now at the front of the field. They go down the Craner curves, about 3 Caterham lengths clear of Stephen Lyle in 2nd, Thompson in 3rd, then it's Donkin with Sawyer still on his tail, and this battling allowing Fraser to close in. He took about half a second out of Gordon Sawyer on that last lap. Ben Simmons in behind him, he's under pressure from Jake Swan in the number 8. Harry Landy got shuffled back on that last lap as well. Of course, Carl Jones was in that battle as well, but he's now down at the back of the field, having run wide through the gravel at the old hairpin. Dale Head trying to keep pace with the group of 3 ahead of him battling for P6, but he's rather in no man's land at the moment. So rounding out the top 10 is the number 7 of James Taylor, as here come the leaders down the exhibition straight. What's going to happen this time? Stephen Lyle goes to the outside. We said we'd see slipstreaming into the chicane. Perfectly done by Lyle. He takes the lead of the race.
Yeah, he had the momentum to actually get all the way through by the time they actually got to the corner, but Head just tucked in, waited his little time, and he's now in the prime seats heading down the straight for the first time. If anyone's watching the clock, you have to just be aware that the 13 minutes 30 that's showing is not true. It's actually 7 minutes 30 left of this race also. So we will call out when we're on that last lap, but just to be aware that, yeah, we are a bit further through this race than that timer indicates at this point.
Down the hill come the leaders then through the Craner curves. Paul Donkin trying to get into a podium position this time with Gordon Sawyer on his tail. You can see clearly the next 3 are closing in. It is soon going to be an 8-car battle, and here's another multi-car battle further back in the order. Tom Eden at the inside takes Angus McLean. In behind them is I think that's the number 9 car of Matt Dyer with the 7 of James Taylor. Has he been shuffled back a bit there? Yes, he has in that battle as well. He was 10th. He's lost about 3 places.
Yeah, so there's movement all the way through this field, and that battle pack behind looking feisty, isn't it? As Angus McLean tries to fight his way back through. We saw him having that issue on the early lap of this restart. Tom Eden now has been dispatched with, and there's Matt Dyer with a camera kind of dangling off the rear of his car there. I can see one of his either V-Box cameras or maybe his GoPro or something is just attached by a wire. So we watch them coming through that Robert chicane then. But here is our lead. Head is side by side with Lyle. We've rarely seen the car single file. You can see that the wing on Thompson's car, which makes it obvious which one is his. It's just flapping in the wind. It won't really cause him too many problems. It may be a bit of a distraction as they go side by side then through Redgate. Again, Caterham's make overtaking opportunities where no other cars can find them, and Redgate is one of the prime examples, and certainly the chicane as we've seen. We're going to see action aplenty side by side through Craners, and Lyle makes sure that he pushes Thompson back down to that 3rd place, and Donkin now has Swan. Interesting, Swan's come into this battle then ahead of Sawyer, and Swan's the person who can demote Sawyer in the Pro-Am Championship down to from 3rd place, so they're fighting. It's good to see Swan coming back through the field after slightly disappointing qualifying.
Jake Swan, he's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:12.084. He's up to 4th now. He's got ahead of Paul Donkin. He's going for a podium. He was in 8th place a couple of laps ago. He's flying through the order. The white car with the blue roll cage just tucked in now behind our championship leader Lewis Thompson in the number 79. Stephen Lyle down the outside into the chicane again. He's got this move down to a fine art now. He's got the lead again ahead of Aaron Head, but Head will surely get him back on the straight. Thompson will try to as well. Swan is then next in the order with Donkin weaving about on his tail. Then it's Gordon Sawyer, Fraser and Simmons in behind them.
Yeah, Thompson looks like he's got that done, although Lyle's fighting back. Thompson's in the middle of those 2 cars. Aaron Head had to sort of pull out of that manoeuvre to allow him to continue, as they've sort of tripped each other up, and they're a clump of cars once more. Jake Swan still in that 4th place, just the next best of the rest as they go side by side through Haggersway. Jake Swan's going to try and sling it down the inside, no room for him as they go single file. He's lost a bit of momentum, but Donkin looks like he's going to try and make that move. Chris Fraser right back in the action again, shoving his nose down the inside of Donkin.
Drivers absolutely loving this. I'm sure you are as well, everyone, as we see this is unusually fierce just for the first race of the weekend. Aaron Head up the inside, he's got the lead. Thompson into 2nd place ahead of Stephen Lyles. They head up towards Coppice Corner. Jake Swan right on the tail now of Stephen Lyle for that 3rd place. It could be separating into 2 groups of 4 now. These 4 trying to pull away from Gordon Sawyer in that 5th place as they do the shake, rattle and roll down the, what was it we called it, the rattlesnake shake down the straight at Snetterton last time out. So they're doing the same on the exhibition straights here at Donington. Aaron Head has got the lead as they head over the line this time. Stephen Lyle in the slipstream. They'll do the same again from one side to the other down the straight. There's 8 of them together now. Chris Fraser defending from Paul Donkin in the background there as Lyle up the inside into Redgate. This is difficult to keep up with.
Yeah, it really is, and only 3 or 4 minutes left again. Remember, the clock on the screen's not quite there, so 4 minutes of this race left. You're doing that 1 minute 12, 1 minute 11 laps, so yeah, got maybe a couple more laps left to go in this just yet. But Lyle down the inside of Thompson then, yeah, side by side as we've seen them plenty of times. Lyle almost working with Head a couple of times throughout this race, but right now they'll be thinking about the tail of this race and how they can keep their car in front while everyone else wants to be there as well. This is that chase group then. again. Matt Dyer's now moved back ahead of McLean and the number 4 there of Smith. So heading up through Schwantz then and up into McLean's for the what is going to be the 9th time.
Here they come towards the exhibition straight then. It is still the lead with Aaron Head. They're side by side as they come over the line. Stephen Lyle's going to go round the outside again, is he? No, he's not quite got it this time. Lewis Thompson in that 3rd place. Here they come across the line with just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Our timing tower sorted itself out now. That was a bit out of whack on the previous lap there, as Jake Swan trying to go for 3rd place on the inside. Lyle's going to go for the inside because Aaron Head's gone just a little bit wide there on the exit of Redgate Corner. Next in the order is Gordon Sawyer, then Donkin, Fraser, and back in 8th place is Ben Simmons, just hanging on in the number 14.
Sometimes going a little bit wide can actually be a good defensive manoeuvre because it stops someone going round your outside through and then takes the inside of the Craner curve. So can be a tactic to just drift slightly away from your apex and keep to the middle of the track, and you'll see that around this backside part of the circuit. When you're driving and following in a Caterham, you're getting a draft effect which is giving you extra miles an hour, and so the car in front of the contact, the wing goes flying off of Aaron Head's car. I think that between Lyle and Head there as they go up round McLean's that time through. In fact, I think it was Lyle's wing I can see there is missing, so that has detached and departed the car. But yeah, it's getting tight as we come into the tail end of this race then.
I thought they were going to tangle and go off into the gravel on the outside there, but they've just about held it together. Here comes Gordon Sawyer. He's profited from that. He's up the outside in the yellow number 77 car there, trying to take 4th place where he's done so from Jake Swan. And here comes Paul Donkin. That loss of momentum backed everybody up into the lead battle there. There's just over 90 seconds on the clock, so I think we're into the penultimate lap now. Stephen Lyle down the inside. You can see that missing wing after that contact. He's taken the lead through Redgate this time. Lewis Thompson in 3rd position. Gordon Sawyer back under threat from Jake Swan. They're side by side down the Craner curves again. Aaron Head's going to go through on the 2nd element. The Craners, that's brilliant from Aaron Head, the reigning champion, showing just why he is a champion in these cars. Now Gordon Sawyer back up into 4th place, just about holding off Jake Swan. I'm running out of breath already, and this is just the first race.
Yep, Swan and Sawyer fighting for 3rd in Pro-Am, so that is for position. Donkin is the head of the Am Championship, and his rivals are now slid well away from him, so his championship continues, and he probably has, or is going to sew that up very shortly. But it is Head not doing a full season. Remember, Lyle needs to keep ahead of Thompson, and they need to keep Thompson at that top winning spot to even be within a chance of keeping this championship alive as they head to Silverstone. Head though down the inside of the exhibition straight, like we say, we've got this lap to complete, and then we're coming on to what will be the last lap. It's going to be tight as they go across the line, so let's keep an eye out for the timing, but I think they will be showing the last lap board as they head over then. So head the side by side then as they go over the line. It is ahead of Lyle, but Thompson diving down the inside there. He knows it's time to go. Sawyer looking to the outside. He's going to take that swooping thing. He might even have to tack under Lyle, so he's going to maybe move himself up into 3rd place.
Here they come towards the Craner curves for what will be the last time. The clock is counting down. It is Aaron Head from Lewis Thompson. Lyle in 3rd. Sawyer didn't quite get through there on the inside. Jake Swan trying to come back into this as well in the 66. It's between those 5. I think Paul Donkin trying to tow up onto the back of them as well. They've dropped Simmons and Fraser very slightly. You can see them together in the background as they go up the hill towards McLean's for the last time. Who's going to come through McLean's with the lead? It's Head that has it at the moment. The place you don't want to be leading is into the chicane at the end of the exhibition straights for the last time. Lewis Thompson will try and make a move. He knows if he gets a hat-trick of wins this weekend, he will be provisionally the UK champion this year. And somebody going off there in the background, that's Ben Simmons, I think, as they come down into the chicane for the last time. Aaron Head it is who's got the lead. Which side is Stephen Lyle going to go? He's got past Thompson up into 2nd position. The checkered flag, I think, will be awaiting them at this time as they come up across the line. Aaron Head is ahead as they cross the line. There's the checkered flag. Head wins it. Lyle 2nd, Thompson 3rd. It was Swan who got 4th place, I think. Donkin and Sawyer lost out on the last lap down to P6.
He was side by side. Unfortunately, we see this final battle coming through. There's Matt Dyer leading Angus McLean, then Angus McLean rear end of that car flapping away, but it was it was side by side for Sawyer and Swan, and unfortunately Sawyer came out the wrong side of that. Donkin managed to make another position up on him. Remember, Donkin's not fighting in that same championship. You can see class positions on the left there of the race, but Lyle taking that 2nd place, but Head coming across that line in 1st.
So Aaron Head it is who takes the win by 0.377 of a second ahead of Stephen Lyle, with Lewis Thompson taking third. The calculators will be out already in the pit lane, I'm sure, to try and work out what drivers need to do for championship positions for the rest of the weekend. 2 more races coming up tomorrow, of course, for these cars. We'll confirm the full results as soon as we can. I can tell you the amateur class went to Paul Donkin in 5th position, with Chris Fraser in 2nd and Ben Simmons in 3rd. It was Simmons who ran wide, coming out of Coppice for the last time, I think, and dropped back. It's Head who takes the win ahead of the Pro Class winner, Aaron Head, the Pro Class winner, Pro-Am winner, Stephen Lyle in 2nd, sorry, and Lewis Thompson in 3rd.
I think the classes are a bit mixed up there. So Aaron Head definitely in the Pro-Am, and so are all the... Donkin's our first Am driver.
OK, so Aaron Head takes the win ahead of Lyle, Thompson, Swan, Donkin and Sawyer as quickly as that over the line. Chris Fraser beats Dale Headhome. Ben Simmons up wide run through Coppice the last time into the gravel, drops him down into 9th place, and it's Harry Landy completes the top 10. Then Matt Dyer, Angus McLean, Gary Curtis and Ollie Smith. The other finishers, Carl Jones down to 15th after his off mid-race, and behind them was number 7 James Taylor. We lost Mike Evans and Tom Eden into the pit lane, and of course Gary Lapidus didn't take the restart, nor did Finn Cooper.
Great set of first action then from our 7 Championship UK. They'll be heading back down towards Parc Fermé. We'll see whether Sam's down there. We'll get a call out whether that's happening. But ultimately, yeah, that was the first of plenty of Caterham action. Got Roadsports coming up. So they'll have 2 races. I think what that does do for the Championship is probably means Thompson can't wrap it up this weekend. It will be Thompson will be heading away from this weekend, probably without the ability to sew it up, and he'll have to wait for Silverstone with the touring cars next time out.
Yes, hello. Goodness me, what fantastic close racing that was. So close to each other, but literally no contact, 1 minute, minimal contact. But wow, amazing for these boys. They're all having a chat about it now. Let's come in and speak to Aaron. Congratulations, Aaron. Oh no. That was so close between you 3. But you didn't break away this time. You had Gordon Sawyer, Paul Donkin and Jake Swan right there behind you.
Yeah, I think there was just a bit too much battling, I think, to be able to pull away, ever with that one. I mean, every corner was switching in, all the time. But to be honest with you, I wanted it to be a really battling race. So every single time I wanted an overtake, I didn't worry about strategics at all during or any sort of strategy within the race, and it was just, let's have some fun. So and then the last lap, I was like, okay, I need to try and win. So stay in first. So yeah, managed to do it. When they got past the chicane, I managed to switch back, which then kept me first across the line. And then on the last lap, thankfully, them 2 just got side by side and wasn't the space, and thankfully I just kept it there. So these 2 are battling for the championship since I hadn't been here all season. So yeah, they've been enjoying it. So great.
Keeping them on their toes.
That's it, exactly that. Cheers.
Just reminding them I'm last year's champion.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it doesn't go away.
Thank you very much. Let's come and speak to Stephen Lyle. Congratulations, Stephen. That looked like a fun race, but you had people on you all the time, didn't you?
I didn't even know where to look. I mean, normally we're targeting just trying to get a point on Lewis, but no, that was trying to go for a win. I thought no matter what it takes, but Aaron had an answer for everything. Whenever I passed him, he got me the next corner. So, and the problem was we were in the tow. Our engines were up. Mine was up to like 115, 117. You don't have the power then. So every time Aaron with his they'd been in clear air, gets behind me, straight by again. So we've made it hard for it. They don't cool down again once they're up there.
Yes, but now it's good. You need clean air, don't you, really?
Always, yeah. It's worth a chunk of power.
Excellent. Well done. More points.
We'll try again.
Thank you, Stephen. Right, let's go and have a quick word with Lewis Thompson. Lewis, congratulations on 3rd place, but it's quite a tricky race, wasn't it? There's a lot going on.
Yeah, a lot going on. Yeah, it was just really close up front. Like, you really had to be the last of the late breakers to even have a chance. My wing was flapping about for most of the race, so it was like dragging along a sail. I just had absolutely no power, and yeah, it's just really frustrating. But we'll be back tomorrow. We'll get that fixed, and hopefully be back at the front. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Right, on to the next race. More Caterham action, as it's only Caterham's this weekend. But we'll hand back to David and Chris in the commentary box.
Thanks very much to Sam Parker down in Parc Fermé. Here's a few highlights of our very lively first Caterham action of the weekend. The 93 car of Mike Evans running wide into the gravel at the first corner at Redgates. Finn Cooper's race didn't last long. He ended up in the barriers on the exit of the chicane, necessitating a red flag, which was a very quick clean-up operation. On the restart, Carl Jones went off after a big lock-up at the old hairpin. A bit of gravel surfing for him, dropping into the rear of the field, but he managed to keep things going and was able to finish the race down in 15th place. Highlight of the race, terrific battle. It was a three-way initially. It ended up with 8 cars battling for the lead. Stephen Lyle showing his slipstreaming prowess around the outside, in particular into the chicane. Aaron Head and Lewis Thompson loving every second of their battle with the 43 of Stephen Lyle. Jake Swan charging through to join in as well. They ended up at one stage with 8 cars together at the front of the field in a typically wonderful slipstreaming Caterham battle around the Donington Park circuit. Lewis Thompson with a brave dive into the last lap down the inside. It didn't quite work as Aaron Head was able to keep his footing around that outside line. Cars are now on their way out for our second race of the weekend. We will see the Avon Towers Caterham 7 Championship UK back out for their second race tomorrow morning. The cars are already on their green flag lap for the second race of the weekend, which is the Vertex Watches Caterham Roadsport Championship. Cars on their second rung on the ladder, if you like. These are all graduates from the Caterham Academy last season. And the championship has already been won by Ben Timmons, and he's moved up to compete in the 270R Championship this weekend. So we will see new names at the top possibly, and we have a first-time pole sitter in this race. Rob Kenley, number 14, starts alongside number 88 Ryan Wilby. Second row 21 Richard Harris, and number 70, good effort by Simon Sabin. Toby Ballard, number 72, who's currently second in the points on row 3 alongside Edward Cosy, a winner at Silverstone earlier this season, number 3. 44 of Rob Lowe starts alongside Sol Rogers in 65 on row 4, and it's Henry Littlejohn 87 and Lionel Tolmash number 22 completing the top 10. He sits third in the points at the moment. Row 6 is number 93 of Craig Boyle and 89 former Academy champion Tom McEwing. Row 7 is 33 Zach Lower alongside number 10 Alistair Davidson. 8th row 68 of Darren Butler, none the worse for an off in testing yesterday, alongside 99 Dan Hope. Row 9 is 28 Nick Bryant, number 19 Will Jarvis, completing the top 20, 77 Harvey Lawrence and 55 Guy Crossman. The 11th row is 5 Tony Jenner, 66 Ollie Kibblewhite. Row 12, 31 Andrew Bailey and 23 of Gary Cross. The penultimate row, 40 Rob Gregor, the Australian, and number 60 Mark Soden. The grid rounded up by number 18 Ian Bettis, and late entry for this weekend, returning to racing, number 13 Craig Jarvis. That's your grid then of Caterham Road Sports, as we say, the second rung on the ladder. Most of these cars being upgraded Academy cars from last season. Championship has already been won by Ben Timmons. He's moved up to the 270R category, so the likes of Toby Ballard, Lionel Tolmash, Ryan Wilby and Tom McEwing will be the names to watch here. We have a first-time pole sitter in Rob Kennelly, number 14, the man from Cheshire. He's currently in P8 in the points, looking for his first win in the Vertex Road Sport Championship. Last few cars just moving into the correct grid positions there. Rob Kennelly, the grey car with the red flashes in pole position alongside number 88 Ryan Wilby. He was in good form at Snetterton last time out, the silver and Dayglow orange car. Then on the second row of the grid, Richard Harris, that's one of the Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored cars, number 21 the turquoise livery alongside the yellow of Simon Sabin, the number 70. Revs beginning to rise then from the 1600cc engines in these Vertex Caterham Road Sport cars. This will be another 20-minute race. Red lights are on and away they go. Down towards Redgate for the first time. Ryan Wilby gets away well. A couple of cars duck out of the slipstream. Watch for Toby Ballard on the inside there, the number 72 car, second in the championship coming into this round, but it is Ryan Wilby who will lead into Redgate. Simon Sabin up into second position, and a couple of cars, 3 or 4 cars in fact, run well. They're all going wide into the gravel on the first corner. In fact, half the field's in there somewhere.
Yeah, Hope out there as well. I wonder, and Harvey Lawrence as well. Like you say, there's the yellow flags flying. I wonder whether there was some moisture or something. Something certainly didn't give them the grip they were expecting as they headed down there. Maybe it was just over ambition, over adhesion, as they say, as the rest of the field flow through. Like you say, this is going to be a Ballard versus Tolmarsh race for the 2nd and 3rd in the championship. Wilby can make it, and I think Boyle can as well, but they need some strange results. So we will, whilst the champion is already crowned, we will be looking to see who can make the best of it. And we've seen some really good qualifying positions. Kennelly on that pole position, still managing just about to hold the lead as they head through. Then it just lose out a little. It's just on the inside there. They went through Coppice that time. But yeah, Kennelly with that, and Richard Harris there in that third place on the grid. What a great qualifying for him.
Yes, indeed. Here comes the cavalry charge down the straight, then into the chicane. Surely something's got to give here. It is just about Rob Kennelly who has held his lead. The number 14, Simon Sabin, coming through into second place over the curve there on the inside. Everybody else charging. There's that bright green machine in the middle. That's Craig Boyle. Normally struggles in qualifying and then charges through in the first race. It's almost 3 wide for second place. It is Kennelly that's got the lead. Ryan Wilby up the inside. Simon Sabin in the middle. That'll be Toby Ballard on the outside. And then I think that's is that the number 5 of Tony Jenner who's come through into 5th position? No, it's Henry Littlejohn, number 87. I knew I'd get those 2 maroon cars mixed up at some point.
Yeah, Tony Jenner had a great time last night. Sideways as they go in this Roadsport machine. Quite substantially different from the 7 Championship UK car we've just been watching. Full windscreens, road legal Caterham this one. Second step of the motorsport ladder, and they really are flinging this around. And because they've got the windscreen, they've got to put more air to push out the way. And they've not quite got the power of the 7 Championship UK. So we will see even more action as we saw that time through into the chicane and into turn 1. But it is still Kennelly out front. Ryan will be starting to lose out. Richard Harris is a big loser on that first lap, and I see Butler's just about maintained where he's going to be throughout this. But everyone else, after the gravelly visits on that first corner, Tom McEwing I think must have been one of those. He's near the back of that field as we see Harvey Lawrence trying to make his way back through. I think, no, in fact that's Sol Rogers trying to make his way back through. We can see them all then coming down the exhibition straight, and there's a breakaway for Kennelly.
Yes, here they come then down into the chicane. You almost want to cower back out of the way. Somebody's got a big lock up on the inside. 4 wide's not going to work, surely. They've all got round. I don't know how. That was a heart-stopping moment there. I'm not sure who that was locking up down the inside there, but it's going to be a complete change. Let's check the timing screens to see who's in what order. Kennelly leads it from Wilby, Sabin. Edward Cozzy is up into 4th place. Then it's Bryant up to 5th. Yes, it was him down the inside. Toby Ballard's down to 6th. They're still at it as they go into Redgate. This is amazing. We're only a couple of laps into this. All the cars that went sand tracking on the first corner at Redgate are starting to recover. Tolmarsh was one of them. I think he's down to P17.
Yeah, not good for him in his battle to try and take the 2nd place in the championship. Ballard is in the prime seats of that, but that battle will go to tomorrow regardless, as we see Tolmarsh there trying to fight his way back through, and he has got that number 5 car there of Jenner just in front of him. Kennelly takes the fastest lap out front, which shows how much everyone else was scrapping that time. They won't appreciate Bryant's move down the inside there. The rest of his competitors, they had to make accommodation for him, but he did make it stick in the end and didn't drift offline, so I guess he just about got away with it. I think he's going to have quite a few flat spots on those tyres. Tolmarsh is absolutely flying back through this field. He's now alongside and in front of Jenner as they go through Coppice, and coming down then onto the exhibition straight once more.
Here they come then down the straight into the chicane.
Yeah, as they come through the chicane then, and is Cozzy up there into that good position for him. You see the little love heart on his number plate, so it is a sort of, because they're road legal, you must have a number plate on these road sports, and you can see Cozzy there with the the fluorescent yellow with the heart on there. But it's Kennelly's lost his gap now. Wilby's caught all the way back up as they head through, and it is Wilby. Sabin is having a great result for so far in that 3rd place. Cozzy in that 4th, and Ballard in that battle for 2nd, 3rd is in 5th place. Littlejohn, yeah, great result for him again. Well, not result, great performance for him so far. And Bryant, after that scary moment, it looks like he's settled in a little bit more into the train, and I think Boyle may be looking to get past him. He's certainly absolutely nose to tail between those 2 cars. Number 44 of Low as well, he's having some good resurgent performance. We see Chris Harris trying to make his Richard Harris trying to make his way back through the field after drifting from that 3rd place qualifying, so he's a fast car who's got a little bit of work to do. But Sabin currently in that 3rd place as Wilby and Kennelly go side by side for the lead.
Still side by side into Coppice. It is Kennelly who comes out with the lead as they go into the double right-hander. Along the exhibition straights we go then, and still up there in third is Simon Sabin. Ed Cozzy is in fourth position, the black number 3 car. Trying to go around the outside is Ryan Wilby, the 88. He currently sits fourth place in the points. Cozzy up the inside as they go into the chicane there. Is he going to get P3 away, and trying to come up alongside them is Toby Ballard, 3 wide for third place. There's contact down the straight. Goodness me, that was close. I thought they were going to be sent flying off towards the barriers, but the only casualty is one of the rear wings off one of those cars. That's come off Ed Cozzy's number 3, and it is Ballard who comes out with that third place, the grey and orange number 72 car. Little John still up there in 6th place ahead of Bryant. Craig Boyle's in there as well, the lime green number 93. Tolmarsh has set the fastest lap. He's now up to P13.
I don't think Ballard realised there were 2 cars up his inside there. He moved across like there was no car there, and you can say that contact could have been a lot worse as they went down the straight that time through. Here's Butler with Tolmarsh is next up behind him in that queue. So Tolmarsh fighting his way, 13th last time through, and I think he's now fighting for that 10th place. But it is still the number 14 of Kennelly out front ahead of Ryan Wilby. The little gap then back to Ballard after that contact down the straight with Cozzy and Sabin. Sabin losing out there from 3rd down to that 5th place, and Bryant is the next up, but they're all under attack currently from Tolmarsh, who's making his way through. But we're side by side and have been for about a lap now between these 2 out front then. So it is Ryan Wilby down the inside, but it looks like Kennelly's got some momentum. No, Ryan Wilby's later on the brakes that time through into Roberts, and side by side still managing to hold on Ballard in his battle for second in the championship, still doing what he needs to do, but Tolmarsh is on his way.
Yes, Toby Ballard now back up into P3 as they go over the line. Rob Kennelly tries to go over the outside, around the outside. Wilby and Kennelly swapping places for fun here. 6th place is still Harris, but under fire from Craig Boyle. That's trying to get around the outside is Simon Sabin. Briefly around second, the yellow and black number 70 early on. Here they come down the Craner curves. Cozzy moving to the inside to try and retake Toby Ballard in the number 72 machine. Ballard, who's yet to take a win this year. He's had 3 second places, but desperate for his first win in Roadsport. It's Ben Timmons, who's already moved up to 270R, who's done the vast majority of the winning this year. Lionel Tolmarsh has had 2 wins, including in a photo finish at the opening round at Alton Park at the start of the season in April. As the lead pack heads up through McLean's, 5 of them for the lead still now. There is Simon Sabin at the back of this group. Simon Sabin a little further down. He's only P16 in the points coming into this round, so looking for one of his better finishes this year.
He shows this spark of speed every now and again, clearly gets on with the Donington track as they all come down here, but one line astern as ever, again back into line as well, in fact it's Kennelly just going side by side with Ryan Wilby, losing out there, and it looks like might be Cozzy's going to make the most of that. We've got another wing hanging out on the edge of the track there, as behind them Harris is also getting involved, but it is it's Ballard up into that 2nd place behind Wilby, and it was Kennelly who lost out that time through. So after having made that defence of the lead for so long, he's now got Cozzy and Sabin all over the rear panel of his car, so he's got to adjust to not being out front anymore and being deep in this battle for 5 cars now for this lead position. And it has been Ben Timmons who's taken the majority, like you say, 8 wins this season. He's not here with us, so someone else is going to take these wins now, and Wilby will certainly like to be able to take that and see whether he can still keep himself in for a championship position.
Keep an eye out for Lionel Tolmarsh, though. He's up to P11 now, and he's done the fastest lap of the race. 121.307, I should say. There's a black and gold car. We should be able to see him in there somewhere, and the leader's gone wide. Was there contact there between Wilby and Ballard, I should say? Ballard went out wide over the curbs. Trying for the inside is Ryan Wilby. He's got Kennelly on his tail, then Cozzy and Sabin. They start to position themselves as they come out of Coppice for the run down the exhibition straight, jinking from one side to the other. Here comes Kennelly up the outside. He took his first pole position. He wants his first win. He's got round the outside of both of them. Oh, brilliant from the number 14. I think Simon Sabin nearly went straight on there, so we'll see if he's got round okay in the number 70. No, he hasn't. He did go straight on. There he is, right behind Harrison Boyle further back.
Yep, so he's lost a couple of places. He's no longer part of that lead battle, and he's going to struggle to get back involved, but maybe Boyle and Harris can take him back as we go side by side once more. Then Ballard and Kennelly this time, so Wilby's taking a little breather in that 3rd place, but he'll certainly be looking to see how quickly he can get back involved, and he's shoving his nose down the inside, isn't he? So yeah, he's going to be straight back into that 2nd place. So it is as it was, with Ballard now shuffled down to that 4th place. Cozzy now firmly involved in that battle in 3rd place. Lost lost that wing a little bit earlier, and certainly he's after a weekend off. He wasn't with us at Snetterton. He's back and racing. There's Simon Sabin making up one place back through on Harris, so he has made that first move and see whether he can get across that gap. But Boyle is just in front of him, but there is a substantial gap in front of them, and it's going to take him a little while just to reach that front group. They've still got time though, 9.5 minutes left.
Well, Craig Boyle, as we see every time, he struggles to qualify and then flies through towards the lead group. Simon Sabin took his frustrations out on Richard Harris there at the old hairpin, diving down the inside after he made that mistake at the chicane earlier. Next in the order is number 44, Rob Lowe. So here come the leaders down into the chicane. Once again, Rob Kennelly goes around the outside to retake the lead. Rob Lowe was telling me earlier, this is his first race weekend where his family hasn't accompanied him to watch, so they'll hopefully be watching on the live stream, cheering him on.
Oh, I'm absolutely certain they were. So Isla Lowe joined us for the academy a couple of years, or last year, so it was Rob's turn this time. He joined the Roadsport straight away, and he's absolutely getting on with it. He's had a real jump in performance over the last couple of events, but there is Kennelly finding a jump of performance out front, isn't he, in the number 14 car. So great result for him. Came in here in 9th place in the championship, so hasn't really figured fully at the front of the field, although has had some good results along the way. Seeing black and white track limits for number 14, that is Kennelly, so he needs to be careful now. He's been triggered by the marshals a few times for using some of the green tarmac that's just off the edge of this track, and if he does that too many more times, he'll start getting penalties.
There's the 65 car moving back up the order. That is Solomon Jerry Vincent Francis Bancroft Cotterill Rogers, to give his full name. Sol Rogers, we know.
Crikey O'Reilly, it's much easier to say Sol Rogers, isn't it? But yeah, he was one of those gravel trackers in the early part of this race, so he's found himself deep within the field and having to fight back through, but well done for saying that in one breath, as we see Ryan Wilby takes to the front now then, ahead of Kennelly. So this is if he gets across the line in this order, I think that'll be the first lap he's actually led, because he's looking to see whether he can act as interference on Kennelly. Kennelly's going around the outside, has a head of steam, got late on the brakes. They are going to go side by side, but it is going to be Wilby who comes out there. But Boyle has made his way all the way across that gap in quick order. There's Tolmarsh coming in a little bit behind, so he's behind Harris, I think, up into 8th place.
Yes, he's into the top 10 now. Tolmarsh is indeed in 8th place over the line, but Craig Boyle has just done the fastest lap, and he has caught the 4 leaders now. Kennelly round the outside holds the lead ahead of Ryan Wilby, side by side almost for third between Cozzy and Ballard. Now let's see what Craig Boyle can do here. He's 5th in the points. His best result this year is 2nd place at Zandvoort in the Netherlands. Can he take his first win? Ryan Wilby also looking for his first win. He's had 2 second places, I think, this year. Has had a couple of fastest lap points as well. Ed Cozzy had a win earlier this year on the at Silverstone on the was it the national circuit?
No, we did the full
Grand Prix.
Grand Prix
circuit using the old pits. Yes, I stand corrected. Here they come up out of McLean's then. It is still Kennelly ahead of Wilby. There's 6.5 minutes of this race still to go. Still time for Tolmarsh if he can catch this group up. He's in the 2nd group behind this lot at the moment. Watch for the black and gold number 22 car coming through. There's Simon Sabin, who's recovered to P6 after his error at the chicane early on. Ryan Wilby trying to go round the outside of Rob Kennelly, who is again later on the brakes. It's Cozzy in 3rd place. There's the 2nd group. There's Sabin. There's Tolmarsh. He's got ahead of Harris now and up into P7.
Yeah, so he is on the way. I just worry that he's not got quite enough time to get back fully into the mix. Remember, he's fighting with Ballard, who finds himself in 4th place. But you can see that, in fact, it's at him right behind Sabin now as well. So he really is charging through. Sabin probably needs to let him go through and bring him back to this battle, because Boyle came across that gap in such a quick order that Sabin's not quite managed to do it in the same flowing manoeuvres. But there goes Ryan Wilby getting shuffled down to 4th now. So Ed Cozzy has found his way to the lead, in fact. Once we've been working a little bit back, Cozzy somehow at that chicane moved from 3rd place, or in fact in turn 1 moved from 3rd place up into the lead. Kennelly now suffering. There is the yellow car of Sabin, and it's Tolmarsh that's just behind him, I think, looking to see whether he can make it. In fact, he's ahead of him now already. So Tolmarsh is tearing through this field. He really needs to chase down Ballard, who is his championship rival for 2nd and 3rd.
Kennelly's got the lead once again as they head out of McLean's. It's changing on almost every corner. Here's Ed Cozzy going for the lead now, having a look up the inside. Ballard goes down to 3rd. Wilby's back to 4th. Here comes the 5-car group. Craig Boyle just waiting to make his move here in that lime green number 93 car. Cozzy will have the lead briefly there down the exhibition straight, but Kennelly will have the inside line. He's so much later than everyone else on the brakes into that chicane. Wilby up the inside takes 3rd place away from Toby Ballard. There's contact there coming out the chicane. That was Tolmash. What happened there? He came off the curve. Oh, Sabin's gone into the barriers. That's going to be the end of his race. I think there's bodywork everywhere off his car. That's him out.
Yeah, it looks like it's just doors flung open. I don't think he did actually hit the barrier. I think it was just a spin that it was violent enough that it ripped the door open, but there was wheel-to-wheel contact between Sabin and Tolmash that time through. But it hasn't upset Tolmash. He's just lost another wing. He is completely rear wingless at the moment as he comes across this gap, and that gap is he's taking a whole charge of cars down towards this lead battle. Are they all going to come together in this last 4 minutes of this race? But it is Cozzy who takes the lead currently ahead of Kennelly, who's been there or thereabouts the whole of this race, and behind them it is that Wilby and Ballard still.
Here they come up towards Schwantz Curve. The battle for the lead is between Kennelly and Cozzy. There is Tolmash just ahead of the turquoise car of Harris, trying to close that top 5 down. There was a couple of lucky escapes in there. Craig Boyle was nearly caught up in that mayhem out of the chicanes. Well, the big loser sadly was Simon Sabin, who's now down to about P14 as the leaders go through Coppice. What's going to happen down the straight this time? There's Boyle on the back of Toby Ballard. Now, where is Tolmash? He's in there somewhere, hidden just behind that lead group. There he is, just behind the timing tower on your screens, down into the chicane. Cozzy on the inside. He's cut off by Rob Kennelly. Wilby is in third place. Ballard fourth. There's Boyle. There's Tolmash. Just caught a glimpse of him. The black and gold car ahead of Harris. Behind him is Tom McEwing, who's also fighting back after an early error. The bright green car. Just over 3 minutes to go as they go over the line. And Kennelly's being monstered from both sides here. Cozzy on the outside, Wilby on the inside. There's Tolmash, the number 22 car. Now he's on the tail of Craig Boyle, and he's going for that top 5.
Going around the outside as they come through the Hollywood and down into Craner Curves this time through, having to sit back in that line. But he's made it, Eddie. But he's brought a whole charge of other Caterhams along with him across that gap. It is now a lead group of sort of 8 to 9, 10 cars. There's that contact Sabin wheel to wheel with Tolmash then, but did send him into that spin. It also pinged his door open, but that just flapped back down and back into the ring, and he alongside his car, and he managed to continue onwards. Yeah, little nasty little bump there. I hope his car's okay, and I hope he's okay as well. I hope his steering wheel didn't jink through his arms. But it's Cozzy in second place behind Kennelly in that, and Brian Wilby. Then it's Tolmash down the inside of Bull. Tolmash then up to 4th place. I think we saw him down in something like 19th place at one point during this race. We'll have to look back to see how far back through this field he's come, but he is torn through the rest of this Roadsport field. There's 2 minutes of this race to go. They're doing 1 minute 22 laps. I think we're on our penultimate lap now, or similar to that, and as Cozzy's down, losing out this time through to Kennelly. Kennelly's been there or thereabouts all the time, hasn't he? He's certainly going to figure in this race result.
Here they come then. The gap has completely closed up between the first and second groups. Now it's a complete solid scrub of cars as they go over the line. There's about a dozen of them in there, I would say, together now. Kennelly leads them in to first corner at Redgate. There's Tolmash attacking Ballard and Wilby. That's the battle for third place now. Cozzy is hanging on in second. He wants a second win of the season. 3 wide into the Craner Curves. Tolmash squeezes down the inside of both Wilby and Ballard. He's never going to get through there. Surely he's got ahead of Ballard. He might get Wilby at the old hairpin. No, the door is closed on him, and the orange and silver car of Ryan Wilby holds that third place. In behind them is Craig Boyle, now down to P6. The two leaders are side by side almost out of Schwantz Curve up towards the right-hander at McLean's. They'll be coming around to start their final lap of this incredible Vertex Caterham Roadsport race 1 of the weekend. This time through up the hill towards Coppice they go. Cozzy will go to the inside on the number 14 of Rob Kennelly. Tolmash is in there. Oh, and problems out. It's Ballard. That was Ballard, I think, that lost it.
And Ballard's second in the championship, and Tolmash, it didn't look like there was any contact. He just seemed to lose it to the inside. So Ballard looking, he did do what he needed to do and get in front of him, and now Ballard's taking himself out of the race. That's a devastating move for him into the latter part of this race. That's going to really see him tumble down the order in this Roadsport race, and that will also mean that he's really going to struggle to take that second place in the championship. Tolmash has got that nearly sewn up then. We'll have to see what happens as we type all the figures into the sheet. But we've got a back marker coming into play as well. They're going to stick to the outside of the track there, although are they going to see the rest of this group coming through? Tolmash trying to go around the outside of Cozzy. He's going to come across that back marker. He's going to have a little bit of incident there with Boyle. He just about managed to avoid it. Crikey, it's all kicking off.
Yes, Craig Jarvis didn't really have the room to get out of the way there, making his racing return after a few years away this weekend, and he just about managed to get out of the way of the leaders. That's created a little bit of a gap there between third and fourth places as they head down the Craner Curves the last time. There's Tom McEwing. He's not out of this yet either. The green number 89 as they go up towards Schwantz Curve and McLean's for the final time. Who is going to take this one? This is incredible stuff. Ryan Wilby's come out now in the lead for the first time since the first couple of laps to number 88. He's got ahead of Kenley. It's Cozzy in third place. Tolmarsh is still there in fourth. It's going to take a Herculean effort down the inside into the chicane here from Tolmarsh. This is going to be incredible.
I hope they don't try and all do fourth to first place around the chicane. That will not work. Ryan Wilby is currently in the lead, but Kenley's got a head of steam around the outside. Cozzy's going around the outside of him. Who's going to make it through the chicane then?
Here they come. It's Kenley. He's been late on the brakes into the chicane all race long. He's ahead of Cozzy as they come through for the last time. Can Cozzy get up alongside him as they charge their way up towards the line for the final time? The checkered flag is inside. It's going to be Rob Kenley, I think, but only just. He's done it. Rob Kenley takes his first ever Caterham Roadsport win. What an amazing race. Kenley by 0.143 of a second over the line. Cozzy in second, it's Wilby in third. Lionel Tolmarsh from P19 after his first corner off finishes in P4. Craig Boyle is fifth, Tom McEwing is sixth, then Hope, Harris, Rogers and Little John round out the top 10.
What a fantastic Roadsport race. And we've got another race for them tomorrow, and make sure you tune in for that if that's anything to go by. What a fantastic race. McEwing making his way back from 12th on the grid. I think he then was one of the gravel trackers and had to fight his way through, and that would normally be a great result, but Tolmarsh was showing that he's done even better. Just didn't quite make it on the podium, but actually Tolmarsh there I think means he is going to solidify that second place in the championship. Certainly it's going to help him along his way. But a fantastic Roadsport action, 20 minutes of pure Caterham racing there, and we've got plenty more of that to go for the rest of this weekend.
I'm exhausted already, and we've only had 2 races. We've got another 18 to go yet. Rob Kenley the winner ahead of Edward Cozzy. Corrected time of 0.079 of a second. Ryan Wilby takes third ahead of Lionel Tolmarsh, who moves provisionally up into second in the points. Craig Boyle is fifth ahead of Tom McEwing. Then it's Daniel Hope, Richard Harris, Sol Rogers and Henry Littlejohn round out the top 10. Then Darren Butler, Alice Davidson, the unlucky Simon Sabin after his spin in P13 as high as P2 at one point. Nick Bryant was 14th. Toby Ballard only 15th after his spin at Coppice Corner. Then behind them were Guy Crossman, Ollie Kibblewhite, Harvey Lawrence, Tony Jenner, number 40 of Rob Gregor. Behind him was Gary Cross, then Mark Soden, Andrew Bailey, Will Jarvis, Paul Bettis, Ian Bettis rather, the number 18, and the final finisher Craig Jarvis a lap down. We lost Rob Lowe into the pits unfortunately, and Zach Lower was an early retiree into the pits as well. So Lowe and Lower didn't make the finish, but the rest did, and that's one of the best races I've seen at Donington this year.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic action there from the Roadsports. Great stuff as ever. So they'll be making their way down into Parc Fermé. So yeah, so hopefully Sam will be ready to receive our drivers in. I'm sure they're going to be all happy. So yeah, let's head down to Sam in Parc Fermé.
What an amazing race. Lots going on in that race, but we have a fan club for Rob behind. With his first win from lights to flag. I think there's some very happy people behind me, as you can hear. What an amazing atmosphere. And the other drivers are so happy for him as well, which is fantastic. He's going to enjoy this moment. What a great race. There's lots of wings missing on these cars, but what a fantastic race. I think Ed would be delighted with that one as well. We'll let him jump out the car. So that's going to make it interesting. Great drive from Lionel Tolmarsh as well. There we go. The crowd are cheering for him. It's so lovely to see. Wow, fantastic drive for these guys. There we go, just getting congratulated by everyone else. Everyone's so pleased for him. Rob, what an amazing drive from lights to flag. First pole and then into your first win with your fan club.
Lots of people here watching me and supporting me. It's a dream really. I've not not been on pole before, and I've only led a race for a very short period of time at Silverstone. So yeah, absolutely delighted. But yeah, can't really put it into words. Fantastic. Obviously, my mate Cozzy and Ryan as well. Not great to be on the podium with them boys. Fantastic.
They didn't make it easy for you, though, did they?
That was really tough, actually. Yeah, really tough. And I actually got overtaken by Ryan just as I was going up the hill, and I thought that's put me in a good position. And then I drove terribly through the chicane at the end, and I thought, oh my god, I've blown it. But no, fantastic. I'm really happy.
Well,
yeah.
Congratulations.
So
enjoy
much.
this moment. Right, let's have a word with Ed. Ed, so lovely. Fantastic drive from you. You did say this morning when I spoke to you, you're better at the race than you are at quali, and you've proved that.
Yeah, absolutely. My racecraft is definitely better than my quali pace. I don't know why. I just find it much easier being on the back of someone than I do doing it myself, weirdly. But no, really stoked. I mean, this man all weekend, hats off to him. He's been so fast. He's progressed so well over the season. He's also one of my best mates in the paddock. We've got an amazing friendship, and I am so proud of him. So this is his weekend. He's done amazing.
It's lovely to see that you're also happy for each other as well. Well done, Ed. Right, I'll have a quick word with Ryan. Ryan,
hi, Sam.
That was a tricky race, wasn't it? But you were fighting till the end. But congratulations with third.
Yeah, it was a brilliant race. Really enjoyed it. Third's my usual parking spot, so I'll take that. I thought I had a chance today, but yeah, we'll try again tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And more points for you, bit closer, because obviously something happened to Toby Ballard and he fell back down the list.
Oh, did he? But I think he's got some good reserve points in his drop scores. So I think my chances of beating him in the championships have probably sailed. But I think I've got fourth, and that's hopefully secure if I can do well tomorrow.
Excellent. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We'll have a very happy podium celebrations in a moment. In fact, they're squirting water all over each other. But we have another race coming up, so we'll hand back to David and Chris for now.
Thanks very much, Sam. Let's have a look at some highlights of that epic race. Well, half the field seemed to be playing at Rallycross on the first corner, but that was the spark for one or two very impressive comeback drives indeed. I think everybody's just a bit over-eager going into that first corner. Tom McEwing was involved as well as Lionel Tolmarsh, and then into the chicane. Some people were certainly over-eager. Nick Bryant, the 28 car, locking up and sliding up the inside, but it worked and he was able to get up into P5. There was contact down the straight. That's where Edward Cozzy lost that wing going over the start-finish line. Rob Kennelly and Ryan Wilby had a contest of last of the late breakers to try and keep that lead. There was contact further back. We saw Simon Sabin get spun out in the number 70 car. He was off the ground at one point, lucky not to go flying into the barriers. He dropped out of the top 10 as a result of that. Lionel Tolmarsh from P19 after going off on the first corner up into what would eventually be P4. Some very daring moves from Lionel Tolmarsh in the number 22, and a photo finish won by Rob Kennelly, his first Roadsports victory.
The action, though, does not stop after what was a fast, frantic and action-packed Roadsport race. We are heading towards the 310R Championship now, the fourth step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and some very rapid drivers in here. And actually one of the only championships we've got this weekend who can actually get it wrapped up. But let's go through the grid.
It is the championship leader, Jack Sales, who is on pole position, with the man in second place, just 14 points back, Lars Alexander Hoffman alongside him. Second row, number 9, Harry Cook, and 84, Andrew Murgatroyd, with Hugo Bush. Good results for him at Snetterton last time out, alongside Taylor O'Flanagan on row 3. Taylor currently third championship. Fourth row, Philip Bianchi, the Maltese driver, alongside the Anglo-Spaniard Ben Lopez Appleton in the number 5. Row 5, it's 71 Alan Cooper, and the 15 of David Yates. Moving on back to row 6, we've got Wesley Payne in the almost pearlescent liveried car alongside 28 Ryan Lovett. Row 7, Alan Curtis, number 43, starts alongside former Caterham boss, former CEO Graham McDonald. Row 8, number 49, Henry Williams, and 77, Kev Cooper. Row 9, number 8, Darryl Cresswell alongside 14 of Fraser Jones. The 10th row, 55, Harry Eyre alongside number 80, Matt Shepherd. Row 11, it's 53, Tim Steele, starts alongside the 38, Jeff Price. Row 12, 16, Steve Metcalf, and the 68 of Chris Welch. The 13th row, number 10, Stephen Lancaster, another of the Dutch Barn Vodka cars, alongside 27, Johnny Jarrett. Row 14, 33, Ryan Errol, and 65, which is Duncan Cook. 15th row 85 Rob Bullen and 99 Michael Kelly. 16th row James Hall and in the 98 and 12 Ron Mansey. And the final row 64 Paul Herndon, 52 Pete Wales. Huge grid of 34 cars provisionally in this race. Thanks to Michael Nelson for getting in touch. Says shout out to Oakmere Motorsport in the 310R category. Good luck to Graham McDonald, Steve Metcalf, James Hall and Johnny Jarrett.
Yep, Johnny Jarrett heads that team as team principal of Oakmere Roadsport, one of our Caterham dealers, and they're out there fully representative on this field. See what the action we've got left coming up this afternoon. Then we've got the 310R coming up now. Then we've got the Morph My Caterham graduates come for their first 20-minute race. Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship comes next at about 4:35. And then Morph My Graduates Championship Sigma 135 will be at 5:35 this afternoon. So plenty more Caterham action. Like we say, it's all Caterhams this race weekend. This is one of the championships that could be sewn up today, depending on how Jack Sales gets on over and above Lars Hoffmann. Jack Sales starts on pole, so he is absolutely looking like he's going to be well, he basically needs to beat Hoffmann in one race this weekend, and that will probably seal it for him. We've got to keep an eye on our calculators. Otherwise, even if Hoffmann wins with fastest lap at all the races, Jack Sales needs a couple of third places and a fourth place. So Jack's in the hot seat. He's got 14-point lead heading into this round, and he potentially could do it as we wait to see those 310Rs then out on circuit. 310R Championship, fourth step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, like we said. So it's still the Academy car underneath it all, but they've been through 3 upgrades since then. So this car will have been through the Roadsport upgrade, then into the 270R, which we'll see a bit later, and then finally they get to this 310R Championship. They have 155 horsepower, limited slip rear differential, as well as a little bit more revs to play with. And finally, they get the ZZR tyres, the Avon ZZR tyres, and Avon's supplying all these official Caterham Motorsport Championships this weekend. So thank you ever so much to all the efforts of Avon. And yeah, the ZZR gives them a little bit more speed, so we're expecting to see their championship lap record fall. They're currently 117.444, and I know in qualifying they're quite substantially ahead of that. We're already on to the 116.3, so we'll see whether they can do that in the race. Plenty of action, but it's been fast and furious for the 310s all through the season. They've been sharing wins all around this grid, but it is Jack Sales who comes off a triple win from Snetterton with a real head of steam, and he will be he'll be able to go down there. I think so results shared across the whole grid and podiums, but yeah, Jack Sales with a real head of steam coming in to this race, and looking forward to seeing it. But it's going to be the TN Accountancy white car with green that we're going to see whether he can beat Hoffmann in the Motul sponsored red and white car. Taylor Flanagan is looking good in third place. He needs a good set of results in his yellow machinery to solidify that third place. Cook and Bush can both attack him in this championship, but it's kind of unlikely as long as O'Flanagan gets some good results.
The other winners from across the course of this season, there has been 4 wins for Dominic Mansberger, the German, and 1 for Tom Willis as well, but they're not contesting the full series this year.
That's right. Dom Mansberger, after his championship faded, he's decided to hang up his helmet from this year's racing. And yeah, it's Willis, who we've seen sort of take a win earlier in this race year. He's not doing the full season. He was doing an abbreviated season, so yeah, not competing basically. At my window I can see a marshal taking a snooze on a wall. They're waiting for these 310. I think they're doing some tidy up around the circuit.
Oh, there's a fair few wings that need picking up after that last race, I think.
Certainly, and a bit of gravel I think would have been taken back onto the track, wouldn't there, at the top of going around Redgate. But yeah, I don't know whether the drivers probably are still in assembly, but it's a bit far away from where Sam was just doing those interviews, so it's going to be tricky to... In fact, the cars I can see are now heading out then onto their green flag lap then. The 310Rs are heading out on circuit.
So it'll be straight into the green flag lap. They don't stop on the grid, making their way around, warming up those Avon tyres, ready for this Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship race. Jack Sales heads the points coming into this, with dropped scores already applied. Of course, that can change over the course of these 3 races at Donington. He is 14 points ahead of Lars Alexander Hoffmann. Taylor O'Flanagan is a further 8 points back in that third place. They're well clear of Harry Cook in fourth. Single win for him on the Silverstone GP circuit earlier this season. Hugo Busch and his best results of the season with a second place at Snetterton last time out. It's looking for his first win. Alan Cooper's shown some good speed this year. He's racing a variety of Caterham series over the years. He's in P6 in the points. P7 is the boss, as we call him, Graham McDonald, the former Caterham CEO. I'm sure he'll be heavily involved in the 50th anniversary celebrations here this weekend. We had a drifting day here at Donington yesterday, and a track day exclusively for Caterham 7 type cars here tomorrow.
Yep, and there's also other things going on. So we've got the Project V car on display here, as well as the launch pad. So we've got a full set of Caterhams down to have a look at. You could even buy Caterhams here this weekend. It really is a festival of Caterham action and a real celebration of this marque, who's been such an important part of the British and international motorsport racing calendars, and none better than in the UK, I think. And just judging by the sheer number of cars here this weekend, it's brilliant. We've got a parade of owners coming around about 6:30 this evening as well. They're going to get out on track and do a parade lap around. I think over 200 cars are expecting on that, so that's going to be quite some sight as we watch these 310R machinery then head down to line up for the first of 3 20-minute races for them in the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. Can Jack Sales do it? He has to head. You can see Jack Sales there on the white car on the left of our screen. He must head Hoffmann home in one of these races to secure the championship, so he could do it today, and if not today, then potentially he's got a good chance in the next 2 races as well. So Jack Sales looking to see whether he can secure the 310R Championship. He was the Roadsport champion back in 2014, so a little while since he's won a championship, but he's been all the way up through to 7 Championship UK spec, and came on the 3rd place in the podium there at least once. So he's won championships and also has proven, even at the highest level, to be capable of winning championship trophies.
That's few cars coming into line at the back then. Jack Sales, the white car with the green cage and the black stripe on the front row of the grid, alongside Lars Hoffmann with the red and white Motul livery. Second row, Harry Cook in the black car with red trim. Alongside him, Andrew Murgatroyd, that's the blue car with the orange stripe. Row 3, Hugo Busch is in the grey and red car. Taylor O'Flanagan, the all-yellow machine, stands out in the crowd. He's on P6 on the grid. Phil Bianchi, silver, black and red for him. The man from Malta is on row 4 alongside Ben Lopez Appleton in his grey number 5 machine. So the revs just beginning to rise then. Red lights are on. 20 minutes gets underway. Down towards Redgate they go for the first time. Super start by Lars Hoffmann. He'll take the lead from the outside of the front row. Andrew Murgatroyd trying to come up into P3 as well. Jack Sales is crowded to the outside. And squeezed in the middle is Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow car. Everybody else makes their way through. Matt Shepherd will run out wide onto the gravel. The number 80 car just ran out of room there on the outside. The 99 car, Michael Curley, nearly loses it there, just about saves the spin. He's at the back, but it's Hoffmann who leads the way ahead of Sales and Murgatroyd, with O'Flanagan in 4th place down towards the old hairpin for the first time.
Yep, and we've got to see whether Busch can make his first winner this year. He'll certainly be keen to do that as we head into the tail end of this season. But what a great start that was from Hoffmann. From second on the grid, Jack Sales just losing out. There's Matt Shepherd's just making his way back through. I know after Snetterton he was so desperate to have a bit more of a consistent race weekend. It doesn't look like that started off very well for him. Jack Sales, though, on the inside as they head up to Coppice. Hoffmann around the outside's got the run of momentum, so he will take that. Murgatroyd seeing whether he can have a nibble, and Taylor O'Flanagan going for that 3rd place, or to try and solidify that 3rd place. Finds himself in 4th place in this race, but he's got Busch right on his tail, and we'll also have Alan Cooper, as you say, another driver looking for a first win, being really fast as we head 3-4 wide. Then Taylor O'Flanagan down the inside, locked up the inside wheel, manages to just about get it stopped early, avoids the rest of the action, but he's going to tumble down the order early on. That didn't work out for him. Jack Sales, though, does take that lead. Murgatroyd looking to see whether he can take it over Cook, and there's Busch coming to the outside in the next BPR machinery outside of Redgate. Looks like he's going to make it to second.
You think this was a 3-minute sprint race, never mind a 20-minute race for this championship, the way they're going at it at the front of the field. Round the outside there goes the number 8 car, There's somebody going off there to be spotted in the
Yeah, I
background.
think there's someone spinning in the background. See who it was. Someone from the lead group, though. There's Alan Cooper, who's got a bit of a wheel rub. So again, sort of 1 + 1 might equal 2. You can see the smoke pouring off of that. So I'm not sure who it was, but maybe someone out of that lead group has gone amiss. And there's Graham McDonald going side by side. Dave Yates into the gravel, loses the wing. He's got a pick, trying to see whether he can get back safely to the track, and he does. That would have been a scary moment for him as he bounced through the old hairpin gravel trap. Lots of action in this opening lap then to Jack Sales coming down through into McLean's and heads to Lars Hoffman. So at the moment he's doing enough to take that championship. Bush has moved himself up into third. Cook's down the inside then, and it's Murgatroyd being shuffled to the outside. Where's yes, it's all action, but who was that missing driver? Let's see who's going to drop down the field this time through. I think Bianchi has made a couple of places up there in the white machinery, just trailing this group of front gaggle of cars.
Well, Graham McDonald was a big mover on the first lap. He made up 5 places around that opening lap. We'll see who doesn't come through on this lap. There's McDonald, the green car, ahead of Harry Eyre in the classic Team Lotus liveried machine. Alan Cooper's dropped back. Now, who's dropping down the timing screen? We'll have a quick look. It's Ben Lopez Appleton, the number 5 car, that must have had the spin because he's not come through. Here come the leaders though, and Hoffman is back on the tail of Jack Sales. They go into the Craner curves. Hugo Bush in third place, Cook in fourth. Hoffman to the outside at the Craner curves. He's been watching Aaron Head, I think. That's an identical move to when we saw in race 1, and Hoffman's got the lead back again. Somebody running a little bit wide, and that was McDonald nearly onto the grass through the cranes.
Yeah, that's definitely not the ideal racing line. He had to fling it through the old hairpin, absolutely four-wheel drifting it, opposite lock engaged to make it through there. Hoffman did make it back. He knows how important it is for him to stay in front of that white and green car. Terry O'Flanagan's fighting now behind with where is will be back there, but there's one of the Coopers, so he's dropping back after that tyre rub we saw. Is that Willis alongside him? I think it might be the number 43 car there. So as they're going through, in fact, Curtis, isn't it? Alan Curtis, another driver who we've seen sort of there or thereabouts most of the season, but it's side by side for the lead. Then Jack Sales on the TNO Kansas City car makes it through ahead of the chicane that time through. Hoffman has to sit in that second place, not where he wants to be, with Cook right on his tail and Bush following along.
Here they come then. They'll start to spread out down the Wheatcroft straight. Hoffman to the inside, Sales on the outside, trying to go through the middle is Harry Cook in the number 9. They're absolutely together into Redgate corner. Graham McDonald recovering from his off. He's challenging the number 28 car, which is Ryan Lovett. Here come the leaders. Hoffman has just about still got the lead. Sales side by side with Harry Cook, who's trying to go through into second place into the old hairpin. Have the inside. There's been some contact there. Somebody sees a wing go flying. That was from Hugo Bush's car in P4.
He purely took too much curb. He just drifted over the edge of the curb onto the grass on the inside, and it ripped off his wing. We don't attach these wings with anything more than nylon bolts to make sure they do depart the car very quickly and cleanly, which is why you saw just a bit of the bump over the curb, and off it went, as we've got this lead group of 5-6 cars then heading into Coppice there. Jack Sales losing out that time to Cook and finds himself in that third place. He doesn't want to lose too many more places to keep his championship in order, but Hugo Bush is looking like hungry for this race win. We've seen him a couple of times at Donington have really good results, only to throw it away into this chicane. So hopefully this time, this year, he can get that all back nicely under control, and he heads Murgatroyd as they head through. Front car of 6 with Graham McDonald and Lovett just following along through.
The number 9 of Harry Cook took the lead around the outside there into the chicane. Down into Redgate Cavaliers. Murgatroyd back up the inside on the back of the 22 of Hugo Bush. So it's Hoffman who's got the lead back again. Cook led at the line, but Hoffman slipstreamed his way back into the lead. Jack Sales still there in P3. He needs to make his way up into P1 if he's going to take the title today. Fighting back further back in the order, that's Philip Bianchi. He's got Taylor O'Flanagan on his tail, recovering after his moment at the chicane as he tried to go 4 wide and it didn't work. 7 of them going for the lead now. Then here comes Harry Cook in the black number 9 car again as they go up towards McLean's this time. Has he got round the outside there coming out of Schwantz curve? He has. Good move by Harry Cook to retake the lead. Sales is tucked in there as well. In the second group, meanwhile, we've got Graham McDonald, and he's got, I think that's Wes Payne, the number 50 behind him, and we're still not sure what to call the colour of his car if you've seen it.
Yeah, it's Bianchi behind, I think, McDonald there, with O'Flanagan, like you say, recovering back. There's Matt Shepherd also trying to make his way back through, and the number 10 car of Payne there as well. So, like you say, yeah, we can't call it a pearlescent colour, I think is the best way to say it, but Cook's in that second place. It is Hoffman's now out in front ahead of Sales. Sales so still in that third place. Hugo Bush, Murgatroyd. There is Bianchi and Taylor O'Flanagan. Like you say, Taylor O'Flanagan coming across the gravel. He's got a lot of work to do, but with all the action we've only had 7 minutes this race. It's unbelievable. There's still 13 minutes yet to go. Hoffman out a little bit wide there. He needs to be careful of that, not doing that too many times. Jack Sales has managed to nip up the inside then as they go into Hollywood that time through. Down into Craner Curves, and it's all changed again. So Cook leads, Sales in second. Little Taylor O'Flanagan does make that move up behind above Bianchi once more. Murgatroyd just sitting there pretty behind Hugo Bush, who's sort of settled in for a little bit for now, but Jack Sales lost a bit of momentum as they went through Schwartz that time, so he's going to be defending as they go up here into McLean's and around the right hand. There's that chase group with Lovett and Graham McDonald, but it is still Cook, and Jack Sales does lose out that place to Hoffman that time through.
Here they come up towards Coppice once again, then Harry Cook just about holding on at this 7-car train. There's Taylor O'Flanagan on the fight back. His next target is Andrew Murgatroyd in the number 84 car. They start to snake their way down the straight then. They're trying to break the toe, trying to go around the outside is Lars Hoffman to retake the lead into the chicane. He's not quite going to get the overlap there. Jack Sales still in third in the number 35. It's Bush in fourth, then Murgatroyd, O'Flanagan and Philip Bianchi hanging on to the coattails of the 6 cars ahead of him. Again, they try to position themselves ready to attack into Redgate. Cook and Hoffman almost side by side. It's Harry Cook who just about holds the inside line, and he holds his lead. Jack Sales trying his hardest to close up once again. Hoffman will have a look as they go into the Craner Curves. He'll try in the second element of this magnificent roller coaster sweep down the hill into the old hairpin. Here's a fight further back in the order. Plenty of battles all the way wherever you look in this race. Number 12, Ron Mounsey there, sporting the logos of McDonald's on the back of the car, I notice, putting a challenge on James Hall.
Yeah, absolutely. The battles are going all the way down this field, and you will sometimes see drivers putting themselves side by side in what seems like a pointless and forlorn situation, but often it's a really good defensive manoeuvre to try and stop other people from attacking down your inside. So sometimes attack is the best form of defence, even though you know it's not ultimately going to result in a position. It will mean that you don't lose out a position to drivers behind, so you will see that side by side. We're going to go 3-1. Jack Sales got a head of steam. Can he get on late on the brakes? Cook has been really the latest on the brakes into that. Hoffman and Jack Sales go side by side. Hoffman loses some momentum. That's going to mean Hugo Bush is going to come into that. Taylor O'Flanagan looks like he took the best run of all through there. He's going to be alongside Bush as they go. I think a front wheel arch maybe that's flapping around a little bit as well, but he's alongside Hugo Bush, not going to be able to make it stick, and Murgatroyd now going to stick it down the inside. As soon as you try and make a move forward in this little pack, you risk going backwards through the field, and that's what happened to Taylor O'Flanagan that time through.
Here they come towards the Craner Curves. Once again, we're not even at half distance in this race. Yes, as Jack Sales has got P2 back again, then behind the number 9 of Harry Cook. Behind Hoffman, it is Murgatroyd. There's Phil Bianchi, the Maltese driver at the back of this lead group, but Taylor O'Flanagan could be the one to watch here in the yellow machine, but he's been relegated back again by Hugo Bush there as they come up towards McLean's. Jack Sales at the inside. Has he got the lead back again? Yes, he has. He's made the move stick on Lars Hoffman. Here comes Harry Cook on the inside as well. These three absolutely together as they head towards the chicane once again.
Hoffman did not want to give that place back to Cook, and I think that's actually going to cost him more. Had he let it go, I think he would have been all right, but now it's got Murgatroyd down his inside. Hugo Bush is there to see what he can do from behind. Jack Sales is going to sail through the chicane happily. Murgatroyd's still side by side with Hugo Bush, but had to bail out of that. But Cook's the big loser at that point. He's down now behind Murgatroyd in that kind of 5th place, with Taylor O'Flanagan looking like he's going to have a go at the rear of his panel as well. But they're 3 wide for 4th place coming into this. Jack Sales and Hoffman, the 2 championship leaders, go side by side through Redgate this time through. The 2 have managed somehow at the halfway point of this race to have just Hugo Bush behind them as this battle packs 3 wide. Still out Cook on the inside on the grass. You see the car took a little bit of a violent jink there as the wheel just spun up on the inside, even with a limited slip diff. It just shows how little grip there is as soon as you drop off the edge of the track, but he does manage to hold it all together. I think Murgatroyd probably had to get out the throttle just to let him have that little moment. There's still plenty of time left for him to recover back through. So we see this fantastic shot as the rest of the field flowing down through the Craner Curves. What a fantastic bit of circuit this is.
This whole circuit is absolutely fantastic. I could watch racing here from Caterham's every weekend. I'm absolutely loving this, and I'm sure the drivers are as well. As Taylor O'Flanagan coming under fire once again from Harry Cook. Andrew Murgatroyd is tucked in behind them as they go towards the chicane once again. Hugo Bush looking good here. Fastest lap, incidentally, is with O'Flanagan, 1:17.003 as he recovered from that mistake at the chicane earlier on. Jack Sales it is who has the lead. Lars Hoffman on his tail, giving him no rest at all. He knows if Sales wins this, he is provisionally the 310R champion for this season, and Hoffman fighting back up the inside, trying to retake the lead into Redgate as he did a lap ago, and he's done it.
Almost the first signs of cooperation between our two championship leaders there, side by side, O'Flanagan and Cook going down through there. It is O'Flanagan who's got the lap record at the moment. Obviously these on the ZZR tyres means that they are now going faster than they did on the old ZZS tyre, and it is currently the man in that yellow machine going side by side with Cook, who holds that new Caterham lap record around here in the 310R class. Cook though losing out in this stage of the race. He was looking comfortable out front for a little bit there, but just shows how quickly things can change. And again, were we seeing cooperation? If we were seeing cooperation, we're going to see it now, because they are right back to being nose to tail. Hoffman ahead of Jack Sales at this point, but Jack Sales can no longer have that luxury to give and take a bit of positioning out there, because Hugo Bush will be ready to swoop as they head down the exhibition straight this time.
Let's see who does swoop as they come down the exhibition straight this time. Hugo Bush is in position, Jack Sales is in position, he moves out, so does Bush. O'Flanagan is in behind them. Jack Sales is surely going to retake the lead here around the outside, and he does it going into the chicane. 7 minutes of this race to go for the Mottol Caterham 7 310R Championship. The yellow machine of Taylor O'Flanagan is lurking in there behind them. Now it is 7 cars line astern for the lead. They all move across to try and take Jack Sales. Hoffman back up the inside, he retakes the lead, trying to go through the P2 is the 22 of Hugo Bush, and it's Cook side by side with O'Flanagan. Murgatroyd just in behind. This is more like a NASCAR race, the way they're slipstreaming each other. No bump drafting though, it's all been very clean so far out in front, as Hoffman, the man from Germany, leads the way then down into the old hairpin once again. Harry Cook has a look up the inside, can't quite get alongside Taylor O'Flanagan.
You can monster that curve, but I think he just about used every last bit that he could there. Yeah, Jack Sales and Lars Hoffman that time rolling the dice about being pushed offline, and Hugo Bush was close enough that actually demoted Jack Sales that time through. They went side by side through Redgate, and that cost them all a little bit of time as we all come back together again then for this lead group. But Hoffman took a risk last time to expect there would be a gap ahead of Hugo Bush, and he just about squeezed in one lap ago as they headed down into the Robert chicane. It is now Hoffman then who leads this snaking train of cars. Hugo Bush trying for the outside this time. Can he be late enough on the brakes? Yes, he can. Hoffman is going to drift into that second place. Jack Sales are under attack from Taylor O'Flanagan. I think he's going to lose out a couple of positions there. Jack Sales, not what he wants to do for his championship. If he wants to sew it up today, that's not where he needs to be, with his championship rival now a car ahead of him. But it will still go down to tomorrow if that's the case. But Hugo Bush now leads for the first time ahead of Hoffman, and then it is Taylor O'Flanagan back up after his gravelly moment into that third place. Jack Sales finds himself in fourth, Cook down in fifth. Then we've got Murgatroyd and Bianchi, who's just clinging on in there, isn't he? He's not making his move forward at the moment, but he is right there ready to take action if he needs to.
Well, it unfortunately won't make any difference if he does. Philip Bianchi's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so he's been pretty much condemned to 7th place, unfortunately, because he won't get 5 seconds clear of this lot if he does make it to the front with the amount of slipstreaming going on. 5 minutes of this race to go, and it is Hoffman who had the lead as they came into Schwanz ahead of Bush. O'Flanagan trying to get around the outside. Jack Sales still there in fourth, but he's under fire from Harry Cook. It's all playing into the hands of Lars Hoffman at the moment. The championship won't be decided in this first race of the weekend for the Mottol Caterham 7 310R Championship if it stays like this. It is the Mottol liveried car out in front of Lars Hoffman. Here comes Hugo Bush to the outside, the German trying to fend off the man from Surrey, who's going to get the later braking around the outside. Retakes the lead just as he did a lap ago. O'Flanagan tried to follow him. He's in there in third place, and Jack Sales might be getting a bit desperate by now in that fourth place, but he knows he's got more races across the course of the weekend. 2 more races going up tomorrow in order to seal his first title in 9 years. Big lock up there from Harry Cook down the inside. Look out, Jack Sales. That could have been disastrous, but Cook just about got the car stopped and turned in as they head towards Hollywood once again, as we see some of the markers further down the field head over the line on the Wheatcroft straight. The leaders are heading down the Craner curves at the moment, just under 4 minutes of this race to go.
Yep, Jack Sales will be looking at that timer that he'll have on his dashboard as they head up through Schwartz and up towards McLean's again, and he'll be seeing that the time is counting down. He's found his way back up into that third place position, so he made a position as they went down to Old Hairpin that time on O'Flanagan. In fact, they're still side by side. Sales looking to see whether he can protect up the inside of Coppis. He's got to watch out for Cook after that dive bomb from the last time through. It's still Hugo Bush in the 22 DPR Motorsport car, out in front of Lars Hoffman in the red Motul sponsored car. TN Accountancy, Jack Sales in the white and green machinery in that third place. It's the red and the white and green machine that are heading for this championship. Hugo Bush is looking for his first win this year. One of the only drivers in this little pack, or in this front group where he's been for most of the season, who hasn't got his win, but he'll be looking for that. Jack Sales wants to make it 4 from 4 after his triple win last time out, but it's 3 minutes to go. He's going to have to work out how does he get in front of Hugo Bush and Hoffman in front of him.
Jack Sales going for his third maximum of the season. He scored a hat-trick at Snetterton last time out. He's up the inside, takes second place away from Hoffman. He scored a hat-trick at Croft in North Yorkshire early in the season as well. Lars Hoffman had a treble at Alton Park at the beginning of the year as well. It was at the beginning of April. Down the hill they come into the Old Hairpin. It's still Hugo Bush who holds the lead. Lars Hoffman trying to retake Jack Sales, keep this championship fight alive. Taylor O'Flanagan is up into P4 ahead of Cook, Murgatroyd and Phil Bianchi, who of course have that 5-second penalty added on, but he is 8 seconds clear of Graham McDonald, who's 8th, with Wes Payne and Ryan Lovett rounding out the top 10. So here come the leaders out of McLean's. Lovett and Sales now side by side. Sales got round the outside there, up into second place.
Yeah, great move by Sales. A bit of winds of machinery from back out rear of that pack, so they've all seen it now, and hopefully that'll get blown into positions of safety. At the moment, we don't want to see this race end under safety car. 2 minutes left as they come down to the rubber chicane. Going for Jack Sales on the outside, Hugo Bush down the inside, Hoffman having to sit into that third place, so Jack Sales back where he needs to be to try and sew up that championship in today's race. Taylor O'Flanagan just drifting away there with Cook and Murgatroyd. A little bit of a front three, then a following gaggle of 4 as they're going to go. That front three are going to go all for the same bit of tarmac. Jack Sales through the middle, looks like he's going to get that done. Hugo Bush can't hold on the brakes. Jack Sales very late on the brakes to take the lead as they go through Redgate this time. 1 minute 30, so penultimate lap time for them. 2 more circuits of the 2-mile Donington National Circuit.
And Jack Sales puts himself back into a provisional championship winning position. This is exactly what he wants with Hugo Bush between himself and his main rival Lars Hoffman. O'Flanagan is going for it though in 4th place. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, 1:17.003 for the number 11, the yellow machine. Closing up against Sales, may have lost out there on the run through Schwantz curve, I think. He was in the middle. His 2 pursuers, Bush and Hoffman, were either side of him, and yes, he's back to 3rd place, Jack Sales. It's Hugo Bush who's gone to the front, and here comes Harry Cook up the inside. Sales, just as I said, he was in a championship winning position. He could be off the podium in a second.
It's looking quite close. You could be anywhere from 1st to 6th here, couldn't you? But it's Hugo Bush back to that lead. Again, it was all looking good and under control a lap ago, and at the moment Jack Sales now happy to see that he's only slid down to 3rd place. It was looking a little bit tentative, that wasn't it? They are going to start their last lap this time through. The Murgatroyd out wide off of onto the grass, loses some momentum, but does manage to get back on. So he's got some dirty tyres he'll need to clean up. Cook to the outside, Hoffman to the outside of Hugo Bush in front of them, but Jack Sales is going to hold on to that 3rd place this time through as they fode through Redgate for the last time, as Hugo Bush leads this pack of 4 who look like they're going to go for that win.
Here they come then, the 4 leaders together. It's Bush, Hoffman, Sales and Cook. Here comes Sales going to the inside towards the Old Hairpin. He won't be close enough to Hoffman this time. O'Flanagan's back into 5th position. He's got Bianchi and Murgatroyd on his side. It's been all about this group of 7 for the whole race at the front of the field. Now here comes Hugo Bush on the inside. This is where he seems to be the stronger. Just about held his lead there side by side for 2nd. Here comes Harry Cook up the inside, and Sales been pushed back into 4th place. Harry Cook wants his 2nd win of the year. He's going for it as they head into Coppis corner for what will be the final time. The checkered flag will be awaiting them. Hugo Bush, 5th position in the points, the man from Guildford. He's had 4 second places this year. Somebody off at the chicane. There might be yellow flags at the chicane. There will be yellow flags at the chicane. That means, so it will be Hugo Bush unless Harry Cook can slipstream him on the run to the line. He's not going to get close enough. Here they come, and it's going to be a first win for Hugo Bush as they come over the line. He's almost caught there on the line. The slipstream came from Harry Cook. He didn't quite manage to do it, More significantly there, though, as Hugo Bush takes his first ever 310R win, Jack Sales only P4. That championship celebration will have to wait.
It will. He's done a good result, though. It's still going to be well towards his. And we watch this Cooper and others coming across the line deep in this 310R field. And what a great field it is of 34, 36 odd cars. I think we have, in fact, 33 cars out there at the moment. Shame all the drivers would have been desperately trying to make up a position into that chicane, and we would have seen what could have happened. But unfortunately, not this time out. There's is that Chris Fraser out in his car? So he's doubling up, I think, maybe in the 420 and 310. So if that is him out there, good for him. But yeah, what a great result for Bush. He's taken that win that he wanted. Cook has already had a win this and been close to more, but that'll be a great second place for him. And Hoffman will be delighted to see that he's ahead of Sales. He's step one complete, but it's still a long journey for him to see whether he can do anything about Sales. But Sales fourth, though, Flanagan and Murgatroyd finishing that great result for that front sort of 6 cars. And Bianchi was involved, wasn't he, as well, other than his 5-second penalty, which didn't actually cost him a position, but great from the 310R. Good action all through the Caterham steps so far, and again, looking forward to plenty more.
So the drivers head around on their slowdown lap, then Hugo Bush will be ready to celebrate, certainly. Bad luck to Henry Williams, who was the car who ended up at the in the gravel trap at the chicane. The yellow flags were out as the leaders came through on the final lap, preventing us with more of a grandstand finish there, but Hugo Cook went for it, just didn't quite get the slipstream there. 0.168 of a second, the winning margin for Hugo Bush. First win for him in 310R over Harry Cook. Lars Hoffman in third. Jack Sales, he needed a win to secure the championship today, only ends up with P4. Taylor O'Flanagan, good recovery after going off at the chicane early on. He ends up in P5 ahead of Andrew Murgatroyd. Philip Bianchi, despite that penalty, takes P7 ahead of Graham McDonald, Wesley Payne, Alan Cooper. Then it's Curtis, David Yates, Ryan Lovett and Harry Eyre. And the rest of them in behind. Only a couple of retirements from that race. We lost Matt Shepherd into the pit lane. Henry Williams ended up in the gravel at the chicane on the penultimate.
Doing my quick calculations, it's awfully close in the championship. I don't know. It's 6 wins apiece for Jack Sales and Lars Hoffman on the tie-break, depending on what it might be that Jack Sales has done it, but I think Sam is ready to receive them down in Parc Fermé. We'll wait to see whether Jack Sales has done enough, and we'll certainly hear it before the next race. But let's go down to Sam, who's going to have all the drivers in Parc Fermé.
Another great race for the 310R guys, and I know there'll be one man that would be extremely happy with that. Hugo Bush, first win of the season. He would be delighted with that, and great for Harry Cook and Lars. Obviously Lars, there's no championship decided yet. It will wait till tomorrow between Lars and Jack Sales. Jack Sales coming in fourth behind Lars, which hasn't been the usual way round this season. So we shall hear from the guys in a moment. Hugo's just gathering his thoughts, I think. Having a bit of water. That was quite a tough race for them, wasn't it? So we'll just have a quick word with him in a moment. He's everyone's looking quite hot. Lots of applause for Taylor as well for getting fastest lap. Let's have a word with him when he gets out the car. Congratulations, Hugo. First win of the season. Absolutely amazing. Yes, it's been coming, hasn't it?
Taken all year, but yeah, very happy with that. Yeah.
Just left it till the end, you know.
Exactly. Yeah.
But how did you feel that yellow flags at the chicane? Obviously, did that make you feel a bit more safe?
It was only on the last lap.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I was defending into that corner quite well 3-4 laps prior to that. So I think I'd have been okay anyway. But obviously, it's one less thing to worry about. So yeah, helped me out a bit.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, actually, Harry could have still towed me to the line.
Yeah.
But didn't, thankfully.
Thankfully, yeah. No, well done, well deserved. That was great. We'll have a quick word with Harry Cook in second place. Harry, congratulations on second place. That was a great drive.
Yeah, it was a good race. I feel like it was one of the most knackering ones of the season, actually. Just, I don't know, the temperature or something, but there were loads of us in the top five, and I was leading for a good chunk, and then just got forced back. So I've had a bit of bad luck, so it's good to have some good luck. Yeah.
Definitely, well deserved, yes. But I mean, it could have been any of you 6 really, I think, at the front, couldn't it really? In the last few laps, it was just changing positions so quickly.
Yeah, I think so. It was. I think I did a move that Jack decided to go left instead of right into one of the corners, and that gave me the inside. So then I managed to get through. Then the last lap, I thought I was going to get Hugo, but it was yellows annoyingly. But still good with second.
Yeah, no, it's good. Well done. Congratulations. I'll just move around and have a quick word with Lars and Jack. Oh, both of you, well done, guys. And obviously, no championship decided today. It's going to come down to the wire tomorrow.
Yeah, Jack has a bit to do tomorrow, so we will fight for. Yeah.
How was the race for you, Jack?
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
It was a great move that you did, and you had quite a clear lead, didn't you? For a couple of car lengths, should I say? Half a lap, yeah.
And Lars got me again. Yeah, no. Tough, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very tough.
Shame on the last lap was the yellow flag there on the chicane.
Yeah, I was waiting for everyone to part.
That was your plan, wasn't it?
It was a master plan.
Excellent. Well done, guys.
Cheers.
Right, more Caterham racing coming up next, so we'll hand back to Dave and Chris.
Let's have a look at some highlights from the brilliant race there from the Motul 310R Championship. Matt Shepherd sadly was an early casualty. Michael Curley nearly went for a spin as well, but just about managed to gather it up. Taylor O'Flanagan a little bit too enthusiastic into the chicane for the first time and dropped down the order, but he would come back through into the top 5. Ben Lopez Appleton's race ruined when he went spinning at Hollywood. And Lars Hoffman, Jack Sales, Hugo Bush and company went into battle at the front of the field. Andrew Murgatroyd joining in as a bit of an interloper. Phil Bianchi, his race spoilt by a track limits penalty, but he did get P7. Hugo Bush with really the defining move round the outside late on into the chicane under braking to get ahead of rather crossed up Lars Hoffman. Jack Sales tried his hardest. A win would have been enough to secure the championship, but he's just tantalisingly short at the end of that race. We will wait and confirm what he needs to do.
He may well have done enough. As we watch these highlights and Jack Sales there in that 3rd place, it may be enough on a tie break to have taken that championship. We are just waiting for confirmation from Caterham that is to be done, but it does look like he may well have done enough. So there's that late mover. Williams ended up in the chicane, didn't he? And that's what ruined that last lap attempt into that chicane. We had that double wave yellow. It's good to see him able to get out of that, and drivers all acknowledging those yellow flags over the line. But it was Bush taking the win over Cook and Hoffman, and we are just waiting to see whether that Jack has done enough. But it's on to more Caterham action, but not the main motorsport Caterham motorsport season. This is for Caterham graduates this time.
Yes, indeed, the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship. The Caterham Graduates Racing Club celebrating its 25th birthday this season. They have 2 races today. The Sigma 150 and Sig Max classes run in together. That's followed by the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, and then the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship. The slightly less powerful Sigma 135 category cars will be out for our final race today. We've also got qualifying today for the Caterham Academy. There are 2 sessions coming up later on as well. The cars are on their way out then for the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 150 and Sig Max category. The designations there referring to the engines used by these particular Caterhams. Sigma 150, as suggested, is 150 brake horsepower, while the Sig Max engine is about 140 horsepower, just very slightly less powerful. And there are championships to be battled for in both classes. The Sigma 150 category, it's been between the 2 Harrys, Harry Kramer and Harry Senior, the reigning champion. There's about 22 points between the 2. There is another round to go of the Caterham Graduates Championship after Donington at Alton Park, so we may not see things decided today. Harry Senior has taken pole position for race 1 alongside Harry Kramer, the current championship leader. Second row, number 11, Will Stillwell, a newcomer to racing this year, already a race winner. He starts alongside the first of the Sig Max cars, Stephen Arnell, in car number 6. Row 3 is young gun Thomas Horton. He's been taking a fair number of Sig Max wins lately, alongside number 64, the leading lady of Caterham Racing, Amanda Anderson. Row 4, number 67, Doug Christie, and 112, Andrew Whitten. 5th row, James McCall in the 50 car, and 58 of Rob Warner. Row 6 will be 61, Angus McLean. We've already seen him in the Caterham 7 UK Championship this year, alongside 101 of Paul Fielder. Row 7, 83, Jonathan Ems alongside Dan Livingston, the points leader in the Sigmax category. Row 8 is number 82, Matt Willoughby, the club chairman of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, alongside number 3, Oliver Smith. We've also seen him out earlier on. Row 9, 34, Neil Evans alongside 80 of Fraser Riddington. Kim Raymond, stalwart of the club, alongside 54, John Curry on row 10. The 11th row, 96, Danny Scarborough, and 33, Gareth Cordy, another vastly experienced Caterham racer. The 12th row, number 30, Steve Evans alongside 9 of Martin Gleach. Paul Vokes, number 169, starts alongside the 7 of Rob Appleton. 32, Ian Anderson, husband of Amanda, starts from the back of the grid in his Sigmax. So looking at the points chart, I've already mentioned 22 points is the gap between Harry Kramer and Harry Senior at the top of the Sigma 150 division. They've been pretty much dividing up the wins between them. We did see Amanda Anderson take a win at Thruxton earlier this year as well. Well, Will Stillwell scored a hat-trick last time out at Croft, only his second meeting in the category, and he had a win on his debut at Snetterton earlier this year as well. He is a seriously quick young racer, is Will. It's Dan Livingston who tops the points, and it looks like he has provisionally already sealed the Sigmax Championship, more through consistency than out-and-out speed. Stephen Arnell has had a couple of wins this year, but missed the trip to Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium earlier this year. He's the yellow car on the second row of the grid there. Harry Senior on pole, the blue number 1 car, with the all-red machine of Harry Kramer alongside him. Second row of the grid is Will Stillwell, the black car with the yellow cage, and he could be out to spring a surprise here again.
He's done it before, hasn't he, in that black and yellow machine, a car I know well. That was my championship winning car from 2018, so Will Stillwell still burning the flame here in the Caterham Graduates Championship. Great to see him up there, but alongside Steve Arnell, as you say, someone's putting his Sigmax car right up there within the three. Yeah, I'm going to get my terminology right. Obviously these cars are very similar to the Caterham Motorsport ladder. They kind of their parallel season as we see the rest of this field come in and join and get ready for their green flag. But great to see the graduates here as we watch the podium in the picture-in-picture as well from the 310R race.
Champagne being sprayed already then. Thomas Horton will be one to watch, the white car with the red cage from row 3 of the grid. Keep an eye on that young gun as the red lights come on, about to go out. The Caterham Graduates Racing Club 25th anniversary meeting gets underway. And down towards Redgate for the first time. Harry Senior gets away well, so does Kramer. Will Stillwell will try and tuck in there on the inside, just ahead of Thomas Horton, who's trying to take the lead of the Sigmax category from his rival Steve Arnell. 1 or 2 cars running up wide. That's Dan Livingston, who's gone wide, the number 85, the points leader in Sigmax, onto the gravel there. He'll rejoin at the back of the field. Here come the leaders, the 2 Harrys in first and second places. I think it's Harry Kramer, the all-red car there, in second position. Watch for Ian Anderson coming through from the back as well in the number 32 car. Had to start from the back of the grid, I believe, because of a penalty from the previous round this year. Just looking at my points chart, yes, he picks up a penalty at Thruxton, but he's raced since then at Croft, so not sure the reason why there, but watch for him coming through anyway. Harry Kramer has taken the lead from Harry Senior, with Will Stillwell in third. There's Thomas Horton, number 128. Now, he started off racing in a Ford Fiesta, switched to Caterham's this season, and has proven one of the surprises in the Sigmax division.
Not easy to jump into a Caterham and become straight up into the top end of this grid, but that's exactly what Horton's done, as Senior does lead the group through then, and ahead of Kramer through for the robots for the first time. So he glides a bit further back there, just making a little bit of a move up. A little bit of a gap there for Harry Senior in his blue machinery. I'm used to seeing him in a grey and red machine, but this year he is running that blue. This is alongside behind Kramer. Stillwell goes down the inside then, and there is that Horton in the white car following along, and Warner just behind them.
Yes, Rob Warner's got away well. He's going 5 places on that first lap, the blue and orange number 58. He rounds out the top 5 at the moment. Andrew Whitton is currently third in the Sigma 150 points. He's currently down in P10 in this race behind Jonathan Ems, number 83, who made a cracking start and is up into P9. So quite a few places swapped around in the early stages of this Caterham Graduates Racing Club event, the Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories. Will Stillwell on the tail of Harry Senior. Now he's only in his 3rd meeting in the category, Will Stillwell, but already looking for his 5th win of this debut season. An accomplished sim racer as well. Having a look to the inside there, See the novice cross still on the back of Will Stillwell's car as Harry Senior ran a bit wide there coming out of Coppice. Here comes Tom Horton down the outside. Stillwell cuts across the nose of Harry Kramer. Can he take the lead here going into the chicane? No, he won't. Kramer's still there alongside him, and Will Stillwell sideways just about holds that second place. But here comes Thomas Horton in the white car down the inside. They're going to be 3 wide per second into Redgate. Rob Warner thinks I'm going to have a piece of this as well. 4 cars, possibly even 5 cars, as Doug Christie's in there too, the black number 67. And Harry Senior's saying, well, if you're going to squabble like that, I'm going to disappear.
Yeah, he's done that before and disappeared off in front as everyone else squabbles behind. Stillwell managed somehow to cling on to that second place. Horton doing so well in the Sigmax machinery. Slightly less power in that Sigmax machinery than there are in the 150 class, but he is managing to use that toe to his advantage, and he's quite significantly a number of cars ahead of Arnell, who's second in that class and just losing out a little bit in the early part of this race. But it's Senior who's still got that nice comfy gap over Stillwell and Horton, but that's not going to last. That will evaporate as we go through the rest of this lap.
You can see on our timing tower the cars with a blue number next to them are the Sigmax category, led by Thomas Horton. Steve Arnell has dropped down into 8th place overall, and on the timing screen Doug Christie, number 67, has got a 10-second penalty. It doesn't say why at the moment, so I'm presuming that's for a false start.
Starting out of position, that is normally a 10-second penalty, so either he started in front of his grid box or got going a little bit before the lights went out, so a marshal would have called that in, as Stillwell still protecting the inside ahead of Kramer there, as it's all moved around a little bit. For the Horton has dropped back a little, has dropped back a little bit, and he's now fighting with Christie in that position behind, but it's still Senior out front, still well in that second place, and Kramer came across in 3rd place that time through.
3 wide through there. Doug Christie into Redgate up the inside, gets a tap from Thomas Horton, the leader of the Sigmax category. As the leaders head down the corner curves, Will Stillwell trying to take the lead away on the inside at the left-hand element, who won't get through there. Doug Christie may have that penalty, he doesn't know it yet, but he's got ahead of Rob Warner. There's Horton leading the Sigmax category. Steve Arnell is the second of them, and Gareth Cordy, quite a way further back, is the third in the number 33. Dan Livingston, meanwhile, who went off on the first corner, is in P21, and he's 5th in the class.
Not good for his championship charge, although I think he's doing well in that, as he said earlier, based on his consistency anyway, so maybe not so worried about that, but he'll certainly want to be higher up than he is right now. Doug Christie, 10 seconds, you can fit an awful lot of Caterhams in a 10-second gap, and when I used to race him, he used to have a little biscuit on hand just to give him an energy back afterwards, so I wonder whether he's still got that little biscuit on the go. As they head down then into Roberts, and it is Horton who is still trying to stop the rot, isn't he? He's maybe is suffering from a little bit of lack of power compared to the 150 class. Stillwell, though, has caught up that gap. I said it would evaporate at the latter part of this lap, and it has done. Stillwell to the inside then, and takes the lead over Senior for the first time this race.
What kind of biscuit?
It was always a digestive.
Anyway, here come the leaders through towards the crater curves once again. And it is Will Stillwell under intense pressure. Harry Senior, there was a little bit of wheel banging there down the crater curves. That is not the sort of place you want to bang wheels here at Donington. Harry Kramer, the championship leader, looking on from 3rd place. Of course, these cars do have another round to go at Donington Park after this weekend at Donington, so championships may not necessarily be decided here this weekend, although, as we said, I think Dan Livingston has just about done enough to take the Sigmax title. As slicing up the inside there, Will Stillwell, he's really on it here as he fights with Harry Senior for the lead in Sigma 150. Rob Warner holding off our Sigmax leader Thomas Horton in the number 128 car, sliding it there through Coppice. Trying to get alongside. This is the battle for 5th position overall. Doug Christie, despite that penalty, is really on a charge here. He did briefly have the fastest lap of the race. 3 wide for the lead. Here comes Harry Kramer down the inside. He goes up into 2nd place and ahead of his championship rival Harry Senior. It really has been a tale of 2 Harrys in the Sigma 150 category this season. They've been inches apart. Well, they've been about as close as that, as you can see on your screen now, for the whole season this year. Doug Christie in 4th, and it's Horton, Warner, and in behind them is the number 50, which is James McCall. He's currently in P5 in the points. Where's Ian Anderson got up to from the back of the grid, the number 32 car? Just looking down the timing screen. He's out there somewhere. No, he's pulled into the pits, in fact, so he's out, unfortunately.
Disappointing for him then, but the battle between the two Harrys, Kramer and Senior, they dive down the inside for Kramer there that time through, but that lets Stillwell ping off the front. He's, again, not a gap that you're going to say is going to exist for very much longer at this stage, but if they do it again, and if they go through McLean side by side like they were threatening to do and did kind of do, that will give Stillwell a little bit of impetus. As soon as he can get sort of 3 or 4 seconds in front, the toe will not be sufficient for them to come and pull him back just by a toe alone. So therefore it is still Kramer though that heads Senior in that second and third place. Stillwell looking to see whether he can solidify that gap out front. Then it's Christie trying to get ahead, far ahead. 10 seconds is going to put him still so far back, but the more he can fight towards the front as we come into the Robert Chicane, the more he can protect those positions. He is going to stay in front of this lead gaggle. Horton still managing to hold on there, leading the Sigmax class.
Horton is well clear of Steve Arnell, who's now dropped down into P12. You can just see his yellow car there in the background. It's Rob Warner trying to have a go at Doug Christie into Redgate. The second group is being headed by the red and green cars. Andrew Whitton, number 112, who is third in the Sigma 150 points. He's yet to win this season because Stillwell Senior and Kramer have got almost all the wins between them, with the exception of one for Amanda Anderson at Thruxton earlier this year. She's currently down in P9 overall. Andrew Whitton has that's Jonathan Ems in behind him, the number 83. Amanda Anderson's in that group somewhere as well. And there's Oliver Smith, a busy man this weekend, racing in 2 classes.
Yeah, can you jumping out of the one car? You got to get used to one set of tyres and then immediately jump into another car. While the car may be familiar, the tyres and sort of setup differences that you might do between the two running on the Toyos in this championship as they head through. Then, yeah, not an easy thing to do. Jonathan Ems and Andy Wynn, they've been racing together side by side since about 2013 when I started with them. So great to see all these drivers flowing around on these graduate cars. There's Jonathan Ems, his clockwork orange liveried car. But out front, we still got the Kramer, the Harry show, but Stillwell's gap has completely disappeared. Senior and Kramer back on his tail. And it is quite normal, I'd say, around Donington to see that Sigmax car just have to trail the slightly more powerful cars. It's around Donington where a lot of towing and a lot of power there as we see that swap for the lead once more. Senior trying to go around the outside, but Stillwell says, no, I'm going to keep it there. So yeah, you will tend to see those Sigmax cars sort of drift to the back of the pack there in all things being equal.
Yes, they do have a few BHP less, as we explained at the head of the race. But the head of the race at the moment is between Stillwell and Senior. Still as they charge down the Craner curves, over the curve there on the inside. Harry Kramer just keeping a watching brief in third place. They were a second clear of Doug Christie as they crossed the timing line, with Rob Warner just in behind him. Then it's McCall who's got ahead of Horton. James McCall in the turquoise liveried number 50 car. He's up into P6 now. Whitton, Ems and Anderson round out the top 10. Stillwell hanging on for dear life in the lead as he tries to stay ahead of the former champion Harry Senior. Certainly looks as though Harry Kramer is the favourite for the Sigma 150 title. As we say, we've got 3 races here at 2 races here at Donington this weekend and 2 to go at Alton Park after that as well. There's the second group, that's Andrew Whitton. Behind him the orange car is Jonathan Ems. Then just behind them is Amanda Anderson. Then Steve Arnell, he's the second of the Sigmax division. And behind him is Fraser Riddington, number 80, but he's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits.
Yeah, I think Doug Christie will find himself in about 7th or 8th place by the time that all winds out, and see whether he can move that any further forward. There's that wing now detaching itself from front left of Harry Senior's car as Kramer's got back in front of him. Stillwell, once he's out in front, he does not want to let it go, does he? He absolutely maintains it as much as he can, and why wouldn't you do? You never know when a safety car could be thrown or anything like that, so you want to be out leading as much as you can, and he is denying everyone passage past, and he still leads in his black and yellow machine, and it's still kind of 2 Harrys side by side. They've hardly been not side by side this whole race, but it's currently Kramer, but Harry Senior with his flapping rear wing in that 3rd place.
They've barely not been side by side this whole season, the 2 Harrys. But in the points it is Kramer who's got about 22 points advantage. Drop scores have yet to be applied though. The drivers in this series drop their 3 worst scores, so we'll have to see. We'll have to do the mathematics after the final round at Alton Park. Here's the second group. Jonathan Ems has got himself ahead of Andrew Whitton, the car with the green Ks, and it's Amanda Anderson, one of the leading ladies of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club over the years, along with former champion Rachel Green in the early days of the club. She goes through at the chicane. Behind them we've got Steve Arnell, and this is the fight for the lead. There's now 5 of them together. It's Stillwell that's got it ahead of Kramer, senior third, and now Christie, Warner, and almost McCall and Horton on the back. It's going to be 7 for the lead shortly.
Yep, Caterham's long tradition in generating some really good female drivers. We see Megan and Bruce in the academy this year as well, coming forward. It's great to see Caroline Everett as well. Really did some good performance. But yeah, Flick Haig and many other drivers in the past, as we watch Stillwell still heading their field. Kramer, senior, Christie, Warner, McCall, as close as you like for this front group. Horton hanging on in there in that Sigmax, and then it's Ems, Anderson, Witten, who we saw just in then, and Arnell in that second Sigmax, just at the tail end of that top 10. In fact, a bit further down than he probably wants to be. He just lost out in the early part of this race and hasn't managed to claw his way back.
Yes, Flick Haig, that was the other name I was trying to think of. She went on into British GT briefly. We've seen Amanda Anderson, or Amanda Black as she was then, race in Ginetta GT cars as well. Round the outside comes Harry Kramer, trying for the lead into the chicane. It's Will Stillwell just about holds him off. A little bit wide over the curve for the black and yellow machine. Just under 7 minutes of this race still to go for the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories. 7-car fight for the lead, heads down into Red Gates. The 2 Harrys trying to go either side of Will Stillwell. That's not quite going to work. Will Stillwell in the DPR Motorsport car driving a superb defensive race here. He really is going to be a force to be reckoned with in Caterham competition over the next few years.
Wait, then I'll complete that thought on females in Caterham action, as we've lost a little bit of comms vision at the moment. So yeah, Lucy Redding and Jamie Chadwick, that name should be famous, the Formula W champion there, having some fantastic action in Caterham before now. So we're heading then back towards Champions. So yeah, we've lost pictures in the comms box just temporarily. We're going to see whether we can get them back. But yes, fantastic action so far out there. Yes.
Leaders just heading over the line. Then apologies there for a few technical gremlins. Just lost our monitor in the box for a moment there, as Will Stillwell heads over the line. Harry Senior up the inside line as they go into Red Gate ahead of Harry Kramer. The 2 Harrys side by side once again with 5 minutes of this race to go. Doug Christie is just behind them. It's James McCall down the Craner curves. There is McCall just on the tail of Doug Christie. The fight for 4th place. They've dropped Thomas Horton by a car's length or so. He still leads the Sigmax category by a handsome margin ahead of Arnell Cordy. Livingston's back up into 4th place in class. Just under half a second in it for the lead as they cross the line. That's untrue. There's a cloud of smoke there in the background at the Craner curves. Who was that? We'll pick that up in a moment as Kramer forces Senior to go wide, coming out of McLean's up towards Coppice. Senior keeps his foot in though. They're absolutely together. They bang wheels going through Coppice there almost. Harry Senior keeping his foot in, and I think he's just going to have his nose in front as they come down the chicane.
But they're going to be giving a super toe to Doug Christie behind. He's not quite close enough to make that, as he's got a gaggle of cars all around him as well. So that's McCall and Horton firmly ensconced in their battle in 4th place. And it looks like McCall might have made good on that. Doug Christie in that 5th place now. As they go over the line then, Stillwell heads the 2 Harrys, and it's currently Senior ahead of Kramer, but that won't last very long. 4 minutes of this race to go, and the battle still continues.
Doug Christie back down the inside. He's got Thomas Horton, the Sigmax category leader, on his tail. We didn't see who. There's oil down at the Craner curves. You can see it on the track. Somebody's blown an engine there. Let's hope the leaders don't lose it on that. So the leader is going to slide wide. Harry Kramer's going to spin out. Round goes the championship leader. They're all going off. I thought I could see oil there. Thomas Horton's gone across the gravel on the inside. Another car goes out wide to try and miss that trail of oil. We don't know who it is who's dropped it at the moment. They're all going off. They're going to have to put the safety car out here, at least. That is dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. There's cars in the firing line. Look at that, cars absolutely everywhere. They did so well.
Red flag.
Red flag immediately. That's well called by the stewards there. With only 3 minutes of this race, I doubt they're going to restart that. They'll dial it back 1 lap. I think that'll still Stillwell will still take that win, but cars everywhere. You can see an absolute lake of oil there. That's going to take a little bit of clean-up time. Who's that? that car.
It's Gareth
33.
Cordy.
Yeah, so he has lost his engine at some point, maybe burst a radiator, and that was saw the end of that race. It certainly let go in a big way, didn't it? But it should be that Stillwell will get the dial back on that, because they did complete that last lap through. So I imagine that will be quite easy dial back, and I think Stillwell versus over Kramer and then Cena in that third place, I think is as we will see it.
Okay, so with nearly every car sliding off on the oil there as they came down the Craner curves. We saw a lap earlier, a great cloud of smoke in the background, and it was Gareth Cordy who was the culprit. Unfortunately, he was running third in the Sigmax division, but his engine has let go clearly there. And provisionally the result will be a win for Will Stillwell ahead of Kramer and Senior. So Kramer ahead of Harry Senior at the line on the last completed lap.
Depending on when that red flag got thrown, whether the whole field had gone over the line, it might go back another lap. I don't think it will still affect the win, but it could affect the Senior Kramer battle, so keep an eye out for that changing. But yeah, they had to throw that red. As you say, that would have been a shock to all those drivers just trying to turn in. Depending on how the light hits it, it might be invisible to those drivers. Here are some highlights then of that race.
Yes, it certainly was another lively one, with Dan Livingston the first to run wide onto the gravel. It was the Battle of the Harrys. It looked like it was going to be at the front once again, but Will Stillwell was in there, and Thomas Horton taking the fight to the Sigma 150s as well. Rob Warner and James McCall also joining in a brilliant 7-way fight at the front of the field. It was 3 wide at one point into the chicane. Will Stillwell just about having the measure of Harry Senior and Harry Kramer. He wasn't able to pull away. Angus McLean, doubling up this weekend with the Caterham 7 UK Championship, had a spin coming out of Redgate, but was able to get going again. His purple number 61 machine. As the lead battle continued to rage on, it was hard to look at anything else happening further down the field because it was so intense at the front of the pack for the lead. But then it all came apart for Gareth Cordy. Great cloud of smoke, fluid all over the Craner curves. It's one of the most treacherous parts of the circuit anyway. Angus McLean was first to find it. It's the second spin of the race for him, and then as the leaders came round on their next lap, you could see the fluid down. They could see it as well. No way they could avoid it.
Bravo to anyone staying in a straight line there. A couple, Will Stillwell managed it. It could have been an awful lot worse, that accident. Just
Harry Kramer very lucky not to get T-boned.
Absolutely, he'll be lucky and feel happy that his car's all in one piece, ready for the second race. You're absolutely on the edge of grip anyway at this part of the track. Flat out over 100, 105, 110 miles an hour as you head down there. So really good that all these drivers managed to just spear off in separate directions and not collect each other. Bravo to all drivers out there, and yeah, let's get that tidied up so that we can get racing again.
Okay, I think we can head down to Sam in Parc Fermé.
Congratulations on the win. Fantastic drive. Did you get that? You recovered as well. You managed to avoid that oil that was down at the Craner curves, didn't you?
Just about. I'm looking forward to seeing the YouTube on that because it was so close. I very nearly lost it. There was some debris on the circuit, and I thought that's what they were flagging for, but it turned out to be loads of oil down on the circuit. So it looks like we've lost Kramer. Unfortunately, he was battling really tough with me and Harry. Absolutely fantastic race. So yeah, but buzzing to get the win.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, you're there for quite some time.
Yeah, I know. Well, I managed to sort of just about stick in front of the lads behind me. They were battling, and what I was doing was I could see where they were in my mirrors, and I was sort of taking pick for which one I gave the toe to, so that they could sort of come along next to each other. So that seemed to work out all right actually in the end. But yeah, absolutely buzzing. So thanks to everyone, all the lads over there that are helping us, and yeah, it's really appreciated.
Excellent. Well done.
Thank you very
Enjoy
much.
the moment. Right, it is Harry next, isn't it? Congratulations on second place.
I think it's third actually.
Oh, you think?
It was a count back. So
It was a count back, yeah. So, okay.
I think I'll be third.
You'll be third.
Which I'm a bit annoyed about.
Still a podium.
Still a podium, so still better than nothing, I suppose. But yeah, a bit annoyed because Kramer, Harry's my kind of main rival for the championship at the moment. So he spins, causes a red flag, and gets to keep seconds. A bit annoying. But
Yeah, it was chaos on that oil though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. I thought it was just the couple we had a couple wings down there, but yeah, watched Will go through and just almost slide off. It was a bit dodgy, but
yeah, it was. Will thought exactly the same. Thought it was the wings that the red flag was for, but well done, even still, third place. That's good. That's fine, Doug. Let's go and have a quick word with him. We think he's second then. So we think second place, don't we? We think.
I don't know. I'll take whatever.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
I can't
Still,
believe it.
that was a great race, wasn't it?
If that's second, that's my best ever finish. You know, that's
congratulations.
funny. And funny enough, my first podium with Caterham was here in the Silver Sevens with Caterham Motorsport. So, and this is now my third podium in the grad. So hopefully I keep it. Hopefully there's no changing afterwards. But what a great race! Really good. Lots of crazy moves and really entertaining. Loved it.
It was great. And you know, Donington obviously suits you then.
Perfect. I've always done well here, and you know, just seemed to go forward from the start. But I don't know how I didn't collect Harry at the end there, because the oil, I was just a complete passenger for a period of time and just pointing straight towards Harry's car and thinking, oh no, here we go, and somehow it didn't happen. So that'll be entertaining when I watch the footage, definitely.
Could you see the oil?
No, I could not see it at all. And we were already having to avoid, there was a wing on that part, so we were having to take a much wider turn anyway. So you're taking a wide turn and suddenly, I mean, I was sideways. I was completely sideways, as was Harry. So, you know, I just, I think it was Harry or Amanda, but whoever it was, you know, I'm very pleased I didn't hit them, and finished third. I'm happy, and hopefully I'll second. Hopefully I'll keep it, and we'll see how it plays out.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Enjoy the moment, and hopefully podium celebrations will be very shortly.
It's lovely to do in front of everyone here from all the different Caterham series. Really pleased. Thanks
It is. It's a great atmosphere here this weekend.
Brilliant. And the sun's come out for us. What more can we ask?
It's actually very hot, isn't it?
Lovely. Really, really nice.
Excellent. Well done. Thank you. There we go. That was a hairy end to that race. But we'll hand back to Dave and Chris for some more Caterham action.
Thanks very much indeed, Sam. And you can see a lot of dust, powder being put down on that fluid spill at the Craner curves. We can check out the provisional results of the North My Caterham Graduate Championship Sigma 150 and Sig Max categories. Will Stillwell taking the win ahead of Harry Kramer and Harry Senior, counted back to the end of lap 11, with James McCall in fourth. Thomas Horton takes his latest win in the Sig Max category in fifth overall. It was Rob Warner, Jonathan Enns, Doug Christie with the penalty dropping into seventh place, and Andrew Whitten, Oliver Smith and Amanda Anderson rounding out the top 10. Stephen Arnell, the second of the Sig Max category. Gareth Cordy will not be classified, so Dan Livingston, recovering from his off on the first lap, will be in third place in the class there. So we've got another race for the Caterham graduates later on, the Sigma 135 category. But next up here at the Caterham 50th Anniversary Festival will be the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. I have to ask, Chris, 50th birthday, where's the birthday cake?
We said, didn't we? And I haven't fulfilled on that. And I expect that's the first thing you thought about when you went to the commentary box today. But yeah, we are celebrating Caterham's 50th birthday with all sorts of action here at Donington Park, here today, tomorrow and Monday as well. So we've got the racing action all over this weekend. And then on Monday we have a track day for Caterham cars. Anyone with a Caterham 7 can come out on our track day. I'll be there giving passenger rides all throughout the day in the Caterham Cup car. So we've got fantastic, a lot of action for you. We've also got the Project V down here, the electric car that Caterham are showing around, as well as the electric 7. Yep, so yeah, we've got lots of action here at the end. We've got a parade coming on about 6:30 today as well. I think we've got an interview lined up down there with Sam. We've grabbed one of the other winners, so let's go down into Park Ferme and hear that interview.
So I've got Tom Horton here, class win for today's race. Fantastic. You've only been racing, what, this is your third race in Caterham?
Yeah, third race in Caterham's. I've had a pretty good time at Snetterton and Crofton. Now I'm back on the top step, and just really glad to be here.
Excellent. It's great to be here on this Caterham only weekend, isn't it? And at Donington, the 50th anniversary. But how was the race for you, apart from the red flag at the end?
Yeah, a bit chaotic at the end, but I had a really good start. I managed to jump Steve Arnell into first, and I kind of kept the the whole way, a bit of a gap opened up behind me, and I was just in that battle with the 150s the whole time. It was honestly some of the best racing I've been a part of. It was mega fun. But yeah, I'm just really grateful for the team, Alpha 7, bringing me the car, and to everyone that's been watching and supporting. I'm just really grateful for all of it.
And you can't wait for tomorrow, no doubt.
Oh yeah, can't wait. Pole position for tomorrow, P4 overall. Let's see if we can attack the top guys.
See, P4 overall, that's actually pretty good for, you know, your class, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're a slightly slower engine compared to the Sigma 150s and a different gearbox, but yeah, we'll have to see how tomorrow goes. The pace difference is there, but it's not too big, so we'll have to see if I can claw back some of the ground. But yeah, it should be a good one, hopefully.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best for that.
Thank you.
Thanks for talking to us. There we go. Hand back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thanks very much indeed, Sam, and well done to Tom Horton. He's only a young gun. Doesn't seem 5 minutes since I saw him start out in senior racing in his Fiesta with the CSCC tin tops. Clear up still going on. You can see the powder being put down by the volunteer marshals on our fluid slick at the Craner curves. Once that has been cleared away to the satisfaction of the clerk of the course, we'll be underway with our next race, which is for the Mission Motorsports Caterham 7 270R Championship. This is the third rung on the ladder of Caterham Racing, sponsored by Mission Motorsport, the Forces Motorsports charity set up by Major James Cameron a few years ago, helping members of the armed forces who have, for example, been injured in combat to rehabilitate themselves through motorsport. Many of them have gone on to successful national racing careers. They competed in Caterham's, MX5s, the Citroen C1 Endurance Championship, and many more besides. A very worthy cause, Mission Motorsports, and thanks to them for their support of Caterham Racing. Well, the championship this year, the 270Rs, it really has been a two-horse race this year between Charlie Lower and Freddie Chiddicks. They're way ahead of everybody else in the points, but separated by just 2 points with dropped scores applied.
They have 8 wins apiece in a race of, you know, just it's crazy how consistent they've been around there, and you know, smattering of fastest laps as well, just to show their dominance. They've not had it all their own way. You know, they have had to get being drawn back into the battles every now and again, but it is absolutely between these two for the championship. They can't do it today, but as I say, Chiddick comes in here with a very slender 2-point advantage over Lower, but that could easily be overturned in the 3 20-minute races they've got over the course of this weekend. And really the biggest the takeaway is that if Freddie Chiddicks finishes ahead of Charlie Lower out of 2 of those 3 races, he does take the championship. If either of them win all 3 races, they will also win the championship. So that will be the thing that will be on their mind most, is just go out there, win these races, and then you can't be beaten. But yeah, we will again follow on through all these point and connotations as the races go on. But it has really been that 2-horse race, and Cook is David Rook is in that 3rd place in the championship coming in here, and really he just has to have a solid set of results to solidify that. It can be attacked by Kendon Packley, but it's just not looking likely. So as long as Rook has, after his hand injury that we saw last time at Snetterton, as long as he has a solid set of results, he will be there. But one person we should watch out for in this race is our now champion-elect from Roadsport, who has taken the step up into 270s. Ben Timmons, already the Roadsport champion this year, decided rather than race in Roadsport for this final race of the season, round of the season, he would take the step up, and he has managed to qualify himself in 4th place. What a fantastic result for him.
That is incredible for his first time out in a 270R spec car. He stuck it on the 2nd row of the grid. Ben Timmons, who has dominated the Road Sports Championship this year, and he is really going to be one worth watching in his familiar purple and yellow colours from the 2nd row of the grid. As we said, Freddie Chiddicks and Charlie Lower have done virtually all the winning between them this year. Mark Kendall had a win at Zandvoort. He sits 4th in the points, and Roger Patke had a win last time out at Snetterton as well, when everything seemed to rather blow up on the last lap of the 2nd race at Snetterton, and quite a few cars went off, and it was Rog who came through to take the win. Mark Kendall was in a borrowed car on that occasion. Is he back in his own car this weekend?
I believe, yes. He had 2 cars to fix at the end of Snetterton, so busy off a couple of weeks for him to get them all back out there. But yes, I believe he is back out in his car there. In qualifying, lots of cars getting pinged for track limits. You can see that the marshals are walking away from that speed drive, so maybe that the clear up is coming to an end. But yeah, lots of track limits infringements during qualifying, so even for our front 2 there, they've both got at least a lap deleted. And Timmins joined Matt Larby, Rog Patke and Duncan Mallett. These drivers all from their academy season last year, all now finding themselves in this 270R. What a rise that is up through the ranks. And but it's Ben Timmins who's done it the sort of normal way. So he's done that Roadsport season, whereas Larby's been up here. But he finds Matt Larby in 3rd place. Again, a return to form for him. He's after a really stellar Alton Park ending in an unfortunate accident. He is now back right up at the front of this field, and he will be seeing whether he can act as interference. He's got very little to lose compared to Charlie Lower and Freddie Chiddicks, and they'll both have that on their mind. They don't want to have a bad result here, because that could be end of championship for them.
Yeah, good to see Matt Larby back on form, the number 73. He's had a lot of bad luck this season. He had that big shunt at Alton Park in April, and last time out at Snetterton in race 3 he stalled on the grid and was hit from behind by Mark Kendall. Thankfully no injuries resulting from either of those incidents, but he's repaired his car and is there on the 2nd row of the grid. It looks as though the circuit is clear, so we're hopefully going to have the cars released very soon from the assembly area for what will be a 20-minute race, the first of 3 races this weekend for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship.
It's a good 50 to 100 metres of track they've had to tidy up there, so that's good again. A fantastic opportunity to thank our marshals for everything, for tidying up after us as we leave mess all over this track. And what a mess it was, with all the cars and the graduates all over the place as they headed down through Craner Curves. But yeah, what a fantastic bit of tarmac we're looking at here. And tomorrow, in the track day on Monday, if you've got a 7 car, why not come and join us? Have a look on caterhamcars.com for all the information, and why not come down to Donington Park and join in all the festivities. We're here all day tomorrow as well, with all the action we've seen here today, plus a whole lot more. We're going to see the Academy cars out there as well, which is always fantastic to see them. And they've got an autumn trophy where we combine the 2 Academy grids into a single grid to look forward to at the end of the day's action. So much more action all the way through this weekend.
That's going to be mayhem, isn't it?
It can go all manner of different ways, but it's the first time the 2 groups get to fight each other, and that's really exciting for them. Who's going to get the honours? Is it the white group or green group? They run in completely parallel championships, so they're fully independent. They sometimes test together, but yeah, this will be the first time they all get to race, and there's definitely some one-upmanship and bragging rights they're aiming for.
So I can hear engines in the background out of the commentary box window. The cars are indeed making their way round on their green flag lap. Well done, marshals, for getting the Craner Curves cleaned up so quickly there. And there they are, heading round towards the grid. It is Charlie Lower who has taken pole position, just a couple of tenths of a second quicker than Freddie Chiddicks in the qualifying session this morning. So Lower and Chiddicks on the front row of the grid. Matt Larby, number 73, and number 8, Ben Timmins on the 2nd row. An outstanding effort by Ben Timmins, the Roadsport champion. Row 3, David Rook, number 45, the Scottish-based driver, alongside Mark Kendall, number 35. Row 4, number 2, Mark Jones, and 15, James Cook in the Welsh flag liveried car, the man from Newport. Row 5 is number 17 of Alex Vincent, alongside Theo Theato. He could be a threat if he gets away well in the number 72 car. Row 6 is number 14, Jonathan Ramsey, and 96, Peter Mott. Row 7, Duncan Mallett, only just making the move up into 270Rs, made his debut in the category at Snetterton last time out. Starts alongside 29 of Rog Patke. He'll be a bit disappointed to be down on row 7. Row 8 is Chris Ephraimidis, the Greek driver, alongside 99 Toby Boys. The 9th row, Gareth Lucas, number 10, and 71, Giles Perry, and James Ensign and Joe Priday round out the top 10. The 11th row of the grid will be number 74, Alan Venters, alongside 65, Lydia Gould. Louise Deason, number 22, alongside 23, Alan Bateman on the 12th row. Row 13, 98, Rob Mason, alongside 5 of Chris Broom. Marcus Eels, number 6, and 88, Charlie Vincent on row 14, and 63, Andy Palmer rounds out the grid. 29 cars should be on this grid then for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. It looks set to be Chiddicks against Lower once again.
They find themselves out front, don't they, as they're lining up, trying to work out who's going where. Now, I think
Charlie Lower's lined up on the wrong side of the grid.
Yeah, I think he won. So that's going to delay a little bit here. He's having to reverse himself back into the actual pole position as Chinnix then takes his second place. Yeah, not the start you want.
Maybe he thought he was still at Silverstone because pole position's on the outside then.
Yeah, it does change, and the marshal will generally stand on that pole position side. But there you go, Charlie Lower lining himself up. But it is those two that find themselves right at the front of this grid again, where they've been for the whole season. Very rarely out of those top two positions if we actually count the number of laps, as the rest of the field really aren't happy with where they're needing to go, are they? They're just about sorting themselves out, but Charlie Lower really threw the spanner in the works as the rest of them do come in their 2x2 formation that we run in all our Caterham Motorsport Championships. Then very nearly getting there. You can see here Theato just about lining his orange McCat up there, and Reduncan Mallet in the background. Mallet was with us for Thruxton as well, actually, so he's been with us a couple of rounds now. This will be his third time out, so he's starting to get experience in this 270R, but nevertheless rapid up until this point, but finds himself deep in the field. That's going to be a bit of a new one for him in this 270 field.
Yes, apologies there, I was absent for Thruxton, so didn't see Duncan Mallet make his debut, but watch for Ben Timmons, the purple and yellow car there on the outside of the second row. If he gets a good run down towards Redgate here, we could be in for a big surprise, I reckon. David Rook in the red car on row 3 alongside the green machine of Mark Kendall. Charlie Lower, the black car with the blue nose. Freddie Chinnix in the black and red car alongside him. Is it going to be a two-horse race once again in the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship? The revs begin to rise, the red lights are on. Here we go, for 20 minutes of racing we are underway. Not the best of starts by Matt Larby. Good start by David Rook down the inside, but it's going to be Charlie Lower who will just about hold his lead from pole position. Ben Timmons trying to get round the outside of Freddie Chinnix. Rook trying to get down the inside. 15 there, that's James Cook, the Welshman, trying to get round the outside on the first corner. They're all round Redgate okay. Fine sight they make as they come down the Craner curves in the sunshine. Looks as though Charlie Lower has just about held. It's a little tricky to tell in the glare of the afternoon sun there. It is Lower who leads, Chinnix in second. Looks like Ben Timmons is up into third, and a good start by Mark Kendall. He's been able to come through into fourth place. Peter Mott going well there, sweeping round the outside of the old hairpin as well in the midfield.
Yeah, Peter Mott's a bit further down than he would expect actually in that midfield. He wants to move himself up. They have all been warned about that speedy dry and the concrete dust and the oil down through Craner, so they did all take it nice and easy, and did look like they all came out that facing the right direction. This 29 car Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R field as they head around Coppers for the first time. They're all looking quite calm compared to our other races. It's about to go mad anyway, so here comes Lower down the inside, Chinnix to the outside, and Ben Timmons thinking I'll have a go at that round the outside. Not going to come to anything this time through. He sits in that third place. Kendall come through into that fourth place. Matt Larby, like you say, not the greatest, starts moving back down to about 6 or 7.
Freddie Chinnix it is who leads the championship by 2 points, but he's just 0.2 of a second behind Charlie Lower as they complete the first lap. Timmons having a look on the inside. Then it's Mark Kendall in the green car with the blue roll cage. Fifth is David Rook. In sixth behind him is Mark Jones in the number 2 car as they head down the Craner curves for the second time. See how quickly that clean-up has dried up there. We can hardly see now where the fluid had gone down from Gareth Cordy's engine in the previous race. Through the old hairpin they go. First 6 breaking away very slightly. Matt Larby starting third, he's down to P7. Peter Mott under fire from the number 99 of Toby Boys in the Matt Blythe Motorsports run machine. Up towards McLean's they go. Charlie Lower hanging on ahead, and it looks like Schwantz curve. Ben Timmons through into second place.
Yeah, he made that. He was side by side all the way through Hollywood and made it down into the Craner curves ahead through the old hairpin and managed to hold on to it as he went up into McLean's. And while you can't see the speedy dry anymore or the dust being thrown up, as a driver you definitely still feel it. There's a little bit of a movement where it wasn't there before, so you do have to adjust your line slightly and try and avoid it. We're going 3 wide again. Why not? Charlie Lower down the inside. Timmons trying to get through to the lead. Chinnix nowhere to go on the outside, so Ben Timmons did a great thing there as far as positioning to protect, but this is not what Chinnix wants. He wants to be right there with his championship rival. He doesn't want that purple car acting as interference. It's still Kendall in that 4th place. Then it's Cook fighting with, I'm not sure who that is in the behind there, but it's absolutely all together as they head into Redgate again this time through.
Yes, they'll be a bit frustrated by the presence of Ben Timmons, the championship protagonist. He's there as a bit of a ringer, trying out what he's going to move up to for 2024. Mark Kendall is in there in 4th place. Rook and Jones side by side for 5th position. It's Larby, Cook, Alex Vincent in the number 17 car, and Jonathan Ramsey's number 14 rounding out the top 10. There they are battling a little bit further down that top 10. The leaders heading up towards the Schwantz curve. Now is Ben Timmins going to try for the lead this time as they go into McLean? No, he's not close enough. Charlie Lower, the number 21 machine, still leads the way. They head up towards Hoppist Corner. There's the second group further back in the midfield, if you like, but they're still not spacing out at all. Gareth Lucas, the number 10 with the green wheels there, coming under fire from the number 20 of James Empson. That's the battle for P15 at the moment. Here come the leaders, and Freddie Chiddicks again goes to the outsides, following the same pattern every time. Can Ben Timmins be later on the brakes this time? No. Charlie Lower continues to hold his lead. And 35 of Mark Kendall, who won at Zandvoort in Holland earlier this season, is looking for his second win of the year. One car that we've not picked up on yet is Rog Patke. He's actually dropped to the back of the field, so he's got a problem, I think.
Yeah, he was obviously mid-pack from qualifying, so yeah, he's losing out. Chiddicks didn't really have anywhere to go there. He's being hung out to dry. Kendall's gone through on his inside now into Hollywood this time through. So Chiddicks is dropping back through the field a little bit, although he's going to try and hold on down the inside. He does as they go through the left of Craner curves, and it is still that Timmins ahead of him, acting as interference. Lower's got a bit of a rear gunner there, hasn't he? Timmins won't be affecting 4 points, but it does mean that you've got a car there that does mean that Chiddicks can't get ahead of Lower, which is exactly what he wants to do. Remember, if either of Chiddicks or Lower wins all 3 races this weekend, that is them champion regardless of what else happens. Lower, though, get under attack now from the purple machinery of Timmins, who's settled into this 270R grid very nicely, hasn't he, in that second place, like he belongs here all along. Had a great set of results this year, so one of the stars, upcoming stars of Caterham Motorsport there. But Charlie Lower is the man who's been there, done it, and seen it all. Got the t-shirt as well. Chiddicks looking to see whether he can take his championship this year, and 3 wide again. Where have we seen this before? Every single lap so far. So Chiddicks again to the outside, does protect his third place by going to the outside there, but there's no way that he's going to go around the outside of Timmins.
He's trying to get around the outside of both of them there as they came down the exhibition straight. They're going to try again into Redgate. I think Mark Kendall's trying to get involved as well. Watch that green car coming down the outside. Lower's defending from Chiddicks. Ben Timmins caught in the middle. I don't think Lower saw him there on the outside. They disappear from view momentarily out of Redgate. There's the number 4 car. That's Duncan Mallet, still improving his game in the 270R Championship, having made the move up recently.
He came across that gap very quickly to join this sort of lead group, as you were. So he is going to put himself back there. And then from Thruxton and at Snetterton, we saw him there fully in that lead back. There is that number 4. And someone else has gone off wide there, and they recovered without losing too much speed. But yeah, so Doug Mallet looks like he's on his way forward and reaching this front group, which is fairly sizable at the moment. But Timmins leads this race as they come out of McLean's this time through. What a result for him there. Duncan Mallet side by side once more with the number 4. Is that Mallet's the number 4, sorry, that's the number 2 of Jones, isn't it? So he's fighting absolutely tooth and nail with him. Like these Roadsport Academy drivers, they're just fighting like they know no better, and maybe that's because they don't.
Duncan Mallet's got the fastest lap of the race, as well as here come the leaders. They're going to go 3 wide again. Charlie Lower moves across to defend from Freddie Chiddicks. He's got the lead back again from Ben Timmins and pulls a couple of lengths clear there. He was so much quicker through the chicane that time through Charlie Lower. Now here comes Mark Kendall in the green machine, and David Rook in the red car is hanging on behind them. These 5 going clear of the rest of the field. 3 wide for second place as they come into Redgate. Ben Timmins up the inside, holds P2. Mark Kendall round the outside of Chiddicks up into 3rd position. And here comes David Rook in the number 45, now recovered from those hand injuries he suffered from earlier this season, and he is really on it here, chasing Freddie Chiddicks for what is now P4.
Okay, Rook is teammate to Lower out front, so he can act as a supporting act there. Kendall back in his own car, feeling much more comfortable, a much better set of results for him, looking like they're going to be forthcoming from Donington in that, say, 3rd place currently. Chiddicks finding himself where exactly he doesn't want to be. He's no time to panic at the moment. He's still got 12 minutes left on that clock, and so we have much more time left than we've actually had so far, so plenty more time. Alex Vincent coming across, Jones just behind, and Duncan Mallet now again, say, bringing this group of cars across to that front group. But it is Lower who heads Timmins, who heads Kendall. Then it comes Chiddicks, trying for the outside again. It's not worked, but they're not giving him that inside at all. They're absolutely holding it to the outside. It means, and he hasn't got that late braking. They're going to go side by side on the way in, but not on the way out. That's exactly how you want to do it. Sure, that was close for Jones, wasn't it? Easy. Slotted in, and Vincent just behind him.
Brilliant stuff all the way down the order there, and Ben Timmins nearly got 2 wheels onto the grass coming into the chicane. I thought he was going to spin it, but he's held it together. What a brilliant performance this is by Ben Timmins to fight the championship contenders on his debut in the 270R category. 3rd place, it is Mark Kendall in the 35. Here comes Timmins. He's having a look. He's side by side as they go out of Hollywood into the Craner curves. He's through. Oh, brilliant from Ben Timmins. He may not be eligible for points, but can he win on his 270R debut? There's still over half the race to go, though. Freddie Chiddick's down in 4th place. That'll not be what he wants because he led the championship, albeit narrowly coming into this weekend. Who was that running wide? That was Lower getting 2 wheels onto the grass there, I think, coming into Schwanzker, but he's got the line, he's got the lead back again. I thought he'd lost momentum there, Charlie Lower, but he kept his foot in into McLean's, and he's got the lead for how much longer? Here comes Kendall on the inside now, challenging Timmins that 2nd place. Chiddicks and Rook bottled up behind them. 5 cars line astern as they get down towards the chicane.
Fantastic action here in the 270R class. 3rd step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, but some of these drivers, as we said, have got even less experience than that. Side by side, Timmins to the outside. Lower's got the brakes late enough that he's going to hold that. Kendall's going to hold ahead of Chiddicks as well. Now here comes Duncan Mallet across that gap and into the rest of the field. In fact, it's Rook, Cook and Ramsey who are coming across that gap with him. So as they fly on through, it's Rook that's Cook that's next up, and it's the Rook and Cook show once more as I stumble over my words and come into Redgate. Then Timmins sweeps around the outside. Lower in 2nd. There are 2 championship rivals back together on track. Kendall seeing whether he can sneak a wheel up the inside of Craner curves. Hollywood this time through, can't make it stick. Who's that slowing? Is that a slow car?
That's Lower.
Is that Lower? Break your car. No, what's happened to Lower?
Charlie Lower in trouble. His car slows, and that's one of the championship contenders out of it. What's happened to Charlie Lower? He's pulling across the inside there of the old hairpin. I'm not quite sure what that was about.
He did that to avoid all the other cars.
He's furious, thumping the steering wheel.
What has happened to Lower's car? Whether that's fuel starvation or something. There's no obvious signs from the outside that there's an issue with that car. No smoke or anything, or fuel or liquids that we can see coming out of it. Just the car has come to a stop. So maybe a fuel starvation or something along those lines. But as Timmins leads it, that gives the Chiddicks a good step ahead in the championship. I don't think it still will clinch it for him, but he's certainly going to give him another number of points ahead of his rival as we go 3 wide. It's too late to think about Lower anymore as we're going side by side. Timmins takes that lead then into the chicane this time through, and there goes Chiddicks in fact he's going to go for the lead this time through. So as soon as his rival stepped out of the way, he has now taken that step forward. Timmins taking fastest lap as well on his way through.
But of course Charlie Lower could include that as a dropped score as well, because that's his first 0 of the season. Freddie Chiddicks has finished every race so far in the points, so when dropped scores come into play at the end of this weekend, that could change things again. So we'll have to go to the calculators as Chiddicks takes the lead coming out of Redgate. Mark Kendall up into 2nd place. Timmins goes down to P3, and he's under fire now from, that looks like David Rook in that 4th position there, the red car. It's Cook and Ramsey closing in on them. James Cook in the number 15 with the Welsh flag emblazoned on his car, and Jonathan Ramsey in 6th position. The next group starting to close as well. We've still got 8.5 minutes of this race remaining.
But yet, whilst it does, like you say, that such is the performance of those 2 drivers, it will not affect him as far as being able to win this championship. The biggest deficit is the fact he will have to start from the back of the grid tomorrow, and that is an awful lot of 270Rs to get through. 29 cars here this weekend. A lot of cars even for Charlie Lower to try and fight his way back to the front. So that's what he'll be thinking about more than anything. Like you say, with the drop scores, he can count it as one of those, and it won't affect his overall score too much, but it does really affect his chances of getting up there to the front of the field again tomorrow.
6 of them for the lead then as we head into the chicane. This is the 2nd group. There's Matt Larby. He's back in P10, having started on the 2nd row, trying to improve his way through. He's got Duncan Mallet just ahead of him. Timmins, incidentally, has now got the fastest lap of 1:19.586, and he goes for the inside on Mark Kendall. He goes through back up into 2nd position. The Boss Racing car of Freddie Chiddick starting to get away very slightly at the front now as they head down the Craner curves. Kendall all over the back of Timmins trying to recoup that 2nd place, and Rook, Cook and Ramsey in 4th, 5th and 6th. Trips off the tongue nicely, that, doesn't it?
Yeah, very nice. And Timmins only 3 tenths as he goes to the outside of Schwartz curve. Crikey O'Reilly, that was close. He couldn't get a paper width between those 2 cars, but Kendall might well make the best of that as they're going 3 wide then up towards McLean's on the way in. Can they make it out? Timmins is going to find his way out there in front of Chiddicks, who's on the outside of Kendall. Kendall's going to see whether he can hold it on the inside. Chiddicks seeing whether he can have that momentum. Then it comes Cook has overtaken Rook in that 4th place. place, and then Ramsey following along. Timmins only 3/10 away from that lap record though, as he dives to the inside, protect that inside line. That is the way that's been working. Chiddick's trying for that outside line once more, but it's going to go for Cook, trying to even wider with Rook down the outside. Chiddick's is crazy up here, but Timmins holds on to that lead ahead of Kendall then, and then comes it's Cook, followed by then Chiddick's in 4th place, and then Rook in the red car.
This is impossible to keep up with. This is incredible as they come down the Wheatcroft Straight, weaving about there. Ben Timmins just about has the lead. James Cook is really on it here in the number 15 car. Chiddick's back around the outside now at Redgate to try and retake P3. Jonathan Ramsey has come through in the 5th. Rook has been shuffled back into 6th. Then the second group has closed up. Jones, Mallet, Vincent and Matt Larby. Any one of about 10 cars could still win this, and there's still 6 minutes of racing to go. Side by side for 3rd place now. It's Timmins who leads from Kendall. I think it's James Cook still in 3rd. A bit tricky to see for the sun as they came through the old hairpin there. There's Matt Larby, the number 73. And here comes Mark Kendall in the green machine, looking to take the lead of this race for the first time as they head up into McLean's. Yes, he's got through. Timmins is going to be shuffled back to 3rd place because Chiddick's is there on the outside, but he may not get the overlap here in time for the right-hander at Coppis. Yes, he has. He goes round the outside of Ben Timmins, but it is Mark Kendall who has now got the lead. Cook is down into 4th position. This is absolutely incredible. They head down towards the chicane. The racing just gets better and better here at Donington this weekend. Timmins trying to go through the middle. It's Chiddick's round the outside. He's going to retake the lead under braking for the chicane. Kendall holds off Timmins, and Cook in 4th position. Bouncing over the curves, that was the number 17 of Alex Vincent. There's more cars running wide on the outside. This is unreal.
Watch out for Mallet. So he said he came across that gap quickly, and he's now fighting in this lead group. He's managed to break clear of that other chase group. We were all as one this time, last time through, but it has spread out very slightly. As you say, Vincent running over what are some pretty substantial little curbs going on through the chicane to really discourage the use of that, but it didn't seem to discourage him that time. Certainly took to them. Kendall finds himself in that 2nd place though. Chiddick's headed the line, headed them over the line with Timmins. Then it was Cook, Jones and Rook, but it won't be that order by the time they get round again. There's Vincent after that bumpy moment, just heading ahead of boys in the number 99 car, flowing up then through the sun-drenched Donington National Circuit that we're running all weekend here, as it is still Chiddick's though out in front, so with the red fronted, the red lipstick as I say on the front of his car. Kendall fighting with Timmins in that 2nd place. Kendall looking to see what he can do. 5th place after his disappointing Snetterton, and still 3-4 wide. Cook and Rook going side by side as ever down at the exhibition straight this time.
That was Mark Jones and James Cook. Where's Jones come back from? He was dropping away from this battle as Kendall at the outside. Timmins goes even further outside. Timmins got 2 wheels on the grass. He did that earlier. He just about gets it turned back in, but he's lost a lot of momentum there. He's going to drop down. That's forced Duncan Mallet to go onto the grass. And I think Rook was caught in the middle there as well. So that shuffled the order a bit. The order is Chiddick's, Kendall, Jones up into 3rd place. Where did he come from there? James Cook in 4th. Mallet's up to 5th. Timmins down to P6. Then it's Rook, Ramsey, Larby and Alex Vincent, the top 10. Pause for breath needed there.
I think Timmins will feel slightly aggrieved then. He was legitimately on the outside and he was shown that grass, and as soon as he got 2 wheels on the grass, just at the point he wanted to brake, there was no way back. Did well to get it back inside of track limits and not collect anyone. Like say, Mark Jones has been there all the way through and just there or thereabouts, but now is coming to the good as the race comes to its crescendo then. 3 minutes of it left. Jones finds himself in that podium. It's still Chiddick's versus Kendall out front, and it's Cook Mallet coming through from deep in the field after qualification, which didn't go to his plan. Kendall though leads them as they come up to Coppis this time through.
So Mark Kendall leads from Freddie Chiddick's. 3rd place is Mark Jones in car number 2 as he tries to get the inside line through Coppis. Which way are they going to go into the chicane this time? They start to do the there's not as much weaving this time actually. Chiddick's will go to the outside. They're side by side on the road. Chiddick's is surely going to take the lead back again down that outside line, and he does. Jones in 3rd place, and Timmins a little bit out of shape again through chicane. He's pushing a little bit too hard here. Jonathan Ramsey coming under fire from Matt Larby. Here we go down the Wheatcroft Straight. Is anyone going to pull out to attack? Mark Kendall's going to have a look to try and retake the lead. Chiddick's just about defends there. There's James Cook, the number 15 in 4th place. Timmins is 5th. 6th behind him is Duncan Mallet, and the black car with the turquoise trim on it. Side by side of the lead. Here comes Kendall. Is he going to take the lead through the crane? As he is. That's a popular overtaking spot today. Certainly great move by Mark Kendall.
hardly a breath of wind out there, so no headwind to contend with. The toe will be quite consistent. As we see there, Chiddick's going back up the inside there. Kendall just lost a bit of momentum on the exit of Old Hairpin. I wonder whether he had to get out the throttle there, but Ben Timmins is coming. He's still got enough time. We've got a couple of laps left of this race, and he's got the time and motivation to do it. He's going around the outside of Cook, couldn't make it happen that time through, but he's right back with this battle. Kendall looked like he had it done, but Chiddick's got round him again as they went through Schwantzer up into McLean's, but it's still nose to tail for this front group. In fact, it's getting closer again, isn't it, with Mallet and then Larby. He's like, can see the lead already, but he's already 9th place. So it's crazy how many Caterhams you can fit in this small gap. Kendall going down the inside. Is he going to make that stick? Going to hold on. They're going to go side by side on the exit. I said that's never a comfortable place to be. So we see Matt Larby make up a place on Ramsey. There goes a wing further back. Was that one of Timmins, or was that Duncan Mallett's wing there maybe off of Timmins? Yeah, it looks like he has lost one of his rear wheel arches there, but all maintains his straight line currently as they head down. Chiddick's heads Kendall, heads Jones.
Okay, so still no sign of this race calming down as we go into its final lap. What's going to happen into the chicane this time? I dread to think there's 10 of them nose to tail as they head down the Craner curves this time. Here they come into the Old Hairpin. It's Chiddick's from Kendall, Jones, Cook, and the rest of them come through in this marvellous nose-to-tail battle. The 96 car of Peter Mott at the back of that group, so that means there's 12 of them now nose-to-tail at the front of the field in this Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship opener for this weekend. Here come the leaders into McLean's, and somebody's gone straight on. That was Duncan Mallet, I think, that's gone off. So we've lost the number 4 car. I saw a flash of turquoise. I think it was Duncan. Great shame for him. But here they come then into the exhibition straight for what will be the final time. Freddie Chiddick's from Mark Kendall. Which side is Chiddick's going to go to try and defend? Kendall's going to go to the inside. Mark Jones just behind him. Timmins having a go at James Cook. Any one of these 5 could still win it. They come charging into the chicane. Chiddick's tries to cut across. They're coming up towards the line this time. They've all managed to get through the chicane. The checkered flag is at the ready. And it's Chiddick's that gets it, I think.
Yeah, I think that was Chiddick's. Kendall over the top, Jones in the 3rd place. Timmins made it all the way down the inside there. What a tight move that was, but he made it stick into 4th place. Then it was Cook, Larby, Ramsey, Rook and Vincent, Boys, Mott, Theato, Emson. So fantastic by these drivers. The story of that race, though, Lower losing power halfway through that race. Chiddick's managing to maximise. That's another win for him. The 9th win this season. Such as the dominance of those two. He will make that extra points count for him in the championship, but I don't think he's done enough. We'll pump the numbers in and see what comes out of it. But 270R championship, what a race. Take a bow, everyone. That was fantastic.
So Chiddick's won it from Kendall. Mark Jones in 3rd. Ben Timmins 4th on his debut in the 270R category, and James Cook completing the top 5. Matt Larby fought back to 6th after dropping out of the top 10. Jonathan Ramsey, David Rourke, Alex Vincent and Toby Boys rounding out the top 10. We lost Duncan Mallet, unfortunately, into the gravel on the last lap there at McLean's. We hope he's okay, because he went off at quite high speed there. Did he rejoin? Yes, he came through for 22nd place. So the main thing is he got going again. Winning margin of 0.38 of a second for Freddie Chiddick's over Mark Kendall, and that will be a boost to Chiddick's, with his great rival Charlie Lower not finishing with mechanical problems. But of course Chiddick's Lower rather will be able to drop that score. We'll have to see how that affects him. That's the first 0 that either of those two have scored all year. Mark Kendall equals his best finish of the season in 2nd place. No, apologies, ignore that. He had a win at Zandvoort. My apologies there. Mark Jones in 3rd place, ahead of Ben Timmins and James Cook. Just a couple of retirements there. We lost Charlie Lower, and did the 88 come through at the back of Vincent? Yes, he did. Charlie Vincent just a little bit further behind.
Yep. Brilliant to watch this. Sam's available in Parc Fermé. The drivers are heading towards us, so let's go down and hear from our 270R drivers down Parc Fermé.
Goodness, so the championship will still come down to tomorrow, but Freddie has just extended that lead. What a race. That was incredible to watch. I enjoyed watching it. I hope you all did at home, but let's have a word with this man who's just won that race. Fantastic drive. Obviously gutted for what happened with for Charlie, but that was a great battle at the end as well.
Yeah, brilliant race. I don't know what happened to Charlie. It's a real shame. So I know we would have had another really close race again. Brilliant racing. It's really nice to see Mark on the podium, and other Mark as well. So.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah, Mark Jones is going to be delighted. Let's have a word with Mark Kendall first. Wait for him to get his balaclava off. Well, Mark, I think that makes up a little bit more for what happened at Snetterton, doesn't it?
It certainly does, yeah. Good outcome. Happy with that. Massive thanks to Team Leos for rebuilding the car in time for me, and I've made it worthwhile, so this one's for them.
Oh, it's looking good back in its completely green car.
Yeah, a few dents in it still, but there you go. We're on number 2, so I'm happy.
Yeah, no, that was a fantastic drive. Great battle between the
really
top,
good,
top like 6, wasn't there?
Yeah, no, excellent. And well done, Freddie. Yeah.
Thank you, well done. Let's go and have a quick word with Mark Jones over here. There's Joe Priday congratulating him. He'll be happy. Team paddle up. Congratulations, Mark. Was there a podium on the cards for this afternoon?
Not at all, but somehow I fought through, and yeah, I'm so happy to be back here.
The kill now, but
that's it, yeah. Left it to the last round.
Hopefully we get 2 more.
Fingers crossed. Congratulations. There we go. So gutted for what happened to Charlie, but we'll find out more what happened with his car. But the championship battle's down to tomorrow, so we'll hand back to you guys. We've got Academy qualifying next. See you in a bit.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights of that incredible race then for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. Ben Timmons may have been his debut, but he certainly took the fight to the championship. Protagonists Freddie Chiddicks and Charlie Lower, with Mark Kendall getting involved in that titanic battle as well. They were 3 wide down the straights for much of that race. Charlie Lower just about looked as if he had the upper hand in the early stages. Ben Timmons did lead on a couple of occasions. There were battles all the way down the order. It was near impossible to know where to look at times. It looked as though Charlie Lowe was going to make the break. We had a spin for the 88 car. That was why Charlie Vincent finished further down. That was coming through the chicane, but thankfully he got going again. Another driver to suffer a few problems in that one was Rog Patke. He finished down in P17, so he's got it all to do coming through in tomorrow. And then disaster for Charlie Lower as his car let him down, to the obvious anger of the driver. That paved the way for a battle between Kendall, Timmons and Freddie Chiddicks. Timmons tried his hardest. Mark Kendall tried his hardest as well. James Cook getting involved in the closing stages, and Mark Jones as well at one stage, rising up to P3. Some wheel banging at Coppice with Mark Jones involved. Ben Timmons, things rather came apart as he nearly overshot the chicane, lost momentum, was nearly hit by David Rook and dropped down the order. We lost Duncan Mallet from the lead battle as he skated wide at McLean's on the last lap, but it was Freddie Chiddicks who scored his 9th win of the season over Mark Kendall, and the impressive late showing from Mark Jones. Well, I think we can head back down to Sam, who's got some more drivers with her in Parc Fermé very shortly.
We're just going to show you the podium now for the 270R Championship with some very happy drivers. And cheers, as you can hear. So Mark's heading on to third step. Got the planes going overhead as well. Mark Kendall, well deserved second place. He's got the pace. He's had some bad luck at Snetterton. It's nice to see him back on the podium.
Come on, friends.
Taking the top spot, you're not ready.
And congratulations to Freddie Chinnix. Some lovely hugs there. Now for some photos. And they might spray some champagne, so we might move out the way.
Sure, friends, that's enough.
Lovely photos. Yes, the champagne is coming out. I'm going to step away.
Sure.
Yep, I moved clear from that. John, our cameraman's pretty close to it all, though, but fantastic, happy drivers. There's Joe Priday's son spraying the drivers. There we go. Cheers for the cheers to their good race. It's heating up down here now. It's a lovely afternoon down at Donington. We're delighted to have this great weather for our 50th anniversary. So we've got we've got a drivers' parade that we'll be doing around the track tonight, which is all Caterhams. It's about 200 Caterhams going around the track. That will start at 6:30. But we've got the Academy qualifying at the moment. Then another More For My Caterham race, followed by another Academy race. So and then that will end the day. So we'll see you very shortly for some more racing.
Well, as you say, qualifying is underway for the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy. This is the series open exclusively to novices. You can not have held a racing licence before you go into the Caterham Academy. They're split into two groups. This is the white group qualifying at the moment. The other group is the green group, green and white of course being Caterham's corporate colours, and they compete separately. They started off their season with a sprint event against the clock at the Kerborough venue near Lichfield in Staffordshire, and then they went into a series of races. They had races at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire, Croft, Alton Park, Thruxton, a double-header at Snetterton last time out. This is their last race of the season here at Donington Park before they have their non-championship autumn trophy, which is both groups together at the end of tomorrow's programme. Well, the white group out qualifying at the moment, and their championship leader coming into this round is Daniel Neal, and he is with dropped scores on 128 points. He's also got the bonus points for marshalling at a Caterham event over the years, because you get I think it's 10 bonus points if you marshal at an event, and Daniel Neal it is who leads the championship. He's had wins at Croft, Alton Park and Thruxton. He's just a point ahead though of the Hungarian driver Istvan de Mes in the number 55 car. He won the sprint at Kerborough at the start of the season, won the first race at Snetterton. Unfortunately, damage forced him out of a rather destructive, it has to be said, second race at Snetterton last time out. Matt Kirkland is third in the points. He scored the win in the second race at Snetterton. He's had a couple of seconds as well, including at Kerborough in the sprint. It was Adam Keane who led the championship early in the season. He won at Cadwell Park and has been on the podium in each of the other events, but with dropped scores taken into account, he's only joint third in the championship. It is Matt Kirkland who is currently quickest in the qualifying session we're seeing at the moment, with a 1:24.009. Henry Speaks, who's fifth in the points, the Hong Kong-based driver, is second quickest, number 37, with a 1:24.270, and Istvan de Mes is third fastest ahead of Daniel Neal, the championship leader, and Adam Keane. So those leading championship contenders all up there in the top five at the moment. Let's
quite nice to be able to have a little bit of a pause while they are qualifying. I mean, you haven't got the relax from racing to just talk about the Academy Championship in general, because there'll be plenty of people out there watching all this action that we've been going through throughout the course of the day and thinking, how do I get involved in that, or how do I take part in Caterham action? What do I do to get involved? And hey, the Academy has been the birthplace of well over 2,000 drivers from, I think, 1995 onwards. It's been around for an awfully long time, and it's a fantastic opportunity to start and learn how to get into motorsport. You buy the car from Caterham and it's a full package, including your race car, all your testing, pre-season testing dates. You get your race series, so you get the 8 rounds of the Caterham Academy Championship, all for the price of your car thrown in, and you have Caterham leading you by the hand every step of the way, even getting your ARDS license, which is your racing license. So most of EFRA will be aware that to get a road car license, you go through your driving test. Well, to be a motor racing driver, you also have to go through a license test, and it's called the ARDS test. And Caterham take these drivers through that process, and we breed drivers effectively. No one entering the academy can have held a race license before, so they must be absolute novices to join in. So everyone's on equal footing. They have an equal car. They've got no experience on racing on circuits or in karts. So as well, if you've had a kart license before, you can't join the academy. So it really is as even as you get, and say Caterham keep it that way by strong set of regulations, which means you can't actually change your car in any significant way to gain a performance advantage, other than by getting better behind the wheel. And such is the success of this, that we sell this grid out, in fact doubled. We have to have 2 grids of academy cars to offer enough places. So if you are sat at home wondering, how do I get into Caterham Motorsport, how do I get to drive one of these cars and go racing, well, caterhamcars.com, go to the website and read all about the academy, the package deal. It'll tell you the pricing and availability, and it's pretty much everyone you see here today, or a vast majority, will have been through that academy process, and very successful it is too. And look forward to seeing you on the grid in future.
You are tempting me, you know that. That's very, very tempting indeed.
Good finance.
Maybe one day.
Good finance deals as well, Dave, so you can.
I'm also being tempted by that 420R that DPR Motorsport have got for sale down in the paddock.
Yeah, very nice. So throughout the course of this weekend, we've got plenty on here. So we've got a showroom set up down at this north end of Donington Park, and you can go and have a look at some of the cars, including some of the more sort of racy sporting numbers, towards more of the sort of more leisurely touring. Well, there's no such thing as a leisurely Caterham. They're all absolutely blisteringly quick. Even the base models with the sort of 1.3 litre engine. So plenty of Caterhams here, and all of the northern paddock is full of the cars that are ready to go out for the parade after all the action's completed here at Donington. Today there's going to be a parade of all the 7s that have arrived here, and I understand that's going to be like well over 200 cars, so that's going to be quite some sight to see those 200 cars heading around this Donington circuit. What a famous bit of tarmac we're looking at here, going down through Hollywood at the top right of our screen, down through the Craner curves. If you've never been to Donington, it's quite a significant downhill, and it's absolutely flat out in every single Caterham you'll see here today. Absolutely flat chap pinned, and just easing off as much as you dare before turning into Old Hairpin, which is still a 90-mile-an-hour corner. Can you imagine going 90 miles an hour on the motorway and trying to turn around a corner at the bottom of a hill? That's exactly what we ask our drivers to do every single lap of this corner of this race. As you've already mentioned, though, in this qualifying itself, Kirtland, Speaks, Neil, Demes, Keane, all of the kind of regular running guys at the top of this championship, and it's Neil and Demes who really are in the hot seat, whilst Kirtland and Keane, though, can still do it. But ultimately Neil and Demes are going to go head to head, and anyone who beats it, they've only got one race to score points tomorrow, whilst they have, like I said, you've got the Autumn Trophy. If Neil beats Demes, then Neil wins it, and I think it's the other way round. It needs Neil just to have a car or not to get fastest lap, so it's really, really tight. It's going to be me fully entering numbers into spreadsheets tomorrow to try and make sure we call it well.
So it's Kirtland still quickest. He's gone quicker as well, 123.787, so he's nearly half a second quicker than Henry Speaks now. Dan Neil is up into 3rd place with a 124.290. We've got 3 minutes of this qualifying session still to go. Lee James stopped out on track for a time. Monty Hind, number 76, now goes 4th. He's only 9th in the championship, just on a 124.3 374. Just mentioned Lee James. He stopped out on track for a time. He's down in P10 in the times. And good to see Rob Cowan back out as well after a bit of a shunt at Snetterton put him out of the weekend. There's another one of those wings. Who does that belong to?
Even in qualifying, they can't keep all the wings on their car, can they? So, and it's kind of sat in an awkward place there. It's a bit annoying to be sat right on the apex there. It's the entry cut. You know, it's kind of where you want to position your car. You can see them all just about missing it there. But yeah, Kirtland in that pole position currently, as he finds himself there, means that I've sort of written down the scenarios that are happening, and if he wins tomorrow, he needs to have Daniel Neal and off the podium, and he needs Demes to be lower than second. So you can see he's still well within the fight, and he's maximising his chance by putting it on pole position. Still got 2 minutes of this session to go. None of them, you'd have seen, well, we didn't cover it, we don't tend to cover the qualifying. They're actually quite spread out for a qualifying session. Normally Caterhams will want to be running absolutely nose to tail to maximise that drag and tow, but this is the academy, they're still learning their craft.
They are indeed, yes, and learning it very well indeed. The gap has closed because Dan Neal has now gone second, a 1:23.942, less than 0.2 of a second off the pace set by Matt Kirtland. So Henry Speaks is demoted onto the second row, and Adam Keane just going through. He goes quickest, 1:23.611. I was just about to say he'd done fastest second sector of anyone, and he goes fastest of all with a 1:23.611 ahead of Matt Kirtland. So he is deposed from pole position for the first time in this session. They should have time for one more flying lap. Of course, any lap you start before the checkered flag goes out will count.
Keane looked like he was going to win last time out, didn't he, until that issue round, I think it was in Brundle Nelson at Snetterton. He just lost out on the kind of towards the end of that race. Keane, another one that can still win the championship, though. He needs to win with fastest lap, and he needs other people to be further down, so he's still within that chance, and again maximising it by putting it on that provisional pole position. Still 43 seconds left. Anyone who starts a lap, anyone coming over this line here, will be able to complete that lap, yeah, so there's still not one more opportunity for all these drivers coming across the line, I'd say.
So Keane from Kirtland, then Neal and Speaks, your top four provisional first two rows. Less than 30 seconds left on the clock now, so we will wait to see. The drivers will be on their final flying laps now in this Caterham Academy white group, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance. No major change over the last few moments. Monty Hind has been shuffled back to P6 now as the championship contenders rise towards the front once again. Checkered flag goes out now. Let's wait to see the final times as they come in. The number 15 car there, the first to take the flag, that's Miles Ainan. He's down in P18 in the times. Girthed's Juicy across the line, he'll be P8. Does Demesh improve? Yes, he does, up to second. Istvan Demesh, the Hungarian, does a 1:23.733. He moves provisionally onto the front row. Will Kirtland, Neal or Speaks, the three he's just moved down the times, fight back as the cars head over the line. So it's Keane from Demesh as it stands at the moment. Here comes Daniel Neal, the blue number 28 car. He's down in P4, was briefly in a provisional pole. He doesn't improve. He's fourth with a 1:23.942, his best lap. Just waiting for Keane, Kirtland, Speaks and Hind to take the checkered flag now of the front runners. Henry Speaks doesn't improve from P5. So Kirtland and Keane, have they got a chance to improve here? They across the line, they don't go any quicker, but it is Adam Keane who will take pole position for the Caterham Academy White Group season finale here at Donington, which will take place tomorrow. That will be at 12:20 p.m. It's racing all day tomorrow, so they're getting the qualifying sessions out of the way on day one. So it's Adam Keane quickest with a 1:23.611 ahead of Istvan Demesh, 1:23.733. Matt Kirtland in car number 2, 1:23.787, and Dan Neal, the championship leader, 1:23.942, will line up in P4. Completing the top 5, Henry Speaks, number 37, 1:24.270. Monty Hind in 6th place with a 1:24.374. 7th quickest was number 68, which is Scott Graham, with a time of 1:24.620. 8th fastest was Gerthage Ducey with a time of 1:24.703. 9th fastest, number 89, Patrick Cunningham, on 1:24.709, and completing the top 10, 96 David Jarvis with a 1:24.772. Lee James ended up in P11. He pulled over briefly midway through the session. 22 cars in total in that Caterham Academy white group qualifying session. Next, it will be our final race here of day one of the Caterham 50th anniversary weekend, which is the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 135 category. Even the marshals are bringing their mascots with them these days. He's clearly keeping an eye on the action. Okay, so that's qualifying concluded for the Caterham Academy white group. We'll see the green group out after our next race, the last race of day one here at Donington. It's the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 135 category, so named because they have Ford Sigma engines developing 135 brake horsepower. Top of the championship is number 23, Richard Groom, on 338 points. 339 points, I should say. 21 points clear of Ben Wheatley. They've done the majority of the winning between them this year. Ben Wheatley has 7 wins, Richard Groom has 4, but Ben Wheatley had a non-finish in race 2 at Croft last time out at the triple header, so that's dropped him back a bit. Of course, the drop scores have yet to be applied in the Caterham Graduates Championship. The only other winner this year was on their visit to Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium earlier this season, and Tom Power, number 70, scored a win there. So 3 drivers have taken all the wins between them in this category. Ben Wheatley has qualified in P3 on the grid. So it's a mixed up grid. Richard Groom is only down in P12 on the lineup for this next race, while Tom Power is in P10. And it's Luke Waitman, car number 22, who is certainly not among the leading runners, because the Waitman family, there are 3 of them, and they share 2 cars between them. Luke and Adam Waitman, I believe, are the sons of Mike Waitman. And Mike and Adam are sharing car number 21. Luke is competing in car number 22, and Luke has set pole position for the first race of the day. Mike, who had to qualify out of session because he's sharing the car with Adam, Mike's in race 1, Adam in race 2, and Mike's going to have to start from the back of the grid after qualifying out of session. I think that's correct anyway, because the Waitmans tend to do a fair bit of swapping in their 2 cars. So it is Luke Waitman, number 22, in pole position, with number 20, Chris Griffith, alongside. Chris Griffith, again, quite a way down the points in P12. Second row of the grid is Ben Wheatley, number 53, alongside the 77 of Giles Derry. 56, Paul Armitage, and 119, Andrew Sagar, are on row 3. Row 4, number 63, Neil Warnock, not of football fame, and 29, Andrew Bergbaum. Row 5, 163, Thomas Gunter. There's the Gunter family share a car as well. Thomas in race 1, Russell Gunter will race in the second race this weekend, and number 70, Tom Power, completes the top 10. Row 6 is where we'll find Richard Groom, number 23. He starts in P12 alongside the 62 car of Kevin Turner. On row 7 of the grid, 94, Stefano Mara, and 88 of Alaric Barney. Row 8 is number 100, Oliver Knight, and 36 of Sean Cronin. Row 9, number 18, John Vincent, and 49, Paul Higginbottom. And row 10, number 90, Andrew Cooper, 69, Paul Vokes, another driver who's got 2 cars here this weekend, competing in different classes. Row 11, 155 of Simon Martin, and number 92, Aki Hussain. Row 12, 57, Simon White, and 65, which is Lydia Gould. Row 13, 27, Simon Nicholas, and 174, David Poulter. The 14th row we have number 132, Liam Baslington, and number 13, Merton Wood. At the back of the field, the stalwart of the club, number 89, Michael Seagal, and we will have number 21, Mike Waitman, at the back of the grid. Penultimate meeting of the season then for the Morph by Caterham Graduates Racing Club, their 25th anniversary year, so I have joined in the birthday celebrations this weekend. I remember for their, I think it was their 20th anniversary 5 years ago here at Donington, they had a 4-hour relay race in teams, and it was great fun being in on the PA commentary at that one with Chris Dawes and a couple of others. It was almost like Test Match Special for Motorsport covering that event. We still didn't get any birthday cake on that occasion then.
I'll have a word with Kirsty, see what we can do as we look at these just coming around on their green flag lap then for this Morph My Catering Graduates 135 Championship. So they're kind of their step down, if you like. It's kind of similar to, in fact, it's generally speaking very similar to the 270Rs, which we've already seen today out in the official Caterham Motorsport ladder. And here come the graduates in their 135, signifying the horsepower they get for horsepower to the ton. Horsepower that they've got, 135 horsepower in the 150 class that we saw earlier. Slightly increased power as signified by the name. But you can see Luke Waitman there on that pole position. He managed to find pole position where Charlie Lower didn't earlier on. And then it's Chris Griffith, Ben Wheatley and Giles Derry lining up, and you can see all the rest of these cars filling in there. Tom Power, watch out for him coming through. He's usually rapid and races really quickly, so see if he in the number 70, you can see that fluorescent cage in the sort of middle of our screen with the blue and the yellow stripes. He'll come through. But yeah, it's like I say, also watching for Richard Groom here heading the championship, but finding himself deep in the field, in 12th position. So yeah, a little bit of work for him to do. Their drivers are finding it tough to find their spots, aren't they? It's
because they've got this staggered grid setup.
Usually the marshals would point you to your grid, but I think as it's working out today, they're showing where pole position it is, and they're leaving it to the devices of the drivers to find out where they have to be.
So there is Luke Waitman, the black and orange car on pole. Black and red is Chris Griffith alongside him. He should race a TVR with a name like that, shouldn't he? Second row of the grid, we've got another black and red car. It's Ben Wheatley, and in green it's Giles Derry. Good qualifying effort from him. Paul Armitage is the black car with the yellow cage on row 3. The grey and yellow of Andrew Sagar, number 119, alongside him. Dayglow yellow certainly popular this weekend. 63 is next, which is Neil Warnock. He's in grey and yellow as well. And Andrew Bergbaum in the orange car is next. There's a couple of cars just getting into order at the back, so we'll complete the top 10 in colours. The Gunter family car, Thomas Gunter in this race, is the silver car with the blue nose, and then in green alongside him, like an emerald green, is Tom Power, the number 70 car. There is Chris Griffith, number 20. Only competed in a part season this year. He's down in 12th place in the points in Sigma 135. Waiting the red lights to come on there. It looks like everybody is now pretty much in position.
There's a few that have kind of got interpretive manoeuvres, but yeah, nearly there.
Red lights are on. Morph My Catering graduate Sigma 135s get underway. A great start by Chris Griffith, not the best of starts by Luke Wakeman from pole position, and somebody out onto the grass there on the inside. It is Griffith in the clear, 4 wide for second place. Luke Wakeman hasn't gone anywhere. He's been well and truly swallowed up into the pack. We've got one car going off wide onto the gravel there. Didn't quite see the number on that car. Rest of the grid heads down the Craner curves, and we'll pick them up when the glare of the sun allows us to see the numbers. It certainly looks as though it is Chris Griffith who has taken the early lead. We'll wait for our championship contender Richard Groom and Tom Power to come through and try and challenge him. Ben Wheatley will be in there at the front of the field already. We'll pick up who's leading as they come towards McLean's. Apologies there, a bit tricky to see. It's Giles Derry who has come through into the lead from P4 on the grid.
Is Richard Groom in a red car? Because if it was, then it was around that kind of area, so let's keep an eye out just in case that was.
Yes, I think it was
Richard Groom out on the gravel there. So yeah, hopefully not, but as you say, Charles coming through into the lead then on this early stages in the number 77.
So I think it was Richard Groom who ran wide at Redgate, not accustomed to being that low down the grid. As up the inside goes Ben Wheatley, takes the lead under braking into the chicane, ups the curb there on the inside. Chris Griffith is in third position. It looks like it's Paul Armitage in fourth as they cross the line ahead of Thomas Gunter. Luke Wakeman, the pole sitter, made a terrible start, it has to be said. He's down into sixth place, and yes, Groom, see where he's going to come through on our TSL timing screen. Richard Groom comes through in 24th place, so it was him who ran wide on the first corner at Redgate. Disaster for the championship leader, the number 23, as the leaders head down to the bottom of the circuit, and it is Ben Wheatley who leads Giles Derry and Chris Griffith in the late afternoon sun here at Donington Park. There's number 70, that's Tom Power, third in the points, 1 win to his name at Spa early this season. He's only down in P12 as well, so the contenders struggling here, with the exception of Ben Wheatley. This is all playing nicely into his hands.
Yeah, absolutely. He's out front and sitting pretty at the moment, is he? Over Derry in that second place. We go 3 wide here, a little bit further back, but as you say, working out for him. Toe, such an important part of the lap time generation around here at Donington, and maybe some of our championship contenders or leaders just not making maximum use of that. Something's going on the outside of Redgate though, isn't it? We've seen it all the races. Every time someone goes out wide or late on the brakes, they don't make it and they go into that gravel trap. But it is Wheatley that's going to head Derry into the chicane. Griffiths comes up next with Armitage.
Bouncing over the curb on the inside of the Roberts chicane as they turn the right, then the left. Over the line come the leaders. Somebody's kicked up the dust there on the outside. Wheatley, Derry, Griffith, Armitage, and Luke Wakeman back up into 5th position now. He's got Alaric Barney behind him. He's going well in the number 88 car. Then it's the number 119 of Andrew Sagar. There's Tom Power just ahead of the 63 of Warnock. Stefano Mara, the London-based Italian, is in there as well, displaying the Italian tricolour on the bonnet of his car. First 4 have broken away though. They head down into the old hairpin. Luke Wakeman still there in 5th position. There's Stefano Mara, the one we just mentioned, the 94 car. You'll see the Italian flag on his bonnet. He's just ahead of the 63 car of Neil Warnock, who's dropped back a little after his good qualifying effort. It certainly was a bit of a mixed up grid for this one.
Yeah, Wakeman off the pole position really didn't go away well, did he, in the earlier stages, and he's now behind a gap which he's going to have to work hard to get back across as we see this fight back through. But yeah, Stefano Mara as well up there in that 13th position last time across the line, but fully ensconced in that battle. So we've got a bit of a battle here, so Derry looking to see whether he can get back into the lead then over the top of Wheatley. It does by the time they get in this. So this quartet of cars out front, another side by side there for Armitage and Griffith. Looked like Armitage might have made that position up as well as they headed through the chicane. That gap I think will disappear. Wakeman is coming across it. You can see that Griffith did lose that position out, and late Wakeman is now only a few seconds behind, maybe a second behind the group. So I think it's all going to come back together.
Wheatley back around the outside to retake the lead from Giles Derry side by side for third. Paul Armitage sliding a bit wide there, coming out of Redgate into Hollywood. Chris Griffith tucked in behind him. Well, Giles Derry has had a couple of podiums this year, but he's yet to win in 2023. Ben Wheatley, by contrast, has had the most wins of anyone. He's had 7 wins already this year, but that non-score in race 2 at Croft certainly hurt him. Before dropped scores are applied, of course. Mara trying to catch the number 29 there of Andrew Bergbaum ahead of him. That's the battle for P10 at the moment as they head past the remains of Starkey's Bridge. Used to, of course, go span right across the circuit here at Donington Park and into the infield. That's been gradually reduced over the history of this famous circuit.
They used to race through the arch of it, didn't they? The arch
pre-war, yes.
Still race. The arch still remains, and have a look at it next time we go through there because it is not very wide.
Yes, pre-war, the old Donington Grand Prix circuit did indeed go through one of those stone arches. As Ben Wheatley retakes the lead down into the chicane, here comes Paul Armitage through into second place. Derry goes down to third. Alaric Barney getting involved as well. Now, he's 4th in the championship. Again, has had a couple of podiums this year, but has yet to record a win at the number 88, the man from Reading. That's the car with the blue roll cage, just at the back of this group. Challenging Luke Wakeman. Has a look on the inside going into Redgate corner. This lot's not quite as bunched up as the previous races we've seen, so they're just a little bit more strung out, and Ben Wheatley has been able to pull out a lead of almost a second now. Alaric Barney, mentioned him there, has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:20.495. That's down the hill they go into the right-hander, into the old hairpin. Wakeman trying to fight back on the back of Chris Griffith. The 2 front row men. Alaric Barney tries to dive up the inside, going into the uphill left-hander at Schwantz Curve. Then the second group headed up by Kevin Turner. Sagar's in there, Thomas Gunter as well in that battle, I think, as Barney tries to go around the outside of Wakeman. This is the second group. Andrew Sagar at the head of it, ahead of Kevin Turner, the number 62. Mara side by side with Thomas Gunter, who tries to pull across into Coppice, close the door. In just behind them is Bergbaum. Behind him is Neil Warnock, the 63. Battles everywhere you look. I just said it was getting a bit more strung out. Now they're trying to prove me wrong.
And they almost certainly will by the time we get to the end of this 13 minutes left. Wheatley, though, will be looking in his mirrors, hoping that Armitage, Derry and Griffith continue their battles, because he's got a little bit of a comfort gap, a little bit of time to breathe and relax, whilst he sees whether they are going to drag him back. But at the moment they are still battling, so he'll be giggling and grinning from ear to ear as he sees this battle. Derry down the inside, then makes it back past Armitage in that number 56, and Griffith's just following along. And there was I think it was Barney drifting a little bit wide there, wasn't he? So that's not the ideal line through Redgate. As they come through Hollywood then side by side once more, they does get back into line astern. These drivers making, finding the grip where we saw earlier on, where the oil got dropped down through the Craner curves. You can just see the remnants of it, but it doesn't seem to be affecting them anymore. They will be absolutely flat out there as we look at the 163 Gunter there going through on ahead of Mara.
12.5 minutes of this race to go then, as Ben Wheatley tries to escape from Giles Derry at the front of the field. Paul Armitage up there in third place. He's in P9 in the points. He missed the opening round of the season at Brands Hatch. Just running a little bit wide there going through Coppice corner. He missed the trip to Croft as well, but he's somebody's pulled over there. That's on the inside of Hollywood, I think. Who have we lost? That's Paul Vokes, I think, number 69. It's a blue and orange car. Paul Vokes does race in those colours, so it looks like we've lost him to mechanical dramas.
Only lost 10 places on that last lap through, so all pointers go towards that direction, don't they then, as Derry's come across that gap in quick order to reach back up to the rear panel of Wheatley, and Wakeman just Armitage just behind, going side by side once more. They're going to battle into Redgate as they have done on multiple laps before, as the rest of this field just see what they're going to do. Are they going to battle each other, or are they going to concentrate on trying to catch the cars in front? Still got over half this race left to go, so still plenty of time, but it's now a lead duo out front. So where that gap was to Wheatley, Derry's come across that gap so quick. He's clearly got a quick car underneath him today.
Yes, indeed. It's the best we've seen Giles Derry run for some time now. He had a second at Spa and a second at Croft with fastest lap, so he's really improved as the season has gone on. They go past Starkey's Bridge. Nigel Mansell had his famous incident in the Ford Mondeo touring car back in the 1990s in the Toka shootout. Up the hill comes Paul Armitage, Luke Wakeman on his tail. They're being chased up towards Coppice corner by, I think that's Chris Griffith in behind them. It is indeed the number 20 car. It's the battle for third place now. Wakeman had that third as they crossed the line there, but Armitage fighting back. They're side by side into the chicane. It is Luke Wakeman up the inside. He retakes that third position. He's recovered from that poor start now. Alaric Barney trying to get involved as well. Then the second group headed up by Kevin Turner ahead of Sagar. Completing the top 10, Gunter and Warnock. Stefano Mara has dropped back down the order. Have we lost the number 94? He hasn't yet to come through. No, he has come through. He's 10th. His transponder's not working.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a delay. Yeah, like I say, the timer's having to inject his time each time they go through. Wakeman was in that third place as they went over the line, but he's dropped back down to, I think, fourth now, maybe fifth. He was 3 wide as they went through to turn 1, so the speed out the chicane cost him a little bit as he overtook that position, but everyone else came and swamped him. Still that lead duo, though. Wakeman, as you say, fighting back through nicely, but he's being faced with a wall of air now, and you remember Caterhams have to push that air aside. They're not tremendously aerodynamic, which is why we see such a strong toe difference in speed. There's Tom Power not making his way through the field like we might expect, and yeah, struggling a little bit at this point.
There's Thomas Gunter, the number 163 car. Of course, the Gunter family not featuring towards the forefront of the points because they share the car, doing 1 race each over the course of the weekend, as Luke Wakeman again on the outside into the chicane on Paul Armitage. Giles Derry staying ahead in the battle for second. No one running wide there, Luke Wakeman. Derry leads them over the line then, so Wakeman, he said he was getting the line right at the chicane, but he made a mistake on the exit there and he's lost 3 places. Round the outside goes Ben Wheatley trying to get the lead back again from Giles Derry. And he does so. We don't very often see outside moves at Redgate work for the lead.
Yeah, the momentum there just had enough to slingshot over the top. And again, no headwind today, so the toe is just equal around all parts of this track. There's no places where they're going to be gaining more of a toe, but just that momentum out of the chicane, a little bit wider line, able to sweep across the front of the green nose of Derry there. Derry having to settle for that second place, but the gap's still there a little bit. It's diminishing as Armitage comes across, and Griffith looking to see what he can do. Barney's attack there's faded just a little bit, so we'll see whether he can get back on. He certainly looks like it, especially with Griffith out there on the greenery. Remember, they are all fighting track limits as well. There's sensors around this Donington Park that will trigger immediately the time your wheel goes over. New regulations mean any part of your wheel goes on and beyond the curb, that will officially be a track limits infringement.
Here comes Derry down the inside again into the chicane. He's going to take the lead. Well, he's not even to the chicane, he just breezes past on the straight. Good slipstream there by Giles Derry, the number 77 machine. Thomas Gunter still fighting away in there. He's closing up now on the second group there, side by side for the lead. Paul Armitage still third, then the fight for fourth place. Alaric Barney chasing down Chris Griffith. Luke Wakeman is in behind them and did all his good work fighting back for his poor start when he went wide at the chicane last time through.
Armitage coming across that gap then to the lead duo, so it's going to make it a lead trio. So he's been the next person that has managed to make it across that gap in fairly good order. The toe still strong for him. He's managed, whilst they also battling out front, that's given him the opportunity to use the full width of this Donington Park track. And this track is all about momentum. How much speed can you carry? How quickly can you get off the brakes and back on the accelerator? That's what they're looking for as we try and find the cars around McLean's this time through, then using all the curb and nothing more. That's exactly what we want to see. Just a little bit again, Barney out a little bit onto that greenery. Not quite the right line through there. He's definitely a bit wide, pushing to try and keep ahead of Wakeman.
Here's Andrew Sagar in P9. He's got Kevin Turner behind him, and there's Gunter in there as well. So they fight their way up towards the chicane once again. Here comes Paul Armitage going for second place on the inside of Giles Derry. Completes the pass very nicely indeed there. Paul Armitage, the man from Buckingham, goes through into second. Now chasing after Ben Wheatley, the man from Dunmow in Essex, for the lead. Still got to over 6 minutes of this race still to go. They lap Andrew Sagar in the Michael Segal, I should say, in the number 89. Andrew Sagar just behind him there as they came down the straight, battling the P7 with Turner and Gunter, and ahead of them side by side between Chris Griffith and Luke Wakeman, with Alaric Barney still glued to the back of Griffith's car.
Yeah, that's absolutely nothing between those cars as they went through Redgate that time. Again, a tight bend, but you do carry a lot of speed through the middle of that apex. So he did well to keep a wheel banging down, and in fact they completely avoided it. But as they head on through, then this Wakeman in that number 22 finds himself ahead of Griffith then in the 20 car, but very little between these two, and out front the gap's still there. So absolutely a nose to tail for these little pack races. They've kind of splintered into little groups, haven't they? Whereas before we've seen it all coming together. We're coming towards the last 5 minutes, so they're going to be working out in each of their little groups, how do I stay in front of the people that I'm fighting? All of these drivers will have their own championship battles and championship positions to think about, as well as finishing this race strong, ready for their second race tomorrow.
Side by side as they come down into the chicane, but there's a bit of wheel banging there possibly with Ben Wheatley and Giles Derry. That's relegated Paul Armitage down to third as well, so Wheatley will hold the lead for another lap at the start-finish line, but everywhere else on track it's pretty much a different story. The gap the rest of the field, certainly. Luke Wakeman is now fourth ahead of Griffith. What's happened to Alaric Barney? He's dropped down the order there. He's gone down to P9, so he must have run wide somewhere. Yes, his last lap time he lost about 4 or 5 seconds.
He was looking at the raggedy edge, wasn't he, when we saw him a few times drifting off onto the greenery, slightly pushing out beyond the racing line. I wonder whether he's just taken a bit too much of a liberty on one of the corners and just had to get out the throttle, and that's going to lose you time, and in fact it's lost him, like you say, a lot of time, down to 9th place currently. But it is Wheatley who still heads this little group, with Derry kind of been always in that second position, hasn't he? But he's got fast car under him. He's got to see whether he can time this well. 4 minutes to go, so a few more laps left in the ready to go just yet. But Armitage also just sort of taking a briefing look. Derry seeing whether Coppice is the right place to get ahead. With the straight ahead, I think we will see Wheatley back in front by the time we get down to the chicane. Let's see what happens this time through.
There we go, it's 3 for the lead with 4 minutes of this race to go here at Donington Park for the Morph My Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Ben Wheatley going to the outside of Giles Derry this time. Will he get the overlap on the entry to the chicane? Not this time. Giles Derry looking for his first win of the season. Holds him off. Paul Armitage in there in third, also looking for his maiden win this year. The best he's had is a third place at Thruxton. They're clear of Luke Wakeman, who's side by side now with Chris Griffith for fourth position. Derry holds the lead as they go into the right-hander at Redgates. Kevin Turner in P6 is next ahead of Thomas Gunter. Alaric Barney up behind them. Barney is actually the highest placed driver in the points who hasn't won a race yet this year in P4. That's down the crane as they come, with Giles Derry under real pressure. He's run a little bit wide there on the old hairpin. He's going to go onto the curb. Ben Wheatley doesn't need asking twice. The gap was there. Through he goes. Paul Armitage trying to go through as well. A slightly costly mistake there by Giles Derry, just running that bit wide.
So easy to do on the way in there. You've got to keep the car to the left-hand side to open up old hairpin. But if you take too much there, you can get onto the grass, and it just keeps you too wide, and you never make it to the apex. It's like I say, kills a lot of speed for your car, and he's dropped now into third place because of that. He lost all the momentum up the hill. A very easy thing to do, especially with the sun getting low in the sky as well. Maybe there's an issue there as well, heading down through the old hairpin. But a costly mistake at this stage. 2 minutes 30 to go, but he's going to fight right back, get right back on that horse to the outside. Just about got enough room on the outside, but he's a bit compromised on his braking, and that's going to let Wheatley get through. Armitage sits in that second place. Derry's going to have to be happy in third place just for the time being.
Well, he'll be frustrated with Paul Armitage there, because he was much slower into the chicane, and that allowed Ben Wheatley to escape on the exit. You can see the lead's opened up to a full second now, which is an eternity in Caterham racing terms, and Luke Wakeman's closing up again as well in the number 22. If he hadn't run wide at the chicane a few laps ago, he would be fighting for the lead right now, I reckon. Chris Griffith is in fifth. They're clear of Kevin Turner in that sixth position. Then Barney, Warnock and a very subdued Tom Power rounding up the top 10. Where is Richard Groom after he ran wild the first corner? He's back in P13.
Yeah, so he's really not able to make an impact. He started well, but then went off onto the gravel, and yeah, we've just not seen anything from him and Power, just both really languishing in that mid-pack, 10th to 13th place, so not where he used to seeing them. It's again a bit wide there from Armitage, and he's lost the place to Derry, and here comes Wakeman back into the battle. He's going to see whether he can immediately insert his car up the inside of Coppice. But yeah, again, just missing some of these apexes, whether the tyres are getting a little bit hot and angry out there, that could be it, or maybe the drivers are getting hot and tired. But it's a 20-minute race, 1 minute 11 left to go, so they will be starting their last lap this time through, I believe.
Yes, indeed, going into their final lap, coming through on the inside. Paul Armitage goes up into second position ahead of Giles Derry once again as they start their final lap. Just under a minute left on the clock. They're coming up to lap one of the back markers. That's the number 132 car of Liam Baslington about to be lapped. He'll need to keep on his mirrors here and not get in their way. Ben Wheatley continues to lead the way on the last racing lap of day one here at Donington. Pulling away now slightly from Armitage in second, Giles Derry in third, Luke Wakeman just behind them. There's the stranded car of Paul Vokes. 30 seconds left on the clock now. Leaders head up towards McLean's. It looks as though Ben Wheatley has just about pulled out enough of an advantage here, but coming down the chicane, you never know.
Yeah, you never do know. He could be comfortable, maybe not. But yeah, Armitage and Derry still having that battle. But yeah, at the moment, the gap, it looks like it might be just about enough. There's no car right on his number plate sort of space. It looks like he might just have enough over Armitage in that second place. Derry's drifted and he's coming into the clutches of Wakeman. So it does look like Wheatley will make it through in the lead. And it does look like it's fairly safe for second as well.
Here they come into the chicane then for the final time. It's going to be win number 8 of the season for Ben Wheatley, and with Richard Groom suffering problems, this will close things up in the championship. The win goes to Ben Wheatley. Paul Armitage takes his best results of the season in second place, and a photo finish for third place. Giles Derry got there by a 1/10 of a second ahead of pole sitter Luke Wakeman. Chris Griffith in 5th place ahead of Kevin Turner. Thomas Gunter in 7th. Alaric Barney recovering to 8th place. And the top 10 completed by Neil Warnock and the number 90 of Andrew Cooper. And there is Richard Groom. We didn't see him all race long. He ends up in P12 after running wide on that first corner.
Power lost out even more there, down to 11th by the time we got to the flag. So again, just disappointing for those drivers. They'll still see whether they can make any setup changes or otherwise change tomorrow to see whether they can come back strong for race number 2 then for the Sigma 135, the Morph Caterham Graduate Sigma 135 racing here at Donington. That is the end of the actual racing action for today. But we've still got a bit more, got a qualifying session out on track, but let's confirm the results.
Yes, Ben Wheatley taking the win by 0.7 of a second ahead of Paul Armitage. He gets the point for fastest lap in second place. Giles Derry completing the podium, his third podium finish of the year. Luke Wakeman battling back after running wide at the chicane, staying 4th ahead of Chris Griffith, Kevin Turner, Thomas Gunter, Alaric Barney, Neil Warnock and Andrew Cooper rounding out the top 10. Tom Power and Richard Groom, 2 of our top 3 in the championship, only down in 11th and 12th place ahead of Bergbaum and Cronin. Just the one retirement out of the 30 cars that took the start of that race. Paul Vokes dropping out early on with presumably mechanical difficulties. That concludes racing for day 1 here at Donington Park. Then we still have the other qualifying session for the Caterham Academy to come, and the Caterham Parade into the sunset as well, before we go racing at 9:10 tomorrow with the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. We've got a total of 14 races to get through on tomorrow's programme. Non-stop Caterham racing all day at Donington Park. What could be better? Let's have a look at 1 or 2 highlights of that race. Watch for Richard Groom, the red car. That ruined his race, running out wide through the gravel on the first corner. He nearly clipped a couple of cars as he came back on. Also running wide was Thomas Gunter, nearly spinning off at the end of the opening lap. That's rather stymied his chances later on in the race as well. There was also a spin further back in the pack. We didn't pick that up at first. That was number 92 of Aki Hussein, but he recovered to make it to the line. A few cars hitting problems out of the chicane. That was Richard Groom again, I think. I can see there. Trying a little bit too hard in his efforts to catch up. As was Luke Wakeman, trying to fight back after a slow start from pole position as Giles Derry battled Ben Wheatley for the lead. With Ben Wheatley going around the outside into Redgate. That was pretty much a defining move. Giles Derry did manage to fight back, but that slight mistake through the old hairpin saw him run wide. Ben Wheatley didn't need asking twice, was straight through the gap, as was Paul Armitage. Meanwhile, Tom Power, a race of struggle for him as well. He ran across the gravel at the chicane as well as Ben Wheatley raced to victory. Let's head down to Parc Fermé in just a moment then to hear from our race winner.
Great battle with these top three guys. Let's grab a quick word with them all here.
Awesome.
Ben Wheatley, congratulations. I believe it's another win for you.
Yeah, racking them up. So, really good weekend. So, look, stand out. I got to hand it to the guys at CTS. The car's been phenomenal all weekend. Unfortunately, my mistake during qualifying didn't really maximise where I should have been. Bit of prep work with Scott, race coach, who's done an amazing job as well. So, yeah, really good weekend and really pleased with it. And it's good championship points.
It is. It's all about the championship when we get to this part of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's close. It's close, and I don't know where my nearest championship rival finished, but we come away with maximum points. And what more do we want?
Yeah. Well done. Fantastic. Right. Congratulations, second place.
Hello.
Excellent. That was a great battle with you three guys. You were second place for quite some time, weren't you? And the others were swapping round.
Yeah, we've driven against each other for quite a bit now during the course of this season, and it's just turned to really. There's lovely racing in this club, and it was very clean. It was quick. I thought, it was a hot pace out there, but just fantastic fun.
It looked like it was enjoyable. It was just the way everyone moves around and.
Yeah, you're constantly trying to not avoid contact, obviously, but the cars are moving around, and you're trying to find space against other quick people. So your brain's working overtime. It's total buzz, but exhausting at the same time.
Yeah, excellent. Looks like you enjoyed it.
Fantastic. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Excellent. No problem. Let's speak to our third place man. Congratulations. You had the lead, didn't you, for some time as well?
Yeah, for a little bit. Really tight racing, all really respectful. Everyone was quick, but three abreast going into the chicane, and we ended up coming out all in one piece. So yeah, it was great racing. They're good friends as well as good racers. So yeah, it was great fun.
And you find that with the Caterham series, don't you? A lot of the Caterham championships, everyone's they're all quite great. They're happy with each other for finishing on the podium. Everyone comes to congratulate you. It's just a lovely atmosphere.
Yeah, it's great. The grads in particular seems to be really, really friendly. Everyone's really supportive. I've had bits where I've had to borrow bits for somebody else's car to repair my car. So yeah, it's been great. Really good fun. Really good fun.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
So we will cover the podium very shortly, but we'll hand back to Chris and Dave, and then we'll see you in a moment.
Which is an opportunity to say thanks very much to Mark.
Yes, thank you very much, Sam. That concludes the racing part of day one here at Donington Park with the Caterham 50th anniversary special. We do have a qualifying session yet to come. It is the 2023 Caterham Academy Championship, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance. The green group is going to be out shortly. I think they're still recovering Paul Vokes' car from the top of the Craner curves at the moment, after he broke down during the previous race. So we'll have the Caterham Academy green group out shortly. Have the podium for our previous race coming up in a moment as well in Parc Fermé. And we'll give you the updates on the points situation in the green group as and when we can. There's Nick Heighton who leads the points after things were rather topsy-turvy at Snetterton. Callum McIntyre, the previous points leader, had one or two problems, and it was Nick Heighton who took over the championship lead. So we'll give you an update on that in a moment. Here's the schedule for tomorrow. We kick off bright and early at 9:10 with the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship, and then we see for the first time on BARC TV our guesting CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, the classic sports car club run series, open to any 7 type, not just Caterham's. They have 2 30-minute races tomorrow. We've got the Mottle Caterham 7 310R Championship following that. The Caterham graduates are back out as well as we celebrate everything Caterham across the course of the weekend here at Donington Park. A total of 14 races coming up tomorrow. We've got racing for the Caterham Academy as well. They've got their Autumn Trophy, the non-championship race, at the end of the programme. The qualifying session is just about getting underway then. And we're going to hand down to Parc Fermé first of all for the podium for our previous race.
I'm talking to myself again, as normal. Always. Right, different names up here today, which is nice. So, third place in the 135, Giles Derry. Second College. And first place, Ben Waitley. And I'm getting out of the way.
Guys, can I grab you all on the top step? Perfect, guys. Right, clear, look this way, perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Always nice to see a bit of champagne spraying going on down in Park Fermé. Qualifying is underway then for the Caterham Academy Championship Green Group. They open their season like the white group with the sprint at Kerborough. It was Callum McIntyre, who's currently quickest in this session, who won that. He then won at Cadwell Park in the first circuit race. Jonathan Emery won at Croft, and Nick Heighton at Alton Park. Then it was Barry Thompson, whose son Lewis is champion-elect in the Caterham 7 UK Championship this year. Barry won at Thruxton. And then Jonathan Emery at Snetterton. The second race there won by Nick Heighton as Callum McIntyre suffered some damage in that second race. Unfortunately, that's dropped into fourth in the points. Nick Heighton it is who has the current points lead with dropped scores taken into account. He's a point ahead of Jonathan Emery, with Barry Thompson just 4 points further back, and then 2 points off that is Callum McIntyre, so it's certainly close at the top.
Yep, and the actual championship, well, they've obviously only got one race tomorrow after this qualifying session is to set the grid for that absolute championship race. They do have the Autumn Trophy, as you say, later in the afternoon, but that's not a championship round. This is their championship scoring, and it is between Heighton, Emery and Thompson. Thompson has it all to do, though, because even if he wins, Heighton and Emery must be off the podium, and it doesn't look likely considering how the weekend or the racings have gone this year so far. So Thompson still in with a chance of doing the family double, but at the moment that would say a long shot, and I wouldn't be putting that bet down just now, but I would love for him to prove me wrong. Nick Heighton coming in here off a spate of wins, but not only that, fastest laps. He's really proving to be the class of the field, but he does only have that single point on drop scores ahead of Jonathan Emery. So basically Emery does win on tie breaks due to the number of wins and count back across the number of seconds actually, yeah, it's between Heighton and Emery mostly, but Thompson does have an outside chance.
Well, Jonathan Emery has just gone quickest with a 1:23.054 in this session, just under half a second quicker than Henry Morris, the number 5. He's 6th in the points, and it's the number 12, Paul Goldstein, who's 5th in the championship, who's currently 3rd fastest. 48, Franco Hoffman, I note there, is in P5 behind Arif Hanif. Franco Hoffman, is he in relation to Lars Hoffman, who we saw earlier on?
No relation there that I know of anyway, unless there's a distant connection. But no, we've seen McIntyre. We also said he's only 2 points off of Thompson in that 3rd place. It just puts him out of reach. Unfortunately, the damage he sustained at Snetterton, it broke his rear de Dion, which is why we saw him slow and then pull back into the pits, and a DNF for him. And it just moves him out. He can still, I think, potentially get to 3rd place in the championship, but he's got to win or be 2nd with fastest lap, and Thompson's got to be lower than 2nd. So still a chance that McIntyre can make it to the championship podium after what's been a great season for him in our media car, and it's been great to watch his progress into the world of motorsport and how they've been documenting that across the YouTube channels as well.
He's currently in P9 in the times behind Orlando Morris. No, not Lando Norris.
Nearly, though.
Be great to see Lando Norris out in a Caterham at some point. I'm sure he'd enjoy it.
I'm not sure he classes for Academy, though.
No, not in the Academy, obviously.
Yeah.
But we have seen some luminaries in the world of single-seater racing, particularly at the beginning of their careers, when they were looking for international licence signatures appearing Caterhams. I believe George Russell appeared in one at one time.
Oh, there you go.
I know he's raced the Citroen 2CV. He's the only Formula 1 driver able to have raced the Citroen 2CV.
Now that's a good CV item, isn't it?
In the regular championship. Obviously, they have guest drivers in the 24-hour race. But anyway, we're going off topic. It is Jonathan Emery who is quickest ahead. No, it isn't, because Megan Bruce has just gone quickest in the number 9, the red and white Marlboro McLaren look-alike, who finished the second race at Snetterton with rather bent rear suspension on her Caterham. Megan has just gone quickest with the 1:23.049 by just 5 thousandths of a second over Emery. And number 11, Barry Hanif, whose brother Arif is also in this field, is third fastest, ahead of Henry Morris, Barry Thompson and Nick Hyton, the championship leader, in P6. So it's chop and change all the time. Megan Bruce, she's currently P11 in the points, scored her first podium in race 1 at Snetterton.
Great to see that podium as well, and I think the whole paddock, where we could see the speed in Megan's car ever since the first opening round at they do a sprint event at Kerborough, and she was rapid but just couldn't put that lap together, and just something clicked at Snetterton and suddenly it all came together. Had a slightly disappointing second race, obviously having taken that podium, drifted back I think to 19th, all the way back with a slightly damaged car to 11th, so again proving the speed, the raw pace is there, and is carrying on that pace here into Donington and heads the field currently just over the top of Emery. And Barry Hanif in that third place, also been there or thereabouts, had a little bit of a sort of on-off sessions, a little bit, a few incidents along the way, but the two Hanif brothers there, the third and fourth on the grid, or as it all changes again, Barry going to the top.
Yes, Barry Hanif goes quickest as they cross the line. Nick Hyton goes second, just a tenth of a second further back, 1:22.895, 1:22.998. Megan Bruce off the front row then. Arif Hanif has improved as well. He goes P6. Henry Morris back up into P5 now. Emery is down to 4th in the provisional time. Still got 7 minutes of this qualifying session, just over to go though. Improvements from number 26, which is Tim Payne, also from 23, Sheraz Ramzan, further down the order into P16. 25 drivers in this group as opposed to the 22 in the white group. A couple of drivers absent in our white group, so we'll wait for the drivers to come round again and see if anything changes at the top of the times. Both the Hanif brothers in the top 10. Barry Hanif, top 6 rather. Barry Hanif is in P7 in the championship at the moment. His best result, a third place at Croft.
Yeah, and it was where we saw in the white group earlier, there was all sort of spread out into sort of individual cars going around. You can see it's much more clump racing, much more what we'd expect from an academy in this. I say it's clump racing. I mean, you can be betting they are kind of half racing in this qualifying session, because following a car is so important. Once you get that toe, it really does improve your lap time. You kind of need it. Currently, Hanif Barry's made it to the front using that. Hyton, though, we know all he's got to do tomorrow is win to win the championship, but again, that's all Emery's got to do, and Emery's just managed to move up to that 4th place. So Hyton and Emery are the two leading championship contenders, but Bruce and Hanif inserted themselves in front of those two as they head through. McIntyre now making his way up to 6th place, Mitmore where we expect to see him, see whether he can get his start all together. Struggled with that a little bit earlier in the season and throughout the course of this year to get that start done. It's another skill you learn along the way.
Callum McIntyre improves to P6. He's just on a 1:23.231 to move above Arif Hanif and Barry Thompson. Still Barry Hanif on top at the moment. No change at the top of the times. Jonathan Emery still P4, one of our championship contenders in his familiar purple machine.
Thompson in 8th place is not where he wants to be, so I wonder where he is on the track, and certainly he's part of that championship battle, and so he'll want to move himself up from 8th for sure.
We've got 5 minutes of the session plus a few seconds still remaining for the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy green group. The only major change on that last lap was McIntyre moving up into P6. Still Barry Hanif and Nick Hyton provisionally on the front row, as there is Jonathan Emery down the Wheatcroft Straight in the purple car.
All on his own as well, doing it all himself. It's
yes, nobody to work with.
Yeah, and he was just 2/200ths of a second off of Bruce's time there. Had he had a car in front of him, he would have easily made that time up. You can see Megan Bruce just going through the shot there. So she didn't improve this time through. The rest of the field flow on through. And remember, just as I said earlier when we were watching the white group, if you're watching the action we've seen today in Caterham and thinking, how do I do that? How do I become a racing driver? CaterhamCars.com has all the information about this academy package and the costs, and say it's a fantastic way of getting into motorsport. And yeah, 2,000 people have done it before, in fact many more than that now, so why don't you add your name to that list? CaterhamCars.com.
Like you say, maybe one day. You're certainly tempting me, you know.
Yeah, and again, as I said, plenty of finance options on offer as well for those who would like it. 4 minutes though of this qualifying session to go. Barry leads Barry Haniff leads this qualifying session over Heighton, Bruce, Emery, and Morris. McIntyre down in that 6th place. The other Haniff brother is down in 7th. And Thompson again deep in the 8th place. We're watching, so you can see the next clump of cars coming over the horizon. You watch them down the exhibition straight. We just missed them through the middle of the chicane, and then they ping themselves out this side over the line to see what they can do. Emery moving it further up there, 22.98, finds himself in that 2nd position now then with Heighton.
Less than 1/10 of a second off Barry Haniff's time. Jonathan Emery goes into 2nd place. Nick Heighton is 3rd. Megan Bruce, there she is, the red and white car, the Marlboro McLaren lookalike, is down to P4. Barry Thompson goes up to P7 ahead of Arif Hanif. He'd have wanted to improve more than that. He did a 1:23.459. It is tempting, the idea of getting out there in the academy, but I'll be honest, those who have seen my performances on the kart track would probably point out why I'm safer behind a microphone.
I mean, it's part of the skill of learning in an academy car is everyone starts at the same level, no experience, and some people pick it up sooner. But as we've seen throughout the course of this academy season, some drivers come good. Megan Bruce, we've seen extract that speed from her car, and others have taken those jumps up through the grid, and then you get the alternative effect of obviously people who came in really quick. They've got to now learn how do you find those last few tenths that really push you up into that top level, and that's all of what the Roadsport season's about. It's finalising everything. So at the end of this academy year, they're all drawing to an end. They'll have their race tomorrow, and that'll be the final race of the official academy year for them, and they will then go on to upgrade their car over winter and turn it into a Roadsport. All we do is strap on new tyres. It'll be Toyos, I think, next year, so upgrade of tyres, a little bit of a rear anti-roll bar, and off they go again for another season's racing in exactly the same car. After relatively minor upgrades, suddenly it's 2 seconds a lap quicker, and you're learning your skill. 2 races per race weekend as well, so most of the time the academy only have a single race of a race weekend, so doubling the time on track, doubling that experience, and really it's such a learning year. Roadsport for me was my favourite year.
And some of the drivers issue their Roadsport here and go straight into 270R, notably Rog Patke this season. He went straight up from the academy to 270R.
We regulate even track support, so in academy and Roadsport you cannot have your own track support. Caterham offer exactly equal opportunity for car support to everybody on an even basis. When you get to 270R you can suddenly have team support, and so a lot of drivers who want to just turn up and arrive and drive and let a team look after their car and everything about their race season, they can go up to that 270R, and as you say, such is the skill level in the academy by the time they finish their year that they can jump into that 270R and do a good job at representing themselves. And we've seen even Timmins today showing that that experience of all that Roadsport season he's got on his belt now pushes him towards the front of the 270R grid. We've got under a minute left though, so if they cross the line before the checkered flag is shown, they can complete the lap that they are on. So all the drivers you're seeing coming over your line now will be able to do that, and as I say, that Emery has jumped himself up to pole position there now. One of our championship contenders is in that pole position. If he wins tomorrow, he wins the championship. Same for Heighton though, and he finds himself in 3rd place, so he's going to be absolutely in the line astern. They're going to line up one behind the other. Barry Haniff is at the car in between. Thompson now moves up to 5th as well, so Thompson making good progress late on. He will, in fact, it's all the championship contenders are all going to be on the right hand side of our grid, 1, 3 and 5, so that's a quite poetic way to start the race tomorrow if it ends like that.
And 7 with Callum McIntyre in P7 at the moment. Barry Thompson's gone 5th and up to 8th with a big improvement. There is number 8, the marvellously monikered Django Jones in Carlin Break, real name. Django Unchained, as we call him.
Absolutely,
of course.
it's fantastic to see him up there, moving up to the 8th place as well. So there are people still able to extract more time out there, figuring out where the gap is and how do they manage the toe. And you can see them all there clipping that apex as they head down through Hollywood and then through the Craner Curve. What a fantastic piece of track! As I said, there'll be plenty of people watching, I'm sure, who've done track days around this circuit, and you'll know what it feels like to go here. And every single one of these Caterham Championships is absolutely flat out down through Hollywood and then down through the Craner Curves until you get lightly on the brakes, and it really is only a brush of the brakes just to get the front of the nose tucked in, maybe down one gear, tuck it in and get it around Old Hairpin. A fantastic thing. Off camber, tricky corner, but you carry all that speed, you use all the curb you can down into there. As the time runs out on this academy session, so any lap that is currently started will be completed. Can anyone make an improvement on this last time through?
Nick Heighton doesn't improve. He is P3, Barry Hanif P2, Megan Bruce and Jonathan Emery have pulled into the pits. Will we see any changes in the order? It doesn't look like it at the moment. Yes, Jonathan Emery abandoned his lap. That was 1:38. He pulled into the pits. So it looks like he is going to take pole position. I can't see any improvement further down the order. No, it's going to be Jonathan Emery, one of the championship favourites, number 43, who will take pole position with number 11, Barry Hanif, alongside him. Emery's best lap time, a 1:22.705. Barry Hanif did a 1:22.895, 0.19 of a second is the gap. Third quickest, number 78, championship leader Nick Heighton with a 1:22.998. And Megan Bruce, good effort by her, fourth quickest with a 1:23.049. Barry Thompson, fifth in car number 79. Then Henry Morris in number 5. He's at 6th in the points at the moment. Callum McIntyre in P7 ahead of Django Jones. Then Arif Hanif, brother of Barry, and Franco Hoffman, number 48, rounding out the top 10.
So we'll see all those cars. You can see them on the right hand side of your screen. Some of them stopped in pit lane, but they'll go through into Parc Fermé, which is just to the sort of mid-right of our car. So you'll see those cars going to the into the Parc Fermé, where they will have various elements of their cars checked. So the weight, and they can check anything, any of the kind of parameters of a car. The stewards are absolutely here to make sure that the cars remain absolutely equal. No one's gaining a performance. There's someone not really knowing where they're going, nearly having a crash there in the pit lane actually, but they're finding their way. I think they've now found their way to Parc Fermé. Obviously all this is new, they've never done it before, so if they haven't read their final instructions or didn't pick up on it in the briefing this morning, it's not clear where to go.
Sounds like a song, doesn't it? Is this the way to Parc Fermé?
It should be, if, yeah, absolutely. We could sing it along to tonight, couldn't we?
That will make it rain.
Yeah. But it's not too long now until we have another exciting part of today's action, and it's a fantastic site. It's it's looking like it's going to be. We've got all sorts of Caterham owners here, and they've all brought their cars along, and we're going to get them out onto track to do a Caterham parade. So I think we're expecting over like 200 Caterhams on this parade, and we can't wait to see them. And this glorious sunshine we've had here at Donington all day, and what a sight they're going to make as we see the marshals just been picked up and taken around back to the pit lane where they can call their time for on the day. But yeah, fantastic. Thank you again. Final opportunity for today, but I won't stop saying it. Thanks again to all of our marshals, the rescue vehicles. You can see the ambulance there going through, everything that's needed to make a race weekend happen. And there's an awful lot of logistics and many volunteers here over the course of the weekend to go racing and do what we love to do, from the academy all the way through to the 7 Championship UK and the official motorsports. And on behalf of the graduates and all the Mag 7 drivers as well, thank you for all your efforts this today. And the sun looks like it's going to join us for tomorrow as well, so you won't have to take your rainproof overalls out there tomorrow.
Just a quick clarification on one of the results. The Morph My Caterham Graduate Sigma 150 and Sig Max race. We did mention that Doug Christie got a 10-second penalty. That has now been rescinded, so he is classified in 4th place overall.
And I was going to say,
I think we can hand down to find out what's going to be happening to close off the day as well down in Parc Fermé.
So I'm somewhere a bit different now. I'm actually sitting in a Caterham 620R. We're about to do a parade lap round the track where there's over 100 Caterhams all going to follow each other behind the circuit. So this is in our celebration for the 50th anniversary. So John's going to jump in a car behind me, I believe, and we will record our lap round the track. So I'll hand back to Dave and Chris for the moment while he gets strapped in.
That was Lego Cat that we were sat in there, so the yellow, bright yellow car. But why don't you tell us what action we've got coming up tomorrow then?
Well, we kick off at 9:10 bright and early with our second race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. Lewis Thompson again going for the title there. Then we've got the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, our guest class this weekend from the Classic Sports Car Club. Their series open to not just Caterhams but any 7 type. We've got I think a Pro Compele Gold in that field, an MK as well. So more on those cars a little bit later on tomorrow. They have 2 30-minute races tomorrow. The Motor Caterham 7 310Rs follow that. Then we've got the Caterham Graduates, Sigma 150 and Sig Max race. Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270Rs. Then we have some of the cars we've seen qualifying. The Caterham Academy with Adrian Flux. The white group race first. That's the more for my Caterham Graduate Sigma 135s. Then the green group for the Academy is our last race before lunch. And after the lunch break, we have the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. That's followed by more from the Magnificent Sevens. Then the Caterham 7 Championship UK has its last race of the weekend. Not their last race of the season, of course, because they go on to Silverstone in support of the British Touring Car Championship. Then it's the final race of the year for the 310Rs and the 270Rs, and we close out with the Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy, which is going to be, well, I've no idea what's going to happen with the size of the grid we're going to have there.
So yeah, we've seen both academies qualifying today. They'll have their race for their 20-minute race in sort of just before lunch, and then yeah, the Autumn Trophy is quite a special event for them all. It's not a championship round, but we combine all of the 2 grids into a single grid. So the green and white grids get to. It's an optional race; they don't have to do it. A lot of them do choose to do it, and then obviously they're looking for bragging rights. So the green group and the white group, it'll be the first opportunity they've had to fight on that the same grid together, and looking forward to seeing who comes out on top. Will the green group come out on top, or will it be the white group? What is sure is we are crowning an awful lot of champions over the course of this race weekend, and most of those are happening tomorrow. Jack Sales did, I think, manage to do it just about today in the 310, but that'll all get confirmed as well, and we'll make sure he gets his champion-elect board and stickers. But yeah, looks like the 7 Championship UK though is going down to the final round, which is following along with the touring cars at the Silverstone National Circuit on the 23rd and 24th of September. Can't wait to see how they get on that package, and exciting all the crowds that are out there as around that Silverstone circuit. And the National Circuit is a fantastic place for Caterham action. It really does turn into NASCAR racing as they go through. But yeah, it's great to see the Academy out there, and to say we get to crown many more champions tomorrow.
Yes, indeed, and a big thanks to you, Chris, for your input with working out the points as we go along as well. Your mathematical skills are much stronger than mine are. Yep. So we'll know who the champion is as soon as they cross the line.
Yep, we will. I'm using tools and spreadsheets, and hopefully I'll have enough time to tap in and check and double check. And in the background, I know that Simon Lambert, Chief Motorsport Officer at Caterham, will be doing the same thing, and we will back each other up on that. But so far, we've called it. I think we've been in agreement, which is always a good sign.
I've just spotted the name of your spreadsheet: Championship Worker Outerer 2023. Very technical.
I mean, it says what it does on the tin, right? So yeah,
brilliant.
Absolutely. As we wait, it's quite a logistical thing to get 200 odd Caterham 7s all into the same place and fed out onto this Donington Park circuit. And yep, all the action. So starting tomorrow 9:10 for our first action, and it's straight into the Avon Tyres 7 Championship UK, where Lewis Thompson will be seeing whether he can do anything about that championship. He can't win it outright this weekend, but again, he can put it further out of reach of everyone else. Then we get the Mag 7s, as we call them, out on grid, and there's some absolutely exotic machinery. Like you say, not everything is pure Caterham. There's some seriously rapid cars. I think they're even a few seconds lap faster than the 7 Championship UK cars, which is incredible around this Donington circuit.
Some of the top cars in that series have more than 300 horsepower, so there are supercharged Caterham C400s and everything in there.
We are celebrating everything Caterham this weekend, and you've seen the official championships, but the engineering involved in some of these souped up models in the Mag 7s is incredible. They've got things like paddle shift gearboxes and all sorts of gizmos and gadgets, but they all lead to that fundamental 2-seater sports car, just to have lightness, all about a big engine in a really light chassis with a fantastic and nothing more than you need on a car. It's a brilliant place to be.
Well, that was Colin Chapman's ethos when he created the original Lotus 7, wasn't it? His ethos was simplify and add lightness.
Absolutely, and it's carried on through to this day, and we see that in many of these models and cars. But so 310R Championship follows on from them, and we've seen how tight that is. Jack Sales clinching the championship elect, but we've still got second and third to decide in that champion. Then we're back into the More for My Caterham Graduates Championships, and they've been fantastic all throughout this weekend of action as well, haven't they? So we've enjoyed their racing as we've gone through the day.
Yes, we won't see their champions crown this weekend because they have a round to go at Donington Park in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, indeed. And then we're back into the 7 Championship 270R. We've Chiddix and Lower will go back at it. We saw Lower have that disappointment. I would never have wished it on him, but to see him coming through this field is going to be quite exciting tomorrow morning. That starts at 11:45, just before lunch, before we get the first of the Academy. Then we get more of the Academy White Group start out tomorrow with their 20-minute race. We've got the Graduates Championship, the 135, Signal 135 Championship, which just ended with the last racing action we had today, before Academy lunch break again. So that's everything just before lunch, and then it all continues again as we go to Roadsport for their final round of the year. Who's going to be second and third in that championship, we'll find out. As he's saying, more of the Mag 7s in the afternoon. I know that Stephen Nuttall is out. Stephen Nuttall is out there trying for he's trying to win a championship here with the he's then getting in his car after taking to the first action in the morning, driving to Croft to try and win another championship with classic cars in the afternoon. So he has got an awful lot of miles to get under his belt, and he says thanks to all the organisers for letting him do that. Before we're then back to the 7 Championship UK and the top flight of our official motorsport, the drivers going for national British Caterham champion title. 310Rs next, and for their final event of the season, and they will be seeing who is going to be in that second and third, because we already know the winner. 270R back out there to finally see who is going to win between Chiddix and Lower, who's going to come out on top. Lower's got it all to do right now. Chiddix has got to just hang on in there, but Lower, you would never put it past him. It's not out of his reach. He has got the pace to come through that field. So we're starting then to see, here is the Caterham safety car, followed by all the other cars out onto track then, and these will lead the formation of the parade cars. So what a sight that is, a Caterham dressed up as a safety car, proof that you can really do anything with these little Caterham cars. They're so versatile, and there's a little cute flashing lights there.
I'll tell you what I would love to see. I would love to see a Caterham taken around the Isle of Man TT course.
Oh, crikey.
The record is held by Mark Higgins in a Subaru rally car.
Yeah,
I reckon if you modified a Caterham enough, you could run it close.
Certainly, when you watch them around the
Put John
Nürburgring,
McGuinness behind the wheel.
The only issue with the Caterham is generally top speed, but some of these cars that you're going to see here do have plenty of top speed as well. And so I don't know if they're all. He had a bit of four-wheel drive and a little bit of electronics on his car, didn't he? There is that safety car. Not seen the safety car this weekend.
I know you curse it.
Yeah, I shouldn't say it, but not had a chance to see this until now. But you can see it's very nicely done up there. Did you say we can go down to Sam? Here we go. All right, let's head down to Sam. I think she can talk us around their lap.
It's very noisy in this 620 though, but it sounds great. With its sequential gearbox, I'm not sure how much you're going to be able to hear me. So we've done Redgate, we are now heading down Hollywood. only got an aero screen in this car, so we're getting a lot of gravel and bits flicking up at us. But this is quite spectacular.
Yep. Struggling a little bit to hear Sam as she goes around. She was saying that it was really windy out there, and as she's heading down in Lego Cat at much reduced speed. We've seen cars going around here at sort of nearly 100 miles an hour earlier on, but fantastic to see all these cars in all their different guises, and you can see from they all carry that fundamental, say, approach. They all look very similar from the outside, you know, almost identical, some of them, but it's great to see them. They're going around in little batches. They get released out in little batches out onto the circuit, and the red car that you saw ahead of Sam's a little bit earlier is the car that I'll be giving passenger rides. So if you're around Donington Park tomorrow and want to be flung around this circuit as you've been seeing the racing, well, why not come along and I'll give you a ride in the Caterham Cup car, the red one that you can see at the lead of that pack. As you see in the background, other cars all joining in coming in through.
By the way, if you take Chris up on that offer and you get halfway around and wonder what the screaming noise is, it's you.
A fantastic car as we're on board and looking around here, coming up, I think, into McLean's at the top of the hill, I think this might be. We're following along that Evo car in front of us. Like I say, they're so... given that how different these cars are, or similar these cars are on the outside, how different they are under the skin. There is my race car on the right-hand side there of the screen. I can't wait to get out there. It's been a couple of years since I've been properly circuit racing, so it's great to be out there. And you can see that yellow Lego Cat car there. No windscreen on that one, and an absolutely lethal set of power under the right foot. Dave Cowan there driving along, and yeah, you can also they're giving passenger rides in Lego Cat. So if you want to be scared even more witless, and the Cup car wasn't enough for you, well, that's the Lego Cat, and you will have seen that around the British Motor Show and various other hill climbs around the seasons, as scaring everyone that goes up in it, and even going up the hill, the Goodwood Hill climb as well, in a very rapid fashion. Yep, for such similar cars on the outside, the fundamentals and what's going on underneath that chassis, it varies so widely. We've even got some of our race cars going around today. There's our drivers are so keen to not only race around, they also wanted to be part of the parade, and they've signed up. And the cars will continue to flow out as they fill this Donington circuit. You can see the little batches going set out and then following on by a course car before everyone else. So these lots of these owners will have been out here watching the racing all through today, and it's great for them to be able to see out here on track around this Donington as the lights starting to fade on our evening here. But there's another fantastic shot here of what it feels like to be part of that parade.
Yes, the only time I've passengered in a Caterham I remember was during a Young Drivers' Day organised by the High Performance Club many years ago, and one of their members lived in London and actually used the Caterham as his daily driver. Took me for a quick blast round somewhere in Oxfordshire that it was held. That was hugely enjoyable. I'm still indebted to that owner today. Yep. Great fun.
You know, and they, you know, they're absolutely raw driving machines. They don't have electronics on them. It's all about the fact that your right foot is directly connected to the accelerator, the throttle cable, which is directly connected to the tyres, and there's not much else to it. You know, we have steering way out in front. If you've never actually sat in and driven a Caterham, it's kind of a funny thing because you sit between the rear wheels, as you can see the drivers out there. You sit between those rear wheels, and the front wheels are kind of 5 foot in front of you. It's a very strange feeling, but once you get sliding, it feels so natural to have that balance in a car. Then it's a strange thing to jump back in your family saloon and drive around. But you see the next batch of cars being led round, and all sort of a little bit less dust thrown off by these cars at this time. But you can see again just how many cars we want to be part of this event, celebrating 50 years of Caterham. 50 years, and obviously the Lotus 7 before that, and Caterham taking it over 50 years ago, and really leading it from strength to strength. And we've seen the other projects they've got out there at the moment. So on top of all these 7s that you see that Caterham help and support and run here, they're nicer on the grid here with all the cars. we've got things like the Project V, the next electric. You know, how Caterham going to take their model forward, and the Project V, which is here at Donington, is a spectacularly good-looking car. Really nice concept. In fact, it's more than a concept. It's something that's ready to go forward. And I know Caterham are here, you know, encouraging people to have a look at it and, you know, think about it, and we're looking for, you know, investment opportunities there to take this model forward. But the 7 brand is so strong with the Caterham 7, as you can see here, all the different types of car, and here are the owners, and we have a really vivid and lively owners club. It's one of those cars where you can't miss them out on track and out on the public highway, and everyone gives it a little wave and a toot as they go along, because to own one of these things, obviously it's not a practical car in many respects, but I used to drive mine regularly when I had the Academy car, and you do see plenty of other drivers out there making the most of it.
Well, they are a quite stunning sight out there. Just looking out of the commentary box window, we've got a couple of the 7/160s, the more lower budget Caterham 7s I can see out there as well.
They're a fantastic balance of power to, you know, power to chassis. They have really skinny tyres. Oh, I think we might be able to go and hear from Sam. Now that they've sort of stopped moving around the track, I think Sam might be able to chat to us again. Let's see whether we can go down to Sam and hear what that lap was like from her point of view.
Man. Oh, that is a 420R. So John, you're in a 420R. Lovely car. I do like the colours actually. I think Caterham suit bright colours.
Yeah. So that's a BMW colour.
A BMW colour?
Yeah, that's the green from the M3s and M4s, that late generation.
And this yellow?
Sam's out there having a nice discussion around the different Caterhams.
Yes, but she's right outside our commentary box window at the moment, as the rest of the cars get into formation on the grid. I'm loving that. Looks like almost a Union flag liveried one I can see in there as well. Very Austin Powers. And he had a Jaguar E-Type, didn't he?
He does. I mean, it's fantastic, that little Union flagged car. And in fact, they're all stopping up here on it to what a sight that's going to make as they all line up 3 abreast around this Donington straight. And yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, I can see some Caterham personnel out there as well, enjoying it. They've been working hard all day, selling merchandise, making sure everyone's looked after here at Caterham, so they've had a chance just to stretch their legs around this and enjoy the sunshine and the warm air in this evening.
It's quite a contrast to when we were here at Donington in August for Convoy in the Park. And the weather changed every 5 laps.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to have this weather, and really blessed the tail end of the season to see all this. And yeah, we were just briefly chatting and say the slightly sort of more lower powered Caterhams, well, they've got skinny tyres attached to them, and the best thing about Caterhams is the balance of those cars. They really work it out. It's about how does it feel to drive. So even if you've got a slightly lesser engine in there, you know, if you balance off it with nice slippy tyres, and off you go. They're all fantastic to drive. Quite a sight of these. There's still more and more of these cars. I had a look over towards Redgate Corner where they were all parked up earlier, and it really was a sea of Caterhams just all sitting there out and they're glinting away and waiting for their opportunity to line up here on the grid. So I think we will see, say, something in the order of 200 cars lined up in a big straight line before we see this day out. You can see them all still like stampeding towards the back of this grid, 3 by 3. See Snappy John there, our series, everyone giving a wave to the camera, enjoying their time out in the sun there. Hello to everybody out there on the grid. Snappy John working his way down the grid to go and take some snaps of this occasion for us. See Sam there just trying to get out of Lego Cats.
Yeah, they're not the easiest cars to get in and out of, are they?
It doesn't have a roll cage, so actually it's a little bit easier than some of it. But I can see even Sam wants to. She's climbing up there to try and take some photos of.
And you have to mind the external exhaust pipe as well as you get out, or you'll burn yourself.
You learn.
Ask me how I know.
Yes, you learn those lessons very quickly indeed. Yeah, Sam there too.
We're going to see if our cameraman John can get some close-up shots, I think, from down there on this huge grid that we've got formed up. 4 rows of Caterhams. As we say, we're hoping to have 200 of them out there.
You can see him extracting himself, and yeah, you can see him there on the right side, just making sure his bib's all in place, getting his wires back after stumbling out of there. But yeah, absolutely seeing whether he can now go and have a look at those from the safety car on forwards. But look at all these drivers out there in their 7s. Pride and joy, I'm sure, for lots of these in this ownership club. It really is, a highlight for them.
Be nice if we could hear from some of the owners down there as well. Sam's got the microphone down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's find out some of the stories of the drivers that are out here today and how they've had Caterham ownerships. So I can see Sam, yeah, jumping out now.
So we've got the parade lined up on the grid. There's still more cars coming out from Redgate. So we know it's over 200 cars, but we're not quite sure of the final total number. So I can't wait to see them all line up on the grid. If you look down, you'll see just a sea of Caterhams, which is quite something. I don't think I've ever seen so many Caterhams in one place before, which is spectacular. So we'll have a little walk down. Got our lovely Caterham safety car. And we've got Bob Lashley in a 420 Cup. I was in this wonderful 620R champion. And then got lots of different types. Here we've got Jack and Lucy. How was your ride around the track? Interesting.
Brilliant, apart from the misfire.
Oh, excellent. We'll move on. Here we've got Adam and Will. Which car, so talk us through which car you're in.
We're in the new Super 7600, so it's got a tiny little Suzuki engine at the front, and also no keys, so now we can pull it out the side.
Like they were all doing down the front, yes.
Yeah.
I love this colour scheme though, this is beautiful, and you've got the lovely flared arches as well.
It's a fantastic little car, brilliant, but yeah. How's your day been?
It's been great. I want to do another lap. Oh, thanks. I'd like to do another lap, but there's too many cars coming out still.
See if they're watching.
Do you know how many cars are in this?
We're about 250 to 300 now, so not far off. Not far off what we did last time, so looking good.
Amazing, love it. It's going to take a while to get everyone lined up. Oh, we've got to get back in the car. I'm running to get back in the car. Don't wait for me. Wait for me, Dave. We're going. We're moving further down, I think. Because we can't fit them all on the straight. I think that's why. 250 to 300 cars.
You can see the camera trying to chase that. I think they've run out of room on the grid, so they're having to move everyone further down to make room. This is a sprint event, isn't it now? It's an excellent steady cam. Eat your heart out as they head to the front of this grid.
I think I got him back at the front now.
Excellent.
Yeah, there we go.
See if we're staying here. I'm not sure we are. We'll wait for... We might still have to go a bit further down because there's that many cars to fit on. But I wonder if we can jump out. We'll just wait a few moments because everyone's still moving forward.
Nice Caterham R500 there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's what they're trying to work out, the logistics of how much room do you need to fit the 300 Caterhams onto the Donington Park on a 3x3 grid. You can see them all just manoeuvring themselves down and squishing in. They've gone for a 4x4 format now. I think that's probably going to gain them some space and time, isn't it? So as they all move forward, but you can see that there's a bit of a queue on the back straight there as they're trying to wait for their own space. Okay, so Sam is back to live on her mic.
Good noises, yeah. This has always been one of my favourite cars. Thank you, Ben. Oh, let's come round and speak to Emma. Emma and Alex, how was your ride in the Academy car?
Great.
It was good fun, yeah. It's so cool to get so many sevens together and go around the circuit. A very different experience to racing it, for sure.
Yeah, it is. I think it's lovely. 250 to 300 Caterhams, apparently.
Yeah, mega, isn't it? So cool to see the view. Awesome.
Yeah. We might have to move down yet a bit further. Not sure we're going to get them all on. See you in a bit. Got Joe in James Taylor's race car. How you doing, Joe?
Yeah, good, thank you. A little bit hot, but who isn't?
Well, yeah, it's very warm today. Thank you. There's another 7 Sprint. Lovely retro-looking car. Great colour scheme. Let's move on down. Let's have a look. Let's have a chat with these guys. Hello. How was your ride around the circuit? Probably a bit slower than you'd like.
A bit slower than I'm used to, but it's still great fun. Yeah. With all these guys behind you and in front, it's great fun, yeah.
So talk us through which Caterham you've got.
This is a Caterham Blackbird, so it's got a motorbike engine in it. Yeah. One of 16 made in around about 2000.
Lovely. And how long have you had it?
Since 2014.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, and it's I just use it on track. So I'm fortunate I've got another one that I use on the road.
Oh, how lovely. So, a proper Caterham fan.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. So yeah, all I use this one is track, and then the other one I go touring on the road. Yeah.
Lovely, perfect. Best of both worlds.
Best of both worlds, indeed. Yeah.
Well, enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Let's have a look at this beautiful car. Hello.
Hello.
How's your day going?
Yeah, really good, thank you.
Jolly good.
Yeah.
This is a lovely car.
Yeah, one of only 2.
Really?
Number 13. Yeah, there's only 2 in this colour.
It's a beautiful colour. What colour is it? What is it called?
It's called a Zandorp Green. It celebrates Inns Island winning at Zandorp, and that's why it's his number and his name on the side of the car. So it
very nice.
When he raced the BRP.
Lovely. It's beautiful. Love the tan leather inside. Very retro. That's what I was saying about the cars down there. I love the retro design. It's lovely.
Yeah, it draws a lot of attention because there's a lot of nice cars here, but this is different. And like I say, there's only this 2, and that's it. Yeah.
Stands out.
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
Lovely. Thank you. Enjoy your weekend. Let's have. Oh, hello. Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you two? So I met these guys, which I'll get the cameraman to catch up with me in a moment. These guys did a drift day with us yesterday, and in fact, this was our drift champion. So you're on the parade as well.
Yes.
And how's it going for you today?
Oh, it's been amazing. We absolutely love these cars. This one is actually one of the ones that's going to be out on the track day on Monday, so we're really looking forward to seeing what it can do. And yeah, it's been an absolutely mega weekend.
And you know, obviously it started well with winning the drift day yesterday, but no drifting in this today, sadly.
No, well, this is one of Caterham's cars, so we don't want to treat it too badly. So yeah, no, really mega day.
You didn't say that when you were drifting their cars yesterday.
We're allowed to drift those cars. This is a nice one.
This is a press car, although I don't really want to give this one back. It's been an absolute joy to have this for the past couple of days, and I've grown quite attached to it now.
It's a beautiful colour scheme as well.
He's been talking about buying one ever since he started driving it, so...
Well, there you go. I'll head you in the right direction afterwards. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks. See you later. Let's move on down. Look at the sea of Caterhams. It's amazing. Let's have a chat with this chap over here. Hello. How's your weekend going?
Very well indeed. Absolutely fantastic. Weather's brilliant. Company's great. Some good chats. My car's working. I've just whizzed down the Craner curves.
Right, we can't get better than that.
Gap, so it was rather nice.
Oh, lovely. I like what you did there.
This car's watching. But
so what Caterham have you got?
This is the 1999 Roadsport. And I've owned it now for 13 years. Wow. I've done 35,000 miles in it. Been to France in it and I've been all over track days. So yeah, really great. This is an amazing event. I missed the last one, so this is great.
Oh, it's good to be part of, isn't it?
Key cars, so.
Excellent. I'll let you move down. We're just going to get everyone to move down a little bit more. So we'll just move over to the side. Oh, this one hasn't got a driver. This R500. Maybe we push it. Do we push it? Let's push it. I don't know whose car it is, but we'll help. We'll push it down the line. This is a bit different, isn't it?
Right, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, you're there? There you go, you got it. Somebody else has pulled off onto the grass there. That was an R500 we were just pushing. Got lovely waves to the camera. There's Jake Swan. Hello, Jake. You're not going to be part of the... not going to get your car in this?
It's currently up in,
being pampered, ready for tomorrow's race. So it's, you know, I did think about it, but I thought I don't want to break it. No, my luck, I'd go out and break it. So.
Don't want to do that. We're starting 4th tomorrow.
Yeah, starting 4th, so looking forward to it. You know, we've had some trouble, but we're finally back in the right direction. So no, it should be good. It should be a good day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, cool. Right, we'll see you later. I mean, I don't think I can see the end of this queue of cars, and when you turn around the other way, it's quite spectacular. There's some very, very different variants of Caterham. It's lovely to see. This lime green, is it like an acid green? I like this acid green, that's really nice. Traditional, very traditional car there. Nice dark green, that's a different one, a 485. It's a German European spec car. Oh, lovely purple. Now you probably see he's got some headphones on, because when you drive long distance in these cars, it is loud, and the noise can get quite intense, especially if you're driving them on the motorway. So you will see quite a lot of 7 owners with headphones on. They've got goggles on. They've got goggles on because... Hello, Theo! They've got goggles on because they've got an aero screen, so you don't, when you're driving on the road, you don't have to wear a helmet. Some people do that have an aero screen, but it's better if you've got just goggles. That is a Caterham 21. Not many of those around now, but I think I saw a yellow one as well. I think everyone's stopped. We'll have a little walk through. Oh, that road's going to move again in a minute. Only a little bit. We'll have a little move through. But we'll go and speak to him with his Caterham 21. Hello. How's your weekend going?
Not too bad at all.
Good.
Yeah, pretty good, yeah.
It's nice to see a Caterham 21 here.
Yeah, there's only 3 here, and I think only one's made it on the track.
Yes, I saw a yellow one, I think, didn't I? But I didn't know there was a third, so that's lovely.
Yeah, the yellow one sort of pulled out at the last minute. I don't know, some trouble, so he couldn't get it started, so it's a shame. But
how long have you owned it?
Since I built it, so 26 years.
Wow, so you built it yourself? Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's great, good experience, so yeah, still loving it.
Excellent, wow, brilliant. Have a great weekend. We'll have a chat to these guys in this car. They've got a CSR 260. CSR 260 guys, hello. Yep, I'm used to it now. So you look like you're fully kitted out to go touring in this.
We do a lot of touring, yes. Yep. We did Sardinia last year, doing an Isle of Man next week. So
fantastic. So you're enjoying your weekend here for the 50th anniversary?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah, great fun. So we're here tomorrow as well.
There's a paddock party tomorrow, isn't there? Tonight, sorry, are you going to that?
Tonight, yes, yeah, we'll be at that. Yeah. Then we're heading back to Sussex in the morning, so tomorrow lunchtime.
Super. Well, enjoy the weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, getting told off by the marshals for holding up the lineup. Everyone's getting out the cars now, so I think this is ready for the. We've got a skull on the back of this one. So we've got a skull on the back of your car. Hello.
Hello.
Where have you come from?
France.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, the Alps.
In this car?
Yes.
Fab. How long did that take you?
Quite like 11 hours until.
15 hours total.
Wow.
2 days.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll let you. I think you've got to move up again a little bit.
Okay. Closer.
Lovely colour though. This is a beautiful colour, CSR. I'm going to find out why the skull's on the back. Hopefully we can find out. So what's the why the skull on the back?
It was. I thought we would have some fun here. Yeah, be a bit different. Yeah, from the standard configuration. So we put this, and at night there's a third brake light inside. Oh. Yeah, and it glows all red. So yeah.
Are you having a good weekend so far?
Oh yeah, so beautiful. Well, ready. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for coming all that way.
I showed you the skull then.
I'll let them. They've got to move up again a bit more. Oh, the skull. Look at that. That's brilliant. That's awesome. Love that. Lovely colour. There's some really beautiful cars. I can't even see the end. When you turn round, have a look, John, turn round the other way. You cannot even see where the end is. It's quite something. So we're almost ready for a photo, I think. Don't know how they're going to do this. We need to get very, very high. We could do with a drone, but seeing as we're near East Midlands Airport, that won't work. So yeah. Oh, so John's now trying to oh, wave. We want to wave at the cameraman. So I think that's it. We're just shuffling a few more up at the back, and then I think everyone will be ready for the photo. Everyone's getting out now and taking pictures of their own. It's a very memorable moment. People running down with their GoPros. So I don't know how this photo is going to work, if they need everybody back in the cars or whether they want everyone to one side. But we shall see. It's a nice opportunity for everyone to get together and have a chat about different cars. So yeah, I think we'll figure out what's going to happen with the photo in a few minutes, and then we'll be driving back into the paddock in the cars, and then that's it for tonight. There is a paddock party for everyone that's here, but we'll be back tomorrow morning for some racing action all day. Back-to-back Caterham racing, so I can't wait, and I hope you join us then. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sam. What a wonderful sight this huge parade of all things Caterham has made out there. Caterhams of all shapes and sizes, even a couple of Caterham 21s, the rare full-bodied beast as we just saw down there. Well, that wraps up day one here at the Caterham Festival. A thank you to everybody who's made it such a great weekend so far. There is a paddock party coming up. I won't be attending because we've got an early start in the morning, haven't we, Chris?
Indeed, yeah. We've got lots and lots of wall-to-wall Caterham action, like we said. Everything you've seen today, plus a whole lot more, starting at 9:10 in the morning. Brian early. If you're in driving range of Donington, why not come along and come and watch them racing for real? The action is it's going to be as good as it has been all today. And yes, we see this parade, and what a final event that's been for us today here at the Caterham's 50th birthday. But you can't wait to bring you all the action for tomorrow then, and all the Caterham racing that we've got to bring you. And I, for one, am looking to give my voice a rest and then hopefully back up tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock for the start of racing action.
Well, thanks to everybody here at Donington Park today, the marshals, the recovery crews, medical staff, the competitors and their teams, and backup crews in the paddock. Everybody else who's made day one possible here as the sun sets over Donington Park. Be with us at 9 AM tomorrow for day two of the Caterham 50th Anniversary Festival from here at Donington on BARC TV. Thanks for watching for today. We'll see you tomorrow.